If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 16, Returning Home. The void between galaxies stretched before the battlefleet Liberty like an endless ocean of darkness. At the helm of the mighty Gloriana-class battleship Sweet Liberty, Primarch Franklin Valorian stood, his imposing 15-foot frame dwarfing even the tallest of his gene sons. The Ghoul Star's crusade had concluded with a resounding victory, the capital planet of the Sithor fiends reduced to nothing by the power of Sweet Liberty. Franklin gazed upon the distant pinprick of light that was the Andromeda Galaxy. A smirk played across his lips as he considered the vast expanse of unexplored space. "Well, boys," he announced to his bridge crew, his voice carrying a hint of amusement, "I reckon we've gone far enough. Time to head back and see what other trouble we can stir up in our own backyard." As the fleet began its long journey home, Franklin made an impromptu decision. "Let's take the scenic route," he declared. "We'll skirt the edge of the Milky Way. Who knows what we might find?" Days turned to weeks as the battlefleet Liberty cruised along the galactic rim. It was during a routine scan that a young officer called out, "My lord, we've detected a system ahead. Initial readings suggest a human civilization." The void ships of Battlefleet Liberty emerged from the starless expanse, their sleek, triangular forms a stark contrast to the Gothic architecture typical of Imperial vessels. At the helm of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian gazed upon the Iston system with keen interest. Well, he mused, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Looks like we've stumbled upon a piece of the past, boys. Let's say hello, shall we?" As the fleet approached, the COMM channels crackled to life. A cautious voice spoke, "Unidentified vessels, this is Iston Control. Please state your intentions." Franklin leaned forward, his charismatic voice filling the channel. "Greetings, Iston Control. This is Primarch Franklin Valorian of the Imperium of Man. We come as friends, representatives of a united humanity seeking to reconnect with our lost brothers and sisters." There was a pause, then a reply tinged with hope and disbelief. "Primarch, is that some sort of rank?" the voice asked. Franklin chuckled, "Sort of, like a general. United humanity? Is the Men of Iron rebellion is over?" Franklin's eyes twinkled. "Indeed it is, my friends. Humanity has weathered the storm and now seeks to rebuild. We'd be honored to meet with your leaders and share news of our progress." Within hours, Franklin found himself in a grand meeting hall on Iston 3, facing a panel of wide-eyed administrators and officials. He cut an impressive figure, his towering frame and noble bearing commanding attention. The grand meeting hall on Iston 3 buzzed with anticipation as Franklin Valorian strode in, his imposing figure drawing all eyes. He flashed a disarming smile at the assembled leaders. "Esteemed Council of Iston," he began, his voice rich and warm, "I can't tell you how thrilled I am to be here. It's not every day we stumble upon a thriving human world." An elderly woman, introduced as Counselor Mara, leaned forward. "General Valorian, your arrival is unexpected. We had thought ourselves alone in the galaxy." Franklin chuckled. "Oh, far from it, Counselor. Humanity is vast and resilient. We've weathered the storm of the age of strife, and now we're rebuilding." A younger man, Counselor Thax, interjected, "But your ships, they're unlike anything we've seen. How is this possible?" "Ah, observant." Franklin's eyes twinkled. "We've been fortunate enough to preserve much of our technology. It hasn't been easy, mind you, but necessity is the mother of invention." Mara's eyes narrowed slightly. "And this Imperium you mentioned? What exactly is it?" She knew what an Imperium meant. Franklin spread his hands. "Think of it as a grand alliance of human worlds. We're united in purpose, but diverse in governance. The Emperor, a visionary leader, I might add, provides guidance, but each world retains significant autonomy." "A confederation, then?" Thax asked, hope evident in his voice. "In many ways, yes," Franklin nodded. "We've found that a balance between central leadership and local rule works best in these trying times." Another counselor, a stern-faced man named Varnus, spoke up. "And what of individual freedoms? Democracy? We've seen some rather unsavory things in an Imperium throughout history." Franklin's expression turned serious. "Ah, the eternal question of liberty versus security. It's a delicate balance, especially when facing the threats that lurk in the void. He paused, then continued with a wry smile, "Let me ask you this, is a man truly free if he lives in constant fear of alien invasion or worse?" Varnus frowned. "That doesn't quite answer the question, Primarch." "Fair point," Franklin conceded. "The truth is, different worlds within the Imperium handle governance differently. Some maintain traditional democratic systems, others have adapted to more streamlined approaches. But the core principles of human liberty? Those we strive to uphold everywhere." Mara interjected, "But surely there must be some universal laws." Franklin nodded sagely. "Of course. The protection of human life is paramount. We have strict policies against certain dangerous technologies and practices that could threaten humanity as a whole. But day-to-day governance? That's largely up to each world." Thax leaned in, curiosity burning in his eyes. "And how does one join this Imperium?" Franklin's face lit up. "Eager, aren't we? I like that. Joining is a process of mutual agreement. We're not in the business of forcing worlds into the fold. We offer protection, resources, and a connection to the broader human family. In return, we ask for loyalty to the Imperium's greater goals and some contribution to our shared defense." Varnus, still skeptical, pressed further. "And if a world wishes to leave?" For a moment, a shadow crossed Franklin's face, but it was gone so quickly one might have imagined it. "Now why would anyone want to leave such a grand endeavor?" he said with a laugh. "Our goal is to make membership so beneficial that leaving would be unthinkable. We're building something magnificent here, something that will stand for millennia to come." As the questioning continued, Franklin deftly maneuvered through each topic, always ready with an anecdote or a clever turn of phrase to assuage concerns and stoke excitement. When asked about the more militant aspects of the Imperium, he sighed dramatically. "If only we lived in a galaxy where words alone could solve all conflicts. Sadly, there are threats out there that understand only the language of force. Our military strength is a regrettable necessity, a shield behind which human culture and progress can flourish." Hours passed, and as the meeting drew to a close, Franklin could see the shift in the room. The initial wariness had given way to cautious optimism, even excitement. Mara stood, her eyes bright. "Primarch Valorian, you've given us much to consider. Your Imperium sounds, well, it sounds like something we'd very much like to be part of." Franklin beamed. "My dear counselors, nothing would make me happier. Shall we discuss the next steps?" As they began to file out, Varnus approached Franklin privately. "You're very persuasive, Primarch," he said quietly. "I just hope we don't come to regret this decision." Franklin placed a massive hand on Varnus's shoulder. "My friend, the only thing you'll regret is not joining sooner. Trust me, the best is yet to come." Later, aboard the Sweet Liberty, Denzel found Franklin in his private quarters, sipping amasec. "Quite the performance, sir," Denzel remarked. "You had the meeting out of your hand." Franklin grinned. "The trick, Denzel, is to tell them what they want to hear while carefully omitting what they don't need to know. A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, as they used to say." Denzel raised an eyebrow. "And when they discover the full truth?" Franklin's grin turned wolfish. "By then, it'll be far too late. They'll be so deeply entrenched in the Imperium that leaving will be unthinkable. Sometimes, the cage with golden bars is the most effective prison of all." He raised his glass in a toast. "To Iston, the latest unwitting addition to our grand Imperium. May their blissful ignorance last as long as possible." As the Sweet Liberty prepared to depart the Iston system, Franklin stood at the observation deck, gazing at the planets below. His expression was a mixture of satisfaction and contemplation. Another world brought into compliance, he mused aloud. And without a drop of blood spilled. That's the way to do it. Denzel, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. It's certainly more efficient than some of the methods we've heard about from other expeditionary fleets. Franklin turned to his first captain, a wry smile on his face. Indeed. The Iston leadership will have to grapple with the reality of the Imperium soon enough. But they'll do so from a position of strength, thanks to us. Sir? Denzel queried, not quite following. Think about it, Denzel, Franklin explained, gesturing towards the planet. The worlds we bring into compliance, they're getting the best face of the Imperium. Our technology, our productivity, it's leagues ahead of what some of our future brother Primarches will offer. He chuckled, a sound tinged with both pride and irony. In a way, we're setting a standard that the rest of the Imperium might struggle to meet. But that's a problem for another day. Franklin's expression turned more serious. For now, we've done our job. Iston is part of the Imperium, and they'll be better for it, even if they don't fully realize it yet. He turned away from the viewport, his voice taking on a commanding tone. Set course for Terra. We'll make our report to the Emperor, then head back to the Independence Cluster. We need to restock and repair before we continue the crusade. As the fleet prepared to enter the warp, Franklin allowed himself one last look at Iston. Farewell, he murmured. May you thrive under the Eagle's wings. Stephen Armstrong stood at the viewport of the Liberty Eagles training facility, his massive Astartes frame a result of the transformation he had undergone just months ago. At 21, he was among the oldest of the new recruits, his mind still sharp with the memories of his mortal life. A year had passed since Franklin Valorian had left the Independence Cluster to join the Great Crusade. In that time, 60,000 Astartes had been created from the adult population, Armstrong among them. His tactical acumen and fiery personality had quickly set him apart from his brothers. Brother Armstrong, a voice called from behind him. The new recruits are assembled for your address. Armstrong turned, a grin spreading across his face. Excellent. Let's show them what it means to be a Liberty Eagle. As he strode towards the gathering hall, Armstrong's mind raced with thoughts of his gene father. He had been just 20 when Franklin unified the cluster under his vision of managed democracy. The memory of that time, of the speeches and the rallies, still burned bright in his enhanced mind. Entering the hall, Armstrong was met with the sight of thousands of newly minted Astartes, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. He took his place at the podium, his presence immediately commanding attention. Brothers, he began, his voice booming across the chamber. You stand here today as the newest sons of Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, the bringer of freedom to the stars. A cheer went up from the assembled Astartes. Armstrong raised his hand for silence. But what does it mean to be a son of Valorian? To be a Liberty Eagle? He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. It means to be the vanguard of freedom, the hammer of justice against the enemies of mankind. He tapped a control, and a holographic display sprang to life behind him, showing footage of Franklin's exploits across the galaxy. Look upon our gene father's works. Armstrong declared. World after world brought into the Imperial fold, not through mindless bloodshed, but through the power of his words, his unmatched charisma. The display showed Franklin addressing crowds on distant worlds, his presence electrifying even through the hologram. But make no mistake, Armstrong continued, his voice dropping to a growl. When words fail, when our enemies prove deaf to reason, our Father does not hesitate to unleash the full might of the Liberty Eagles. The image changed to show a barren world, its surface scarred by massive impact craters. This was once a Xenos-infested hellhole, Armstrong explained. Rather than risk a single Liberty Eagle in ground combat, our Father chose to cleanse it with fire and steel. From the ashes of our enemies, we will build a new bastion of humanity. A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. Armstrong nodded, satisfied. This is the way of the Liberty Eagles. We are not mindless butchers, but neither are we weak-willed diplomats. We are the perfect synthesis of word and deed, of diplomacy and strength. As he concluded his speech, Armstrong could see the fire of devotion burning in the eyes of his brothers. He had done it again, rallying them to the cause just as Franklin had once rallied the people of the Independence Cluster. Later, in his private quarters, Armstrong scrolled through the latest reports of Franklin's crusade. World after world brought into compliance, often with minimal bloodshed. The statistics were impressive, but Armstrong found himself frowning. It shouldn't be possible, he muttered to himself. No one should be able to sway entire worlds with just words. He replayed a holographic recording of one of Franklin's speeches. The words were inspiring, certainly, but Armstrong felt that something was missing. The raw charisma, the sheer force of personality that he remembered from his mortal days, seemed somehow diminished in the recording. The holograms, Armstrong realized. They're not capturing it. They can't capture it. In that moment, Armstrong's desire to meet his gene father face to face intensified. He needed to see for himself the man who could reshape the galaxy with words alone, to understand the source of that incredible charisma. Soon, he promised himself, clenching his fist. Soon, Father, I'll stand at your side. And together, we'll bring liberty to every corner of this galaxy, no matter the cost. As he turned back to his duties, Armstrong's mind was filled with visions of glory, of worlds brought to heel under the banner of the Liberty Eagles. He would make himself indispensable, the perfect instrument of Franklin's will. And when the time came, he would be ready to take his place as the Liberator's most devoted son. The golden halls of the Imperial Palace echoed with the heavy footfalls of Franklin Valorian as he made his way to Malcador's private study. The Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, towering and resplendent in his power armor, cut an impressive figure even among the wonders of Terra. As he entered the study, Franklin's face broke into a wide grin at the sight of the wizened sigil light. "Uncle Mal. Still holding down the fort, I see." Malcador looked up from his ancient tomes, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Franklin. I trust your journey was uneventful." "Oh, you know, just the usual. Liberating worlds, spreading democracy, all in a day's work," Franklin chuckled, taking a seat opposite Malcador at an ornate chess table. "I hear the old man's out on his own crusade." Malcador nodded, moving a pawn forward. "Indeed. The Emperor continues his search for your brothers." Franklin mirrored the move, his massive hand dwarfing the chess piece. "Well, I hope he's having better luck than I am. The galaxy's a big place, Uncle. You'd think it'd be easier to spot a demigod or two. The ways of the warp are mysterious, even to one such as your father," Malcador replied, his tone even but his eyes twinkling with hidden mirth. As they played, Franklin's gaze wandered around the study, taking in the countless scrolls and artifacts. "You've got your hands full here, haven't you? Running the Imperium, terraforming Terra. Have you considered setting up an IRS? I hear they were quite effective in the old days." Malcador paused, his hand hovering over a bishop. "An IRS? Interesting. That could indeed streamline our tax collection efforts." Franklin's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, you're actually considering it?" "I was joking, Uncle Mal. Don't tell me the Imperium's going to have tax auditors now." "In governance, Franklin, even jokes can hold kernels of wisdom," Malcador replied, a rare smile tugging at his lips. The game continued, each move accompanied by witty banter and veiled lessons. As they neared the endgame, Malcador's expression grew more serious. "Franklin, there is a matter we must discuss," he began, capturing one of Franklin's knights. "Your methods, while undeniably effective, are setting a rather high standard for your brothers to follow." Franklin leaned back, his jovial expression fading slightly. "Ah, I was wondering when we'd get to that. Horace having trouble keeping up, is he?" Malcador nodded. "He strives to emulate your diplomatic approach, but often finds himself in less favorable situations. The pressure to match your bloodless conquests is taking its toll." "I see," Franklin mused, stroking his chin. "Well, we can't have that, can we? What if I were to prepare a sanitized report for my dear brothers? The full truth for you and father, of course, and the usual imperial truth for the masses. But for Horace and the others, a, shall we say, more achievable version of events." Malcador considered this, his ancient eyes studying Franklin intently. "A intriguing proposition. But tell me, what would this achievable version entail?" Franklin grinned, leaning forward conspiratorially. "Oh, you know, a few more skirmishes here, a stubborn planetary governor there. Nothing too drastic, mind you. Just enough to make my victories seem a tad more relatable." The sigil light was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled in thought. Finally, he spoke. "I have seen the worlds you've brought into compliance, Franklin. They are indeed the very image of the imperial truth. Your results cannot be denied." He paused, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Very well. Prepare your third report. But be cautious. Even well-intentioned deceptions have a way of growing beyond our control." "Uncle Mal, you wound me," Franklin said, placing a hand over his heart in mock offense. "When have I ever been anything but the soul of caution?" Malcador's response was a raised eyebrow that spoke volumes. As their game concluded, a narrow victory for the sigil light, Franklin reached into a compartment in his armor. "Before I forget, I have something for you, Uncle. A token of my appreciation for all you do." He produced a staff, obsidian black and deceptively simple in appearance. "I call it the Staff of the Sigil Light. Found it during my travels in the outer reaches. It should give your already formidable abilities a nice little boost." Malcador took the staff, his eyes widening slightly as he felt the power thrumming within it. "This is, most generous, Franklin. A relic of the Dark Age, if I'm not mistaken. Only the best for my favorite uncle, Franklin beamed, rising to his feet. Now, much as I'd love to stay and chat, duty calls. Worlds to liberate, hearts and minds to win, you know how it is. Before Malcador could respond, Franklin had scooped him up in a bear hug, lifting the ancient psyker clear off the ground. Malcador wheezed, tapping frantically on the Primarch's armored shoulder. Oops, sorry about that, Franklin chuckled, setting Malcador down gently. Sometimes I forget my own strength. Malcador straightened his robes, trying to maintain his dignity. Yes, well, do try to remember in the future. And Franklin. The Primarch paused at the doorway, looking back. Do be careful out there. The galaxy is full of dangers, even for one such as you. Franklin's expression softened for a moment, a glimpse of the weight he carried beneath his jovial exterior. Always, Uncle Mal. Always. As the door closed behind the Liberator, Malcador turned his attention to the staff of the sigil light, a small smile playing on his lips. Reckless, impulsive, and entirely too clever for his own good, he muttered. The Emperor certainly knew what he was doing with that one. With a shake of his head, Malcador returned to his work, the Imperium waiting for no man, not even the favored uncle of a Primarch. The eagle is returning to its nest. Chapter 17, Home. The void above Nova Libertas shimmered with activity as Battlefleet Liberty emerged from the warp. At the fleet's heart, the colossal Gloriana-class battleship Sweet Liberty led the way, its dagger-like hull gleaming in the light of the system's star. On the bridge, Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, gazed upon his home with a mixture of pride and contentment. Home sweet home, Franklin breathed, his brown eyes twinkling with warmth. Beside him, Denzel and John nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting the same sense of homecoming. As the fleet approached, Franklin's gaze was drawn to a massive structure floating in the void near one of the bustling void ports. The Blackstone Fortress, a relic of unimaginable power they had discovered during their crusade, hung suspended amidst a flurry of automations and engineers. Even from this distance, Franklin could see the world-ending weapons being integrated into its ancient framework. Good thing we found that Blackstone Fortress, Franklin mused aloud. We should bring it along later on. Denzel chuckled, shaking his head. Impossible, my lord. It's far too large and valuable to risk in regular engagements. Franklin's laughter filled the bridge. Nothing's impossible, my friend. You should know that by now. As Sweet Liberty docked at the largest void port in the cluster, Franklin addressed the ship's AI. Don't get too lonely while I'm gone, Sovereign. We still have a game of regicide to finish. The AI's laughter echoed through the ship's systems. I eagerly await your return, Lord Franklin. Perhaps this time, you'll provide a real challenge. Franklin grinned as he made his way to the Thunderhawk that would take him planet-side. The descent through Nova Libertas's atmosphere was smooth, and as they broke through the clouds, Franklin could see the vast crowds gathered below. The entire city seemed to have turned out to welcome their Primarch home. As the Thunderhawk touched down on the massive parade ground, Franklin could hear the roar of the crowd even through the ship's hull. He took a deep breath, straightened his armor, and nodded to Denzel and John. Shall we, gentlemen? The ramp lowered, and Franklin strode out into the sunlight of Nova Libertas. The crowd's cheers reached a fever pitch as he appeared, their adoration almost palpable in the air. Franklin raised his arms, his charismatic presence seeming to fill the entire parade ground. My people! He called out, his voice carrying effortlessly across the field. Did you miss me? The answering roar was deafening. Franklin grinned, basking in the love of his people. This was what he fought for, what he would always fight for, the freedom and happiness of humanity. As he made his way across the parade ground, Franklin's attention was drawn to a massive formation of Astartes. 60,000 of his gene sons stood in perfect formation, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. At their head stood a giant of a man, even by Astartes standards. As Franklin approached, the giant bellowed, Liberty Eagles! Present arms! The sound of 60,000 Astartes moving as one was like a thunderclap. Franklin raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. At ease, he called out. Impressive display. And you are? The giant stepped forward, barely containing his excitement. Stephen Armstrong, my lord. I've had the honor of overseeing the Legion's training in your absence. Franklin nodded, his piercing gaze seeming to look right through Armstrong. He could sense an extremist personality beneath the worship, a hawkish nature that could be both an asset and a liability. But Franklin was nothing if not a loving father to all his sons, no matter their nature. "I see," Franklin said. "And tell me, Armstrong, what do you believe is the purpose of our Legion?" Without hesitation, Armstrong replied, "To secure liberty for humanity, sir. By any means necessary." Franklin smiled, but there was a calculating look in his eyes. He already had a dove in Denzel and a raven in John Ezra. Perhaps Armstrong could be the hawk to balance them out. But first, he would need to see if Armstrong had what it took to stand among the best of his sons. To Armstrong's surprise, Franklin stepped forward and embraced him. The Primarch's strength was overwhelming, but there was genuine warmth in the gesture. "Welcome to the family, son," Franklin said softly. As they separated, Franklin could see the awe in Armstrong's eyes. For a moment, the Astartes' composure cracked, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. Franklin pretended not to notice, understanding the depth of emotion his presence could evoke. "Now then," Franklin said, addressing the assembled Astartes that had accompanied him. "I'm sure you all have tales to tell and glory to share. But for now, return to your families, your loved ones. We'll have time for war stories later." As the Astartes began to disperse, Franklin turned back to Armstrong. His gaze lingered onto him and gestured for him to follow. He would be a father to all his sons, even the difficult ones. Perhaps especially the difficult ones. That was the burden and the joy of being the Primarch. Freedom wasn't just about letting people do as they pleased, it was about guiding them to make the right choices, to use their freedom wisely. The White House of Nova Libertas stood as a beacon of power and democracy in the heart of the capital. Within its walls, in a room that echoed with the weight of decisions that would shape the fate of trillions, sat the Continental High Command. Franklin took his place at the head of the table. His imposing figure, standing at 15 feet tall, seemed to fill the room with an aura of authority and charisma. To his right sat Denzel, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the energy radiating from Franklin. On his left, John, his eyes constantly scanning the room, ever vigilant. Around the table sat the rest of the High Command: Elena Koshka, the Fleet Admiral, her uniform crisp and her gaze steady; Marcus Graves, General of the Army, his scarred face a testament to countless battles; and Yamato Nakajima, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, his posture perfect and his expression focused. Franklin's voice, deep and resonant, broke the silence. "Before we all disperse for some well-deserved rest, I need reports from each department. We'll be expanding our numbers for the next crusade, and I want to know exactly where we stand." Elena Koshka spoke first, her voice crisp and professional. "My lord, Battlefleet Liberty stands at full strength. Our void dockyards have been working overtime, and we've increased our fleet size by 15% since our last campaign. The new designs incorporating Dark Age technology have proven highly effective in simulations." Marcus Graves nodded approvingly before giving his report. "The Liberty Guard has swelled to 50 million strong and 140,000 Space Marines, my lord. Our tank divisions have doubled, and we've implemented new training protocols based on our experiences in the last crusade." Yamato Nakajima followed suit. "The Air Force has seen similar growth, Lord Franklin. Our Void Fighter squadrons are at 120% of previous strength, and we've developed new strike craft incorporating stealth technology from the STC fragments we recovered." Franklin nodded, pleased with the reports. "Excellent work, all of you. Denzel, John, your thoughts?" Denzel Washington leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. "The efficiency of our forces is impressive, my lord. The daily training routines, including simulations on combating other Astartes, have kept our legion sharp. However," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "I find the notion of preparing to fight other Space Marines unsettling. A civil war seems far-fetched." John Ezra's eyes narrowed slightly. "With all due respect, Denzel, preparation is key. We cannot afford to be caught off guard." Elena, Marcus, and Yamato nodded in agreement with John. Denzel raised his hands in a placating gesture. "I understand, and I agree that preparation is essential. I'm merely voicing my personal reservations." Franklin listened to the exchange with interest. This dynamic, the interplay between Denzel's idealism and the pragmatism of the others, was precisely why he valued having diverse perspectives in his inner circle. "Your concerns are noted, Denzel," Franklin said, "and they're not without merit. We prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. That's the burden of leadership. He turned to address the entire group. Now, let's discuss our next moves. The Imperium is vast, but there are still corners of the galaxy untouched by the light of Terra. I believe our next crusade should focus on the galactic west, segmentum pacificus. There are reports of human colonies there, isolated since the Age of Strife. As the meeting was about to adjourn, Franklin Valorian raised his hand, silencing the room. Before we conclude, there's one more matter to address. He turned towards the door. Enter, Armstrong. The massive form of Stephen Armstrong, standing at an impressive 10 feet tall, filled the doorway. His entrance was met with a mix of curiosity and wariness from the assembled advisors. Franklin's voice carried a hint of amusement as he introduced the newcomer. This is Stephen Armstrong, new second captain and head of our SEALs. He's under probation for membership in our Continental High Command. Armstrong's eyes widened slightly as he took in the room. His gaze lingered on the mortal members of the council, surprise evident in his expression. This was not what he had expected from his father's inner circle. Franklin, ever observant, noticed Armstrong's reaction. Yes, Stephen, our strength lies not just in the Astartes, but in all of humanity. Remember that. The Primarch then addressed the room. Armstrong has shown great talent and ambition. In our next crusade, he'll have the opportunity to prove himself worthy of a permanent place among us. As Armstrong took a seat at the far end of the table, each member of the High Command had their own thoughts on this new arrival. Denzel Washington, the Dove, studied Armstrong with a calm but wary gaze. He leaned towards Franklin and whispered, "He's a blunt instrument, sir. Useful, but dangerous if not properly guided." Franklin nodded imperceptibly. "That's why he's here, Denzel. To learn balance." John Ezra, the Raven, kept his face impassive, but his mind was already working. An extremist in their midst could be both an asset and a liability. He made a mental note to keep a closer eye on Armstrong's activities. Elena Koshka, the fleet admiral, saw potential in Armstrong's fierce demeanor. "Captain Armstrong," she addressed him directly, "I look forward to seeing how your SEALs perform in void combat scenarios." Armstrong straightened, pride evident in his voice. "Admiral, we'll exceed your every expectation." Marcus Graves, the general, grunted approvingly. Here was a warrior he could understand. "Good to have another boots-on-the-ground perspective," he said gruffly. Yamato Nakajima, ever the strategist, remained silent, his mind already calculating how to incorporate Armstrong's aggressive tactics into their overall battle plans. Franklin observed these interactions with interest. He knew Armstrong's inclusion would shake things up, but that was precisely what he wanted. Stagnation was the enemy of progress. "Stephen," Franklin said, drawing everyone's attention. "You've shown great promise, but also concerning tendencies. Your probation period is a chance to learn from each member of this council. Liberty isn't just about strength, it's about wisdom in applying that strength." Armstrong nodded, a mix of pride and humility in his voice. "I understand, Father. I won't let you down." As the meeting finally adjourned, Franklin held Armstrong back. "Remember, son. The path of the extremist is easy but dangerous. True strength lies in balance. Learn from Denzel's diplomacy, John's subtlety, Elena's strategic mind, Marcus's experience, and Yamato's precision. Become more than just a warrior." Armstrong stood straighter, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. I see now, Father. Thank you for this opportunity." As Armstrong left, Franklin turned to find Denzel waiting. "A risky move, sir," Denzel said softly. Franklin smiled. "The greatest triumphs come from the biggest risks, my friend. Armstrong has the potential to be either our greatest asset or our gravest mistake. It's up to us to guide him towards the former." "See you all next month," Franklin said. The gentle caress of a sea breeze stirred me from my slumber. As my eyes fluttered open, I was greeted by the warm glow of Nova Libertas's sun filtering through the gossamer curtains of my seaside palace. The salty scent of the ocean filled my nostrils, a welcome change from the sterile air of starships and the acrid smell of battlefields. "Good morning, Lord Franklin," the palace's AI chimed softly. "The weather is perfect today. Shall I prepare your usual breakfast?" I stretched, my massive frame easily spanning the length of the oversized bed. "Yes, thank you. I'll take it on the terrace today." As I rose, I could hear the quiet hum of cleaning automata going about their tasks. "No servitors here, we in the Independence Cluster believed in preserving human dignity. Our automata and Ace handled the menial tasks, leaving our citizens free to pursue higher callings. I made my way to the terrace, my bare feet enjoying the cool touch of marble floors. The palace staff, all free citizens who chose to work here, nodded respectfully as I passed. I returned their greetings with a warm smile. Even in repose, a Primarch must remember his role as a leader and father figure. Settling into a comfortable cot on the terrace, I gazed out at the deep blue sea stretching to the horizon. An automaton silently placed a steaming mug of coffee on the table beside me. I took a sip, savoring the rich flavor. Even something as simple as coffee was a luxury during the long campaigns of the Great Crusade. As I lounged, my mind wandered to the future. What would I do when the crusade was over? Would there ever truly be an end to our expansion? I chuckled to myself. Knowing my father, probably not. But perhaps, one day, I could step back from the forefront of imperial politics. I imagined myself here, in this palace or one like it, overseeing the cluster but largely removed from the day-to-day operations of the vast Imperium. Perhaps I'd make occasional trips to Terra, to visit my golden father and trade barbs with my brothers. The thought brought a smile to my face. And then, unbidden, another thought crept in. A companion, perhaps? Someone to share these quiet moments with? It was a foreign concept for a being like me, created for war and leadership. But the idea held a certain appeal. I filed it away for future consideration. A gentle ping from a nearby data slate drew my attention. Messages from my advisors, reports on the state of the cluster, requests for my input on various matters. Even on vacation, the work of a Primarch was never truly done. But for now, they could wait. I set the slate aside and turned my gaze back to the sea. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore was soothing, a rhythmic counterpoint to the usual cacophony of war. In the distance, I could see citizens enjoying the beach, their laughter carried to me on the breeze. This was what we fought for. Not just survival, not just conquest, but the right of humanity to enjoy moments like these. Freedom, peace, prosperity, these were the true fruits of our labors. I closed my eyes, letting the warmth of the sun and the sound of the sea wash over me. There would be time enough for war and politics later. For now, even the Primarch of Liberty could take a moment to simply be. As I drifted into a light doze, a small smile played on my lips. Next month, I'd return to my duties. But today? Today was for me, and I am in full vacation mode. The sun was setting over Shin-Yamato as Denzel Washington, first captain of the Liberty Eagles, approached the traditional Japanese dojo. The region, a carefully preserved enclave of ancient Terran culture, was a stark contrast to the futuristic cityscapes that dominated much of Nova Libertas. Here, time seemed to move at a different pace, governed by the rhythms of nature and tradition rather than the relentless march of progress. Denzel's imposing figure, standing at 9 feet tall, seemed almost out of place among the delicate cherry blossom trees and traditional wooden structures. Yet there was a grace to his movements, a fluidity that spoke of years of disciplined training. As he approached the dojo, Denzel's eyes flickered to the house opposite, his childhood home. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he remembered the countless hours he had spent running between the two buildings, his young mind filled with dreams of becoming a great warrior. Sliding open the door to his home, Denzel was greeted by the warm smile of his mother, Martha. Despite his transformation into a transhuman warrior, her eyes still held the same love and pride they always had. "Welcome home, my son," Martha said, embracing him. Even with his enhanced physique, Denzel felt like a child in his mother's arms. "It's good to be back, Mother," Denzel replied, his deep voice softened with affection. They spent the evening together, Martha preparing Denzel's favorite meals as he regaled her with carefully edited tales of his adventures across the stars. As night fell, Denzel retired to his old room, modified to accommodate his larger frame. Despite the comfort of home, his mind was already focused on the training that awaited him in the morning. The next morning, as he slid open the dojo's door, he was greeted by the austere figure of his master, Tsunemoto Musashi. The old man, barely reaching Denzel's chest, stood straight as a blade, his eyes sharp and penetrating. "Welcome, Denzel-san," Musashi said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. "I trust your night with your family was restful." Denzel bowed deeply, a gesture of respect ingrained through years of training. "Yes, sensei. My mother's cooking remains unparalleled, even by the finest cuisines in the Imperium." A ghost of a smile flickered across Musashi's face before it returned to its usual stern expression. Good. A warrior must nourish both body and spirit. His eyes narrowed slightly. Tell me, has your size ever dulled your blade? Denzel paused, considering the question carefully. At times, I fear it might, sensei. The strength of an Astartes is a double-edged sword in the art of finesse. Musashi nodded approvingly at the honest answer. Then let us sharpen that edge. Take up your swords. Denzel moved to the weapon rack, reverently taking 2 wooden swords, one shorter than the other. As he turned, he was surprised to see Musashi already in a ready stance, wielding a simple wooden bukin. Begin, Musashi commanded. Denzel lunged forward, his movements a blur to normal human eyes. Yet, somehow, Musashi was no longer there. A sharp tap on Denzel's back announced his master's counterattack. Too direct, Musashi chided. The way of 2 heavens is not about brute force. It is about harmony, about making 2 become 1. They reset, and again Denzel attacked. This time, he tried to use his reach advantage, keeping Musashi at bay with the longer blade while preparing a strike with the shorter blade. But Musashi seemed to flow like water, slipping past Denzel's guard and landing another hit. Better, but still too rigid, Musashi said. You think of the swords as separate entities. They are not. They are extensions of your will, 2 aspects of a single intent. For hours, they continued this dance. Denzel, with all his transhuman speed and strength, found himself constantly outmaneuvered by his elderly human master. It was a humbling experience, but one that filled Denzel with a sense of wonder and respect. During a brief respite, Denzel ventured a question. Sensei, how do you move so impossibly? Musashi's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. Is it impossible, or merely improbable? The body follows where the mind leads, Denzel-san. Your physiology gives you great power, but it also binds you to certain expectations of what is possible. He demonstrated a flowing kata, his bukin tracing intricate patterns in the air. The 2 heavens technique is not about using 2 swords. It is about unifying opposites. Long and short, hard and soft, attack and defense. When you truly understand this, your movements will transcend mere physical limitations. Denzel watched, mesmerized. He began to see how Musashi's techniques didn't just account for an opponent's actions, but seemed to anticipate and guide them. You fight not just with your swords, Denzel realized aloud, but with the space between them. Musashi nodded, pleased. Now you begin to understand. The void between your blades is as much a weapon as the edges themselves. Control that space, and you control the flow of battle. They resumed their practice, but now Denzel approached it with a new perspective. He began to see openings he hadn't noticed before, started to feel the rhythm of the dance between attack and defense. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the dojo floor, Musashi finally called an end to the session. You have done well today, Denzel-san. You are beginning to grasp the true essence of the 2 heavens. Denzel bowed deeply. Thank you, sensei. Your wisdom humbles me. Musashi's stern facade softened slightly. Remember, Denzel-san, the path of the sword is endless. Even for one who may live for millennia, there is always more to learn. As the day's training concluded, Musashi's weathered face took on a solemn expression. Denzel-san, there is something I must show you. Follow me. Intrigued, Denzel fell in step behind his master. As they walked, Musashi spoke softly, there is more to me than you know, my student. In my youth, I served in the ICDF. Denzel's eyes widened in surprise. You were a Liberty Guardsman, sensei. Musashi nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. Indeed. Those days are long past, but the skills, they remain. Denzel felt a newfound awe for his master. He had faced fearsome Xenos in recent campaigns, felling many with his blades. Yet this elderly human had consistently outmaneuvered him in their training sessions. They approached a small, unassuming shed near the dojo. Musashi paused at the entrance. What I'm about to show you is a legacy older than our settlement on Nova Libertas. As they entered, Denzel had to duck low to avoid hitting his head on the doorframe. The interior was dimly lit, with a reverent atmosphere. At the far end, on a simple wooden stand, lay 2 swords, a katana and a wakizashi. Musashi approached the stand with measured steps. These swords, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, are as old as the history of Shin Yamato itself. They have been passed down through my family line for countless generations. He carefully lifted the swords, cradling them with a tenderness that spoke volumes of their significance. I am the last of my bloodline, Denzel-san. With no heir of my own, I have long wondered what would become of this legacy. Denzel stood in respectful silence, sensing the weight of the moment. Musashi turned to face him, holding out the swords. These are the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and the Totsuka no Tsurugi. Legendary blades, yes, but ultimately, they are swords. And swords are meant to be used, not enshrined and forgotten. Denzel's breath caught in his throat as he realized what Musashi was implying. Sensei, I cannot accept such priceless artifacts. Musashi's eyes hardened. You can, and you will. These swords have been hidden for millennia, Denzel-san. They deserve to taste battle once more, to fulfill their purpose. With trembling hands, Denzel accepted the swords. As he unsheathed them, the perfectly preserved blades caught the dim light, revealing their flawless craftsmanship. They're beautiful, Denzel breathed. Musashi nodded. Yes, they are works of art. But they are also tools of war, forged to protect and to conquer. In your hands, they will become both lethal weapons and masterpieces of martial skill. Denzel carefully resheathed the blades, his mind reeling from the honor bestowed upon him. I don't know what to say, Sensei. This is overwhelming. Musashi's stern expression softened slightly. Say nothing. Show me instead. Show me that you understand the responsibility that comes with wielding these blades. Denzel nodded solemnly. I swear, Sensei, I will honor these swords and all they represent. They will not rest idle, nor will they be used without purpose. Good, Musashi said. Remember, Denzel-san, a sword is only as worthy as its wielder. These blades have seen the rise and fall of empires. They have tasted the blood of tyrants and defenders alike. In your hands, they will help shape the future of our Imperium. As they exited the shed, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and purple. Musashi turned to face Denzel one last time. You are more than just my student now, Denzel-san. You are the inheritor of a legacy that spans millennia. The techniques I have taught you, the philosophy of the two heavens, they are all part of this inheritance. Denzel bowed deeply, the swords clutched carefully to his chest. I will carry this legacy with honor, Sensei. Your teachings, these swords, they will be a part of me until my dying breath. As Denzel turned to leave, Musashi called out one last time. And Denzel-san? Yes, Sensei. A rare smile graced Musashi's face. See you tomorrow. Denzel chuckled, the solemnity of the moment broken. Of course, Sensei. In the weeks following Denzel's inheritance of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and Totsuka no Tsurugi, the finest artisans of the Independence Cluster were summoned for a task of utmost importance. These master craftsmen, experts in both ancient techniques and cutting-edge technology, were tasked with adapting the legendary blades for their new Astartes wielder. The process was painstaking and reverent. The Kusanagi, once a katana, was carefully resized and reforged into a massive notaki, its length now befitting Denzel's towering stature. The Totsuka, formerly a wakizashi, grew to the size of a traditional katana, perfectly balanced for the first captain's enhanced strength and speed. But the transformation went beyond mere size. Incorporating the pinnacle of the cluster's golden age technology, the artisans infused the blades with hyperphase properties. They carefully melted down Franklin's previous weapons, integrating their advanced materials into the ancestral swords. The result was a seamless blend of ancient tradition and futuristic capability. As the final step, intricate circuitry was etched into the blades, invisible to the naked eye but granting them the power to slice through energy fields and the toughest armor. The hilts were rewrapped with synthetics that mimicked the feel of traditional ray skin and silk, but could withstand the grip of an Astartes in the heat of battle. When Denzel first held the reborn weapons, he felt the weight of history coupled with the promise of the future. These were no longer just relics of the past, but formidable instruments of war, ready to carve humanity's destiny among the stars. Musashi, present for the unveiling, nodded in approval. The spirits of the blades are pleased, he said solemnly. They have been reborn, like a phoenix from the ashes, stronger and more purposeful than ever before. Denzel bowed to his master, then to the artisans who had performed this miraculous transformation. With these weapons, he would honor both the ancient ways of Shin Yamato and the innovative spirit of the Independence Cluster. Chapter 18, Lana Rifts. Franklin stands at the spaceport. The air thrums with energy as voidcraft streak across the inky blackness of space, their sleek forms a testament to the advanced technology of Nova Libertas. Franklin's gaze follows their paths, his tactical mind automatically assessing their performance and potential in battle. Primarch Valorian, the cool, efficient voice of Sovereign cuts through his thoughts. Refueling is at 87% completion. All system improvements are proceeding as scheduled. Resource loading is at 92% capacity. Franklin nods, his mind already racing with the implications of the AI's report. Good work, Sovereign. Keep me updated on any changes. As he watches his gene sons board the massive vessel, Franklin can't help but reflect on the whirlwind of the past month. The preparations, the strategy sessions, the last-minute adjustments to their plans, it all seems to have passed in the blink of an eye. Yet here they stand, on the cusp of their next great adventure. A group of crew members scurry past, their movements quick and purposeful. Franklin observes them with a mixture of pride and amusement. These are his people, efficient, dedicated, and always ready for action. Just like the ants they resemble in their industriousness, each one plays a crucial role in the greater whole of their mission. A few hours later, Franklin Valorian sat at the head of the ornate table, his imposing figure dwarfing the already larger-than-life members of his Continental High Command. The room, situated deep within the sweet Liberty, hummed with barely contained energy. "Gentlemen, lady," Franklin began, his deep voice resonating through the chamber, "we stand on the precipice of a new endeavor. The Lana Rifts await our attention." Elena Koshka, her silver hair tied back in a severe bun, leaned forward. "The Rifts have been isolated for millennia, my lord. Our intelligence suggests a mix of human civilizations, most anti-imperial in nature." Franklin nodded, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Indeed. A perfect testing ground for our newest addition." He turned to Stephen Armstrong, the muscular second captain sitting ramrod straight in his chair. "Armstrong, this will be your show. Consider it your probationary period for full entry into this circle." Armstrong's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "I won't let you down, sir. The Lana Rifts will know the meaning of liberty soon enough." Denzel Washington, ever the voice of caution, spoke up. "We should tread carefully. These may be lost human worlds, but they're not necessarily our enemies." "Perhaps diplomacy." "Diplomacy backed by firepower," interrupted Marcus Graves, his scarred face set in a grim expression. "We go in prepared for war, but open to peace. That's the Liberty way, after all." Franklin chuckled. "Well put, Marcus. Armstrong, your primary objective is compliance, not destruction. Show them the benefits of joining our great Imperium." John Ezra, the taciturn head of the Honor Guards, finally broke his silence. "And what of potential Xenos threats in the region? The Rifts are known for strange anomalies." Yamato Nakajima nodded in agreement. "My air squadrons have been drilling for void combat against unknown enemies. We'll be ready for anything the Rifts throw at us." Franklin leaned back, his eyes scanning each member of his inner circle. "Good. Now, let's break this down. Elena, I want a detailed fleet composition for this crusade. Nothing too overwhelming, we're not trying to annihilate them." Elena nodded, her fingers already dancing over a data slate. "I'll have it ready within the hour, my lord." "Marcus, work with Yamato on ground and air tactics. I want flexible strategies that can adapt to whatever we find down there." Both men saluted sharply. "Denzel," Franklin continued, "I want you to put together a diplomatic corps. Choose from among our most charismatic brothers. If we can turn these worlds without bloodshed, all the better." Denzel inclined his head. "It shall be done, sir." Finally, Franklin turned to Armstrong. "Stephen, this is your moment. Plan well, execute better. Remember, we bring the light of the Emperor to these lost souls, not to mention the Liberty Way." A mischievous glint appeared in Franklin's eye. "Just try not to start too many bar fights on the compliant worlds, et." The room erupted in laughter, even Armstrong cracking a smile. As the mirth subsided, Franklin stood, his massive frame casting a shadow over the table. "We launch in 3 days. I expect your detailed plans on my desk by tomorrow evening." Dismissed. A few days later, the Gloriana-class battleship Sweet Liberty emerged from the warp, its massive form casting a shadow over the Lana Rifts. Primarch Franklin Valorian stood on the bridge, relaxed as he gazed at the star system before him. "Well, Boys, Franklin chuckled, addressing his command staff, looks like we've got ourselves another routine compliance mission. Let's show these folks what liberty's all about. His jovial demeanor was infectious, spreading throughout the bridge crew. Even the ever-serious sovereign AI seemed to have a lighter tone as it reported, Primarch, scans indicate 9 inhabited planetary systems in the Lana Rifts. Technological level appears to be unusually advanced. Franklin raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. Is that so? Well, this might be more interesting than I thought. Let's start with the diplomatic approach. Sovereign, hail the system's leadership. As the AI worked to establish communication, Franklin turned to his second-in-command. Stephen, looks like you're up. Take a diplomatic party and show these folks the benefits of joining the Imperium. And try not to bore them to death with your speeches, all right? Armstrong nodded solemnly. I'll do my best to keep it entertaining, sir. Perhaps I'll throw in a joke or two about nanomachines. Franklin laughed heartily, slapping Armstrong on the back. That's the spirit. Now get down there and work your magic. Little did they know, this routine compliance mission was about to take a dark turn. On the surface of Concordia, the capital world of the system, Friedrich Ironheart sat in his opulent office, his steely grey eyes fixed on the reports before him. At 60 years old, Ironheart's face was a map of hard-earned wrinkles, each line a testament to the struggles he'd faced in uniting the 9 worlds of the Lana Rifts. A knock at the door interrupted his musings. Enter, he called, his voice gravelly yet commanding. His aide, a young woman named Lyra, stepped in. Governor, we've received word. A massive fleet has entered the system. They claim to be representatives of something called the Imperium of Man. Ironheart's eyes narrowed. So, they've finally found us. Alert the other governors. We knew this day might come. As Lyra hurried out, Ironheart stood and walked to the window, gazing up at the sky. He thought back to the stories passed down through generations, tales of a fractured humanity spread across the stars, of a brutal regime that sought to unite all under its banner. We've built something here, he murmured to himself. Something worth protecting. And I'll be damned if I let some self-proclaimed Imperium take that away. The diplomatic meeting was held in the Grand Hall of Concordia's capital city. Captain Armstrong, towering over the human dignitaries, stood at the head of his party, 10 Liberty Eagle Astartes and 300 Liberty Guardsmen, their advanced armor and weapons a stark contrast to the more archaic, yet still impressive, technology of their hosts. Friedrich Ironheart, flanked by the other 8 planetary governors, faced the Imperial delegation. The tension in the room was palpable. Armstrong, trying to channel some of Franklin's charisma, began his speech. Esteemed leaders of the Lana Rifts, we come offering you a place in humanity's greatest endeavor. The Imperium of Man. Spare us your platitudes, Ironheart interrupted, his voice cold. We know of your Imperium, of its brutality and oppression. We've built a society here based on true freedom and cooperation. We have no interest in your compliance. Armstrong's face hardened. Governor, I urge you to reconsider. The benefits of joining the Imperium far outweigh. Our answer is no, Ironheart stated firmly. This meeting is over. You may leave our system in peace, or you will be removed by force. As Armstrong and his party turned to leave, the air was thick with unspoken threats. The moment they stepped outside the Grand Hall, all hell broke loose. Las fire erupted from hidden emplacements, cutting down scores of Liberty Guardsmen in seconds. The Astartes' reflex-triggered force fields sprang to life, deflecting the initial barrage. Ambush! Armstrong roared, his power armor systems coming online. Form up! Protect the Guardsmen! The Liberty Eagles moved with superhuman speed, creating a protective circle around the surviving Guardsmen. Their return fire was devastating, each pulse fire finding its mark with unerring accuracy. But they were vastly outnumbered. For every enemy they felled, 10 more seemed to take their place. The Concordian forces' firepower was evident in their weapons, which could penetrate even Astartes' shielding and armor with repeated hits. Armstrong's vox crackled to life. Sweet Liberty, this is Armstrong. We're under attack. Request immediate extraction. As they fought their way towards the extraction point, the Liberty Eagles' force fields began to fail under the constant barrage. One by one, Armstrong watched his brothers fall, their armor finally giving way to the relentless fire. The Guardsmen fared far worse. Despite the Astartes' best efforts, their human companions were cut down in droves. By the time they neared the extraction zone, only Armstrong and a handful of others remained. In orbit, the Sweet Liberty received Armstrong's distress call. Franklin's jovial expression vanished, replaced by a mask of cold fury. Sovereign, launch all available dropships for extraction. Battlefleet Liberty, assume defensive formations. We're not leaving without our people. No sooner had he given the order than alarms blared across the ship. Sovereign's voice rang out, multiple hostile contacts detected. Enemy fleet emerging from stealth fields. The void erupted in fire as the ambush was sprung. Crude but numerous warships of the Lana Rifts engaged the Battlefleet Liberty at point-blank range. Though technologically inferior, their surprise attack and sheer numbers allowed them to score several early hits. Franklin gripped the command throne, his knuckles white. Return fire. All batteries, engage at will. We hold this position until Armstrong and his team are recovered. The battle in space was as fierce as the one on the ground. The Liberty Eagle's superior firepower began to tell, their advanced targeting systems and weaponry tearing through the enemy fleet. But not without cost. Several cruisers fell to concentrated fire, their loss keenly felt by the Primarch. As the dropships raced towards the surface, weaving through the chaos of ship-to-ship combat, Franklin's eyes were fixed on the tactical display. He watched as Armstrong's life signs, along with those of the few survivors, blinked weakly on the screen. Hours later, as the last of the enemy fleet was reduced to drifting wreckage, a lone dropship limped back to the Sweet Liberty. Franklin rushed to the hangar bay, his heart heavy with dread. The dropship's ramp lowered, and out stumbled Captain Armstrong, his armor scarred and broken, supported by the only other survivor, a grievously wounded guardsman who collapsed as soon as they were aboard. Franklin caught Armstrong as he fell forward. "Stephen!" Armstrong, his face a mask of pain and fury, managed to rasp out, "Ambush, everyone else, gone." As the medici rushed to tend to the wounded, Franklin stood in stunned silence. The easy confidence that had marked the beginning of this mission was gone, replaced by a cold, hard anger. Sovereign's voice cut through the shocked silence of the hangar bay. "Primarch, analysis of the enemy fleet suggests a mixture of advanced Golden Age technology and more crude, locally produced vessels. The advanced tech appears to be in limited supply." Franklin nodded grimly. "So they have some toys from the past, but not enough to go around. Interesting. Sir, incoming transmission." The message from Friedrich Ironheart played, the governor's smug voice grating on Franklin's nerves. Franklin's imposing figure a stark contrast to the frantic activity around him. His brown eyes, usually twinkling with mirth, were now hard as flint as he stared at the holographic display of Concordia. "Invaders, we will not join your Imperium or man or whatever that is, we are free men." Ironheart's hologram sneered, "Consider our little ambush a warning. Your so-called Imperium is not welcome here. Take your fleets and leave, or face the consequences of your arrogance." Franklin's jaw clenched, his usually jovial demeanor replaced by a cold fury. He had come expecting an easy compliance, a diplomatic dance perhaps, but ultimately a peaceful integration into the Imperium. How wrong he had been. "Audacious bastards," he muttered, shaking his head. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips, devoid of any real humor. "I underestimated them. Underestimated humanity's capacity for defiance." He closed his eyes, the faces of his fallen sons flashing before him. Good men, brave warriors, cut down in an act of treachery. The Liberty Eagles had never faced such a challenge before. Their first crusade had been relatively bloodless, most worlds seeing the benefits of joining the Imperium. But this was different. As he opened his eyes, Franklin realized that this was a test. A crucible in which the mettle of the Liberty Eagles would be proven. Would they shrink in the face of adversity, or emerge stronger? "My sons," he whispered, his voice heavy with grief and determination. "Your sacrifice will not be in vain." Denzel Washington, his first captain, approached cautiously. "Your orders, sir." Franklin turned to face his trusted friend, his expression grim. "We came for diplomacy and were answered with guns. For a supposedly civilized system, they've proven themselves nothing but barbarians." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the bridge crew. "And barbarians understand only one language." With a gesture, he opened a channel to Ironheart. The governor's smug face appeared once more, clearly expecting the Primarch to announce his retreat. "Governor Ironheart," Franklin's voice was calm, belying the storm of emotions within. "You've made your position clear. Allow me to clarify mine." He leaned forward, his massive frame filling the projection. "You fucked around. Now it's time to find out." Before Ironheart could respond, Franklin cut the transmission. He turned to his weapons officer, his voice cold and decisive. "Prepare for nuclear bombardment of Concordia. Target all major population centers." A hush fell over the bridge. Denzel's eyes widened in shock, but as he looked at his Primarch, he saw not the jovial leader he knew, but a man consumed by grief and rage. He nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of this decision. "Sovereign," Franklin addressed the AI, "begin the bombardment. Let's show these rebels the price of defiance." As the first nuclear warheads launched from the Sweet Liberty, Franklin watched the tactical display with a detached coldness. Each detonation represented millions of lives snuffed out in an instant. The common people of Concordia, ignorant of their leaders' decisions, now paid the ultimate price. Hours passed as the bombardment continued. The once vibrant world of Concordia was reduced to a radioactive wasteland. As the last missile found its target, Franklin stood up. Denzel approached cautiously. "My lord," he began, his voice hesitant, "the bombardment is complete. Concordia is no more." Franklin nodded, his eyes distant. "An Ironheart. Our sensors detected a small ship leaving the planet shortly after the bombardment began. We believe he may have escaped." A bitter smile crossed Franklin's face. "Clever bastard. He'll live to fight another day." As the bridge crew watched in silence, Franklin stood, his massive frame seeming to bear the weight of every soul lost on Concordia. "Let this be a lesson," he announced, his voice carrying across the bridge. "To Ironheart, to the other planets of this system, and to ourselves. The path to compliance is not always easy. But we will not falter. We will not retreat. The Liberty Eagles will bring freedom to this sector, no matter the cost." With that, he strode from the bridge, leaving a wake of stunned silence behind him. On a small ship fleeing the ruins of Concordia, Friedrich Ironheart was making plans of his own. The governor had underestimated the Imperium's brutality, but he was far from defeated. The war for the Lana Rifts had only just begun. Friedrich Ironheart's escape pod hurtled through space, the governor's face ashen as he watched the destruction of Concordia through a small viewport. The nuclear fire engulfing his home world reflected in his steely eyes, now wide with shock and disbelief. "By the stars," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "They actually did it. Those Imperial barbarians actually did it." As the pod's autopilot set course for Magna, the fortress world, Ironheart's shock gave way to grim determination. He activated the emergency communication array, hailing the other planetary governors of the Helios cluster. One by one, their holographic projections flickered to life in the cramped confines of the escape pod. Each face bore a mixture of horror and resolve as they witnessed the fall of Concordia. Governor Lydia Solaran of Verda Ntia, her green eyes flashing with anger, spoke first. "Ironheart, what in the void happened? We received your warning, but this is beyond comprehension." "The Imperium has shown its true colors," Ironheart replied, his voice hard. "We underestimated their brutality, their willingness to destroy what they cannot control." Governor Hadrian Bounteous of Harveston, a portly man with a usually jovial demeanor, now looked grim. "What of our people on Concordia? Surely they didn't." Ironheart shook his head, silencing Bounteous. "Gone. All gone. We must assume the worst." A collective gasp echoed through the holograms. Governor Aurelia Shield Maiden of Palladia, her weathered face set in a scowl, slammed her fist on an unseen surface. "Then we fight. We fight with everything we have." "Agreed," rumbled Governor Magnus Stonewall of Fortis, his massive frame barely contained by the holographic projection. "The fortress worlds stand ready. Let these Imperial dogs break their teeth upon our walls." Governor Ignis Forge Master of the eponymous world nodded, his augmetic eye whirring as it focused. "Our factories stand ready to arm our forces. The asteroid belt will be their grave." Governor Petra Deeplode of Orexes, her face streaked with the ever-present grime of the mining world, spoke up. "And will ensure a steady supply of resources. They'll not starve us out." Ironheart nodded, a grim smile on his face. "Good. We may have lost Concordia, but the Helios cluster still stands. We've prepared for this day, my friends. Now, we show these invaders the true meaning of liberty." As the governors discussed their defensive strategies, alarms blared in the background of each transmission. The Liberty Eagle's fleet was on the move, no doubt seeking their next target. "They're approaching Magna," reported Governor Catalina Ironclad, her hologram flickering as she presumably rushed to her command center. "We'll hold the line here, give the rest of you time to prepare." Ironheart's pod shuddered as it entered Magna's atmosphere. "Good luck, Catalina. May your walls stand strong." As the transmission ended, Ironheart closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of grief for Concordia. When he opened them again, they burned with renewed determination. The pod touched down in a heavily fortified bunker deep within Magna's crust. As Ironheart emerged, he was greeted by General Arcturus Siegebreaker, the grizzled commander of Magna's forces. "Governor," Siegebreaker saluted, his cybernetic arm whirring. "We're ready to receive the bastards. They'll not find Magna such an easy target as Concordia." Ironheart nodded, falling into step beside the general as they strode towards the command center. "Good. But don't underestimate them, Arcturus. We've already paid dearly for that mistake." As they entered the bustling command center, a massive holographic display of the Helios cluster dominated the room. Ironheart watched as the Liberty Eagle's fleet approached Magna, their ships like vengeful angels of death against the void. "So," Ironheart murmured, his eyes fixed on the enemy fleet, "the real war begins now." General Siegebreaker grinned, a predatory gleam in his eye. "Aye, Governor. And we'll make these Imperial lapdogs regret ever setting foot in our cluster." As alarms blared and orders were shouted across the command center, Friedrich Ironheart steeled himself for the battle to come. The fall of Concordia had been a devastating blow, but the Helios cluster would not go quietly into the night. Thus began the Liberator's bloody crusade. Chapter 19, The Dark Side of the Eagle. Franklin Valorian strode purposefully through the corridors of the Sweet Liberty, his massive frame dwarfing the bustling crew around him. The ship's Medici bay doors hissed open, revealing Captain Stephen Armstrong, his body swathed in bandages but his eyes burning with determination. "Stephen," Franklin's voice was uncharacteristically soft as he approached his second-in-command. "How are you feeling?" Armstrong straightened, wincing slightly but hiding it well. "Ready for battle, my lord. The Emperor's angels heal quickly." Franklin nodded, a ghost of his former smile flickering across his face. "Good. I need you out there, Stephen. But are you sure you're up for this?" Armstrong's face hardened, his fists clenching at his sides. "More than ever, father. I failed you on Concordia. I won't make that mistake again." For a moment, Franklin's eyes softened with concern, but he quickly masked it. "You didn't fail me, son. We were all deceived. But now, we know what we're dealing with." Armstrong nodded grimly. "Permission to lead the next assault, my lord." Franklin clasped his shoulder, careful not to aggravate his wounds. "Granted. We'll need your fire for what's coming." As they exited the Medici Bay, Franklin's expression grew thoughtful. "If that governor is as defiant as he seems, we can expect resistance from the entire population. This won't be a simple compliance mission anymore." "Then we'll bring them to heel, whatever it takes," Armstrong growled. Franklin nodded, his jaw set. "Gather the Continental High Command. It's time we planned our next move." In the vast war room of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin stood before a holographic display of the Helios cluster. Around him, his most trusted commanders awaited his words. "Report," Franklin ordered, his eyes never leaving the rotating planets before him. Chief of Staff Yamato stepped forward, his weathered face grim. "My lord, we've uncovered some interesting history about the Helios cluster. It appears they were secessionists from the old Federation, breaking away just before the Age of Strife." Franklin's eyes narrowed. "So they've tasted freedom for millennia. No wonder they resist so fiercely." Fleet Admiral Koshka, her augmetic eye whirring as it focused on the display, spoke next. "Their fleet is substantial, my lord. 320 void ships, mostly cruiser class, with 4 capital ships. They're arrayed in a defensive formation around Magna." "And our strength?" Franklin asked. 350 ships, my lord," Koshka replied. "We outnumber them, but not by much." Franklin nodded, his mind already formulating strategies. "Denzel," he turned to his first captain, "I want you to lead a force to the agri-worlds. Harass their supply lines, cut off food to the fortress worlds. Let's see how long their defiance lasts when their people start to starve." Denzel Washington bowed his head. "It will be done, my lord." "Koshka, Marcus, Yamato, Franklin continued, you'll coordinate our forces to besiege the Forge worlds. We can't allow them to continue producing weapons and ships. The three commanders nodded in unison, already discussing tactics among themselves. Franklin turned back to the holographic display, his eyes fixed on the fortress world of Magna. And I, he said, his voice low and dangerous, will deal with Ironheart personally. Dash. In the void between worlds, two fleets faced each other in silent anticipation. On the bridge of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian stood tall, his presence a beacon of strength for his crew. All ships, battle formation, he commanded, his voice carrying across the Vox network. Scythecraft carriers, launch your squadrons. Target their outer formations. As one, the carriers of Battlefleet Liberty disgorged swarms of fighters and bombers. Like angry wasps, they streaked across the void, their engines leaving trails of blue fire. Franklin watched the enemy fleet with cold calculation. Sweet Liberty, he said, his voice eerily calm, target their capital ships. Fire Nova cannons on my mark. The massive ship hummed with power as its primary weapons charged. The enemy fleet, seemingly caught off guard by the speed of the assault, began to break formation. Fire, Franklin ordered. The Sweet Liberty shuddered as its Nova cannons unleashed their fury. Lances of pure energy streaked across space, accompanied by a barrage of missiles and smaller weapons fire. Two of the enemy capital ships vanished in expanding balls of plasma, their void shields overwhelmed in an instant. The third, perhaps warned by the fate of its companions, managed a desperate evasive maneuver, the Nova cannons shot missing it by mere meters. Impressive, Franklin murmured. But futility nonetheless. All ships, engage. Show them the meaning of overwhelming firepower. As Battlefleet Liberty surged forward, the void lit up with the fury of their assault. Smaller ships danced between the larger vessels, exchanging fire in deadly duels. Fighters and bombers swarmed around capital ships, seeking weak points in their defenses. On the bridge of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin watched the battle unfold with grim satisfaction. Status report, he demanded. Enemy fleet is in disarray, my lord, reported the tactical officer. They've lost 2 capital ships and numerous cruisers. Our losses are minimal. Franklin nodded. Good. Koshka, begin the operation to isolate the planets. I want each world cut off from the others. Let's see how long their unity lasts when they can't support each other. As the battle raged on, Franklin's thoughts turned to the coming ground assault. The Void War was going well, but he knew the real challenge lay on the surfaces of those defiant worlds. Prepare my personal guard, he ordered. As soon as we've secured orbit around Magna, we're going planet-side. It's time Ironheart and I had a face-to-face conversation. Dash. On Magna, deep within the fortified bunker, Friedrich Ironheart watched the space battle with growing dread. The holographic display showed the systematic destruction of their fleet, each lost ship represented by a fading light. By the void, muttered General Siegebreaker, his cybernetic eye whirring as it processed the data. They're tearing through our defenses like they're made of paper. Ironheart's face was grim. We knew they would be powerful, Arcturus. But this is beyond what we anticipated. Governor, a communications officer called out, her voice tight with stress, we're receiving distress calls from the other worlds. The enemy fleet is splitting up, moving to isolate each planet. Ironheart cursed under his breath. It was a smart move, one he might have made himself in different circumstances. Send word to all worlds, he ordered. Activate the emergency protocols. Each planet must be prepared to stand alone if necessary. As the command center bustled with frantic activity, Ironheart turned to Siegebreaker. How long can we hold out against a ground assault? The general's face was a mask of determination. Months, at least. Our defenses are strong, our supplies plentiful. We'll make these Imperial dogs pay for every inch of ground they take. Ironheart nodded, but his eyes were distant. And if they decide to simply bomb us from orbit, as they did Concordia? Siegebreaker's organic eye widened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Our void shields are the strongest in the cluster, Governor. They'll hold. For how long? Ironheart mused, more to himself than to the general. Before Siegebreaker could respond, another officer approached. Governor, we're detecting a massive energy spike from the enemy flagship. They're preparing to launch drop pods. Ironheart's eyes narrowed. So, the Imperials wanted a ground war after all. Perhaps there was hope yet. Sound the alarms, he ordered. All civilians to the shelters. I want every able-bodied person armed and ready. If they want Magna, they'll have to pry it from our cold, dead hands. As the bunker erupted into a flurry of activity, Ironheart turned back to the holographic display. Somewhere up there, he knew, was the one responsible for Concordia's destruction. The one who had shattered the peace of the Helios cluster with fire and death. Come then, Imperials, he murmured, his voice barely audible above the chaos. Come and see what true liberty looks like. We'll teach you the price of tyranny. The war room emptied, leaving only Franklin Valorian and Stephen Armstrong. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension, the aftermath of brutal strategic decisions still lingering. Armstrong, his wounds barely healed, stood at attention. How about me, father? He asked, his voice tinged with eagerness and a hint of desperation. The failure on Concordia still weighed heavily on him, a stain he was desperate to erase. Franklin turned to face his son, his expression unreadable. The jovial Primarch was gone, replaced by something colder, harder. Stephen, he began, his voice low and measured, I am well aware of your hawkish tendencies. Armstrong tensed, unsure if this was praise or criticism. Franklin continued, because of that, I have a job for you and you alone. Do you trust me? Without hesitation, Armstrong responded, with all my heart, father. His eyes shone with devotion and the desire for redemption. Franklin nodded, a grim smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He placed a massive hand on Armstrong's shoulder, drawing him closer as if to share a secret. I need you to liberate the population, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Armstrong's brow furrowed in confusion. Liberate, father? But they resist us. Franklin's grip tightened, his eyes boring into Armstrong's. Liberate them from the mortal plane, Stephen. The words hung in the air, their weight almost palpable. Armstrong's eyes widened as understanding dawned. You mean? Genocide is such an ugly word, Franklin interrupted, his tone almost casual. We're liberating them. And from the ashes, we will create a new population. One that knows not what it has known, but only what has been given. Freedom and liberty under managed democracy. Armstrong stood frozen, processing the enormity of the task laid before him. This was beyond mere conquest or compliance. This was the complete erasure and remaking of an entire civilization. Franklin continued, his voice taking on an almost hypnotic quality. Think of it, Stephen. A clean slate. No more resistance, no more defiance. Just pure, unadulterated loyalty to the Imperium, to the Emperor. As he spoke, Franklin's eyes seemed to glow with an inner fire, reflecting the zeal of his vision. The blood spilled of his sons were just spark. We are the Liberty Eagles, Stephen. It is our duty to bring freedom to the galaxy, no matter the cost. Sometimes, the only way to save something is to destroy it utterly and build anew. Armstrong found himself nodding, caught up in the fervor of his Primarch's words. I understand, father. It will be done. Franklin's smile widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Good. You have full autonomy in this matter. Use whatever means necessary. Be thorough, be efficient, but most importantly, be absolute. Leave no trace of the old order. As Armstrong saluted and turned to leave, Franklin called out one last time. And Stephen? This conversation never happened. As far as anyone else is concerned, you're simply pacifying the population. Understood. Perfectly, father, Armstrong replied, his features set into a grim mask of determination. The words hung in the air like a dark omen. Thus Stephen Armstrong's role as the Liberator's executioner began. As the doors closed behind Armstrong, Franklin turned back to the holographic display of the Helios cluster. His face, momentarily twisted with a dark satisfaction, smoothed back into the mask of the noble Liberator. In that moment, the true face of the Liberty Eagles was revealed. The shining beacons of freedom they presented to the galaxy flickered, exposing a far darker visage beneath. Here stood a force that would bring liberty at any cost, even if it meant annihilating those they claimed to liberate. Franklin Valorian, hailed as the most diplomatic of Primarches, now stood as a grim demonstration to the Imperium's unyielding will. He could forgive defiance, even resistance. But treachery, the ambush of his diplomatic party, the cold-blooded murder of his sons sent in good faith, was a sin beyond absolution. This betrayal could not go unpunished. The blood of his sons demanded a reckoning, and he would see the system purged to the last man, ensuring that such treachery would be met with a relentless, unforgiving retribution. The orders were clear: achieve compliance by any means necessary. And Franklin, in his grief and rage, had taken those words to heart. The jovial diplomat was gone, replaced by an implacable force of nature. He stood alone in the war room, the weight of his decisions settling around him like a cloak. The dark eagle had spread its wings, and the shadow it cast would soon engulf the Helios cluster. Franklin would write their sins in the blood of millions. The skies of Magna lit up with streaks of fire as drop pods rained down from the Liberty Eagle's fleet. Each impact resonated across the landscape like the tolling of a massive bell, a grim herald of the invasion to come. The planet's surface, a patchwork of sprawling urban centers and heavily fortified military installations, braced for the onslaught. Magna, true to its name, was a world of imposing grandeur. Towering spires of adamantium and steel reached towards the stars, their gleaming surfaces now marred by the flashes of anti-aircraft fire. Vast fortresses, each a city unto itself, dotted the landscape, their massive walls bristling with weaponry. Between these bastions of defiance stretched great plains of rockcrete, crisscrossed with trenches and dotted with bunkers, a no-man's land designed to break any invading force. As the first drop pods struck the ground, their sides blew open with explosive force. From within emerged the Minutemen, Astartes shock troops of the Liberty Eagles. Clad in sleek power armor and equipped with jump packs, they took to the air in graceful arcs, their specialized close-quarters weapons already blazing. "Freedom never knocks, boys!" shouted Brother Sergeant Ethan as he soared over a barricade, his power sword cleaving through the defenders. "It rings!" The Planetary Defense Force, caught off guard by the speed and ferocity of the assault, struggled to mount an effective defense. Fortress guns, calibrated for long-range bombardment, found themselves ineffective against the highly mobile Minutemen. PDF soldiers, hunkered down in their trenches and bunkers, suddenly found the enemy behind their lines, sowing chaos and destruction. Within minutes, the Minutemen had secured several key landing zones across the planet. As they expanded their perimeters, fending off desperate PDF counterattacks, the second wave of the invasion began. Massive landers descended from the clouds, disgorging waves of Liberty Guardsmen. Unlike their Astartes brethren, these were mortal soldiers, but their training and equipment were second to none. Tanks rolled off the landers, their treads grinding the rockcrete to dust as they formed up. Artillery pieces were swiftly deployed, their crews working with practiced efficiency to bring them online. Colonel Sarai Hancock, commander of the 76th Liberty Regiment, surveyed the battlefield from atop her Liberator pattern battle tank. "All units, advance!" she ordered, her voice carrying over the Voxnet. "For the Primarch and Liberty!" As one, the Liberty Guardsmen surged forward. Their ranks were a sea of blue and red, punctuated by the flash of pulse fire and the rumble of tanks. Overhead, Liberty Eagle aircraft engaged in fierce dogfights with the PDF Air Force, the sky becoming a tapestry of contrails and explosions. The siege of Magna's fortresses raged on, a relentless storm of fire and steel. The Liberty Guardsmen advanced methodically, their blue and red uniforms now stained with the grime of battle. They moved in perfect formation, using the hulking forms of their tanks as mobile cover against the withering fire from the defenders. Sergeant James Madison of the 13th Liberty Regiment crouched behind a bane blade, its massive treads grinding the rubble beneath to dust. He hefted his pulse rifle, its sleek design a stark contrast to the crude loss weapons of their opponents. "Forward, men!" Madison shouted over the din of battle. "For Liberty and Valorian!" As one, his squad surged forward, their pulse rifles spitting blue energy bolts at the enemy positions. The air crackled with energy as loss fire and pulse shots crisscrossed the battlefield. High above, the sky was filled with streaking contrails as smart missiles rained down on the defenders' positions. Each impact sent shockwaves through the fortress walls, chunks of rockcrete tumbling down like a mockery of rain. The constant barrage of artillery added to the cacophony, the explosions so frequent they merged into a continuous roar. Amidst this chaos strode the Astartes of the Liberty Eagles. Their power armor, a deep blue and red adorned with white stars, stood out starkly against the grey and brown of the ruined landscape. Force fields shimmered around them, deflecting much of the incoming fire, but not all. Brother Sergeant Ethan Allen led his squad towards a particularly stubborn strongpoint. His heavy pulse rifle roared, each shot punching through the fortress walls as if they were paper. "For the Emperor and Liberty!" he bellowed, his voice amplified by his helm's voxcaster. As they neared the walls, a concentrated burst of loss fire found a weak point in Allen's force field. He staggered as several shots penetrated his armor, but the Astartes' physiology allowed him to push through the pain. "Brother Revere is down," called out one of his squad. Alan turned to see one of his battle brothers lying motionless, his armor scorched whole, and smoking from a lucky hit that had overloaded his force field. "Mourn later, avenge now!" Alan roared, redoubling his assault on the enemy position. The losses were not one-sided, however. For every Liberty Eagle that fell, dozens, if not hundreds, of PDF troopers paid the price. The defenders fought with the desperation of those protecting their homes, but against the relentless advance of the Liberty forces, it seemed a futile effort. Colonel Sarai Hancock observed the battle from her command rhino, her face grim as reports flooded in. "Ma'am, 3rd Company reports heavy resistance in Sector 7, her aide reported. They've lost 2 squads and a tank platoon." Hancock nodded, her eyes never leaving the tactical display. "Divert the 5th to support them. And get me a satrap on our Astartes allies." The aide paled slightly. We've lost contact with Brother Captain Washington's strike force. Last report had them pushing deep into the enemy's central command structure." Hancock's jaw tightened. Even the mighty Astartes were not invulnerable. But for every Space Marine lost, the enemy was paying 100-fold. Despite the losses, the Liberty Eagles were gaining ground at a terrifying pace. Fortifications that had stood for centuries crumbled under their assault. Defense lines that had been deemed impregnable were overrun in a matter of hours. From his underground bunker, Governor Ironheart watched with growing horror as blue icons representing the invaders pushed ever closer to the heart of Magna's defenses. "How?" he muttered, more to himself than to General Siegebreaker beside him. "How can they advance so quickly?" Siegebreaker's cybernetic eye whirred as he processed the incoming data. "Their technology, sir. It's beyond anything we've faced. And their tactics, it's like they know our every move before we make it." Ironheart's fists clenched at his sides. "What of the Omega Protocol?" "In progress, sir," Siegebreaker replied, his voice heavy. "But it will take time to fully implement. Time I'm not sure we have." As if to punctuate the general's words, a massive explosion rocked the bunker. Alarms blared as dust rained down from the ceiling. "Status report," Ironheart demanded. A harried-looking officer rushed over. "Sir, they've breached the inner defenses. The Liberty Eagles, they're inside the fortress." Ironheart closed his eyes for a moment, allowing himself a brief instant of despair before steeling himself once more. "Very well. Initiate final defense protocols. And may the spirits of our ancestors forgive us for what we're about to do." Franklin Valorian, encased in his power armor, strode into the bunker with an imposing presence. Following closely behind was John Ezra, the head of the Secret Service, his eyes scanning the interior with meticulous precision. A lone Secret Service Astartes emerged from a side room, offering a curt nod. "Sir, they plan to blow this bunker with us inside. It's called the Omega Protocol. We've disabled it." "Good," Franklin responded tersely, his gaze fixed ahead. As they advanced, the Secret Service operatives systematically eliminated any remaining pockets of resistance. Franklin walked past the corpses of the defenders, their lifeless forms a grim reminder to the ferocity of the assault. Finally, he came to a halt before Friedrich Ironheart, who had been captured and now lay bound and defeated. Franklin's expression was a mask of cold satisfaction. He addressed Ironheart with a mocking edge in his voice. "So, Governor Ironheart, how does it feel to be stripped of your grandiose title? It seems that the Liberty Eagles needed less than 12 hours to bring your planet to heel. Not so invincible now, are we?" Ironheart's eyes, wide with terror and disbelief, flickered with the stark reality of their situation. Franklin's gaze remained steady as he projected the ongoing devastation across the other worlds. Flames consumed cities, and the bodies of both defenders and innocents alike lay scattered across the scorched landscapes. Franklin observed the horror that gripped Ironheart's face with a grim sense of satisfaction. He recognized that look, the raw, visceral terror of seeing one's world reduced to ashes. "If you had not so recklessly slaughtered my sons and my diplomatic party," Franklin intoned, his voice a low rumble of anger and disdain, "perhaps none of this would have come to pass. Now, you are condemned to watch as your people suffer and perish. You will witness the genocide you brought upon them with your own hubris." He leaned closer, his eyes piercing through Ironheart's fear. "You have a front row seat to the apocalypse you've engineered. May this be a lesson in the true cost of defiance." Stephen Armstrong moved methodically across the surface of the planet, his presence as inevitable as the encroaching night. Accompanied by his Astartes brothers, he carried out the grim task of cleansing the worlds under his purview. The once thriving cities now lay in ruins, their inhabitants both defenders and innocents alike consigned to the embrace of death. With every foe he felt, Armstrong's resolve solidified into something akin to iron. This was his purpose now, to prove his worth to his father, to become not just a son but a loyal instrument of his will. The weight of his actions bore down on him, but the fire in his heart burned hotter with each life he took. In his mind, this brutal campaign was a testament to his dedication, even if it meant embracing the role of butcher. Not long ago, Armstrong had been on the brink of death himself, nearly gunned down by the very people he now eradicated. The near miss had only intensified his focus, hardening his will into a relentless force of destruction. Each confrontation, each moment of peril had been a crucible, tempering him into a weapon of unyielding precision. His eyes, cold and unfeeling, scanned the battlefield as his Astartes continued their grim work. The cityscape around him was a macabre tableau of devastation, with fires raging in the distance and the shattered remains of what had once been vibrant centers of life. In this ruthless quest for validation and dominance, Armstrong found a perverse sense of fulfillment. The screams of the dying, the sight of the destruction he wrought, these were not merely indicators of victory but markers of his unwavering devotion. His father, Primarch Franklin Valorian, would recognize him as the devoted son he sought to be, a figure of unshakable resolve amidst the carnage. If Denzel Washington was his father's right hand, then he Stephen Armstrong would be the left hand, a relentless force, equally indispensable and feared. Chapter 20, The Meaning of Humanity. The acrid smoke of burning cities choked the air of Magna, the third planet in the system. From orbit, the world resembled a smoldering ember, its surface scarred by the wrath of the Liberty Eagles. 2 of the system's 9 planets had already fallen, their populations reduced to ash in Franklin Valorian's crusade of vengeance. Aboard the Sweet Liberty, Denzel stood on the bridge, his face a mask of concern as he gazed at the devastation below. Around him, the Liberty Eagles moved with purpose, but their usual bravado was muted. An undercurrent of unease rippled through the ranks. First Captain, a young Astartes approached, his voice low. "The Agri Worlds, are we really going to?" He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Denzel turned, his dark eyes scanning the faces of his battle brothers. He saw doubt, confusion, and a growing sense of moral conflict. These were not the expressions of mindless killers, but of warriors grappling with the weight of their actions. "Stand down," Denzel commanded, his voice carrying authority undeniable. "No more planets fall until I speak with our Primarch." A collective sigh of relief swept through the bridge. The Liberty Eagles trusted Denzel implicitly, not just for his skill with a blade, but for his wisdom and moral compass. They had followed Franklin into this madness out of loyalty, but it was to Denzel they now looked for guidance. "Sir," another Astartes spoke up, "the SEAL teams have already captured the planetary governors. What should we do with them?" Denzel's hand unconsciously moved to the hilt of Kusanagano-Tsurugi. "Keep them secure, but unharmed. I'll deal with this myself." As Denzel's Thunderhawk descended through Magna's ash-choked atmosphere, he reflected on the complexity of their situation. The Liberty Eagles were not unquestioning automatons, they were thinking, feeling warriors. Their hesitation spoke volumes about their character and the values Franklin had instilled in them. Franklin Valorian stood atop the smoldering hill, his enhanced senses picking up every nuance of destruction around him. The acrid smell of burning flesh and melted plasteel. The crackle of dying fires. The eerie silence where once there had been life. He'd done this. Him. The Primarch of Liberty. As he gazed out over the ruined landscape, Franklin's mind raced, grappling with the tsunami of emotions that had led him to this point. He'd always known who he was supposed to be. The best. The leader. The embodiment of freedom and justice. Raised in Nova Libertas, he'd been groomed for greatness from the moment he'd arrived. "You're meant to lead," they'd told him. "To show humanity the way." But what way was this? The memory of Armstrong's report flashed through his mind. His brave son, the sole survivor of what should have been a peaceful diplomatic mission. Franklin could still see the pain and shock in Armstrong's eyes as he recounted the ambush, the slaughter of his brothers. In that moment, something in Franklin had snapped. The carefully constructed facade of the perfect leader crumbled, revealing a raw, primal rage he'd never known existed within him. Everything had gone black, and when he came to this, 2 worlds in ashes. What does it mean to be human? Franklin mused aloud, his voice barely a whisper on the hot, ash-laden wind. Is it to be free? He'd always thought so. Liberty was his creed, his very essence. But what freedom had he given these people? The freedom to burn? Is it to be perfect? He'd strived for perfection his entire life. The perfect soldier, the perfect leader, the perfect son to a father he barely knew. But this was far from perfect. This was madness. Is it to lead? He was leading, wasn't he? Leading his sons into a spiral of vengeance and destruction. Leading worlds to their doom. Franklin's fists clenched at his sides, his superhuman strength causing small tremors in the scorched earth beneath him. He'd failed. Failed his sons, failed these worlds, failed himself. For the first time in his life, Franklin Valorian felt lost. The certainty that had always guided him was gone, replaced by a gnawing doubt that threatened to consume him. He was supposed to be better than this. Stronger. Wiser. But he wasn't. He was flawed. Human, despite his enhanced genetics and demigod status. As Denzel approached, Franklin felt a mix of relief and shame. His old friend, his voice of reason. Even now, Denzel was stepping up, being the leader Franklin should have been. In that moment, Franklin realized something profound. Being human wasn't about being free or perfect or even about leading. It was about connection. About feeling. About making mistakes and learning from them. He had made a grievous mistake. But he wasn't beyond redemption. Not yet. The craft touched down on a blackened hill overlooking a valley of ruins. There, silhouetted against the smoldering landscape, sat Franklin Valorian. The Primarch of Liberty, the embodiment of freedom and justice, now presided over a scene of utter devastation. Denzel approached, the heat from the still-burning fires washing over him. "My lord," he said, his voice carrying no judgment, only concern. Franklin turned, and Denzel was struck by the raw emotion in his Primarch's eyes. There was anger there, yes, but also a deep, aching sorrow. "Ah, Denzel," Franklin said, his tone eerily light given the circumstances. "Come to enjoy the view? I must say, it's quite the spectacle." Denzel knelt beside his Gene father. "Franklin, what happened here?" The Primarch's facade cracked, just for a moment. "I lost control," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "For the first time in my life, I felt grief." Franklin recounted the diplomatic mission he had sent to Concordia, a gesture of goodwill that had ended in betrayal and bloodshed. Hundreds of Liberty Eagles, gunned down in what should have been a peaceful negotiation. "I saw my sons fall, Denzel," Franklin's voice broke. "My men, my children, cut down by treachery. And I let my anger consume me." Denzel listened, understanding dawning. The Liberty Eagles were more than just soldiers to Franklin, they were family. And in his grief, he had lashed out with all the terrible power at his disposal. "We've all lost brothers," Denzel said gently. "But this isn't justice, Franklin. This is vengeance, and it's consuming you." Franklin looked out over the burning landscape, his eyes reflecting the flames. "Perhaps you're right," he mused. "But where do we draw the line, Denzel? How many treacheries must we endure before we say enough?" Denzel's hand moved to Tatsuka no Tsurugi, drawing the blade and planting it in the scorched earth between them. "We draw the line here, my lord. We are the Liberty Eagles. We stand for freedom, for justice. Not this." For a long moment, Franklin was silent. Then, slowly, a wry smile crept across his face. "Always the voice of reason, aren't you, old friend?" He stood, towering over Denzel. "Very well. No more planets will burn today." As they made their way back to the Thunderhawk, Franklin paused. "You know, Denzel, in all my years, I never thought I'd be grateful for insubordination. But today, I'm thankful for it." Denzel nodded, relief washing over him. As they ascended back to the Sweet Liberty, he knew there would be much to do. The scars of this day would not heal quickly, for the planets they'd attacked or for the Liberty Eagles themselves. But they had pulled back from the brink, and in doing so, reaffirmed who they truly were. The Liberty Eagles were not unquestioning automatons, nor were they vengeful destroyers. They were warriors of justice, guardians of liberty. And today, they had remembered that, thanks to the courage of their first captain and the wisdom that lay beneath their Primarch's grief. As the Thunderhawk docked, Denzel knew that the real work was just beginning. But for now, at least, the burning had stopped. Sweet Liberty hummed with nervous energy as Franklin Valorian strode through its corridors. Astartes and mortal crew members alike parted before him, their eyes a mixture of awe, fear, and uncertainty. The Primarch's face was unreadable, his usual easy smile replaced by a look of grim determination. As he approached the vast mustering area, voxcasters throughout the ship crackled to life. All personnel to the mustering area. Repeat, all personnel to the mustering area. This is not a drill. The cavernous chamber, designed to hold the entire legion if necessary, filled quickly. Rank upon rank of Liberty Eagles formed up with military precision, their armor still bearing the scorch marks and battle damage from the recent campaign. Mortal crew members gathered at the edges, their faces a sea of anxiety and anticipation. Franklin ascended the elevated platform at the center of the chamber, his massive form towering over even his Astartes sons. For a moment, he simply stood there, his eyes scanning the assembled crowd. The silence was deafening. Finally, he spoke, his voice carrying effortlessly to every corner of the chamber. "My sons, my warriors, my family," he began, his tone uncharacteristically somber. "I owe you all an apology." A ripple of surprise passed through the crowd. The Primarch of Liberty, apologizing? "I have led you into madness," Franklin continued. "In my grief and anger, I lost sight of who we are, of what we stand for. I forgot the very principles of liberty and justice that I swore to uphold." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the sea of faces before him. "I am grateful beyond words that you followed me, even into this darkness. Your loyalty is a testament to your character. But it is also a burden I should never have asked you to bear." A murmur ran through the crowd, Astartes exchanging glances, mortal crew members shifting nervously. "To those of you who are disappointed in me, you have every right to be. I have failed you as a leader, as a father." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Never, Lord Franklin." It was Brother Soren, a young Astartes known for his fiery temperament. "We believe in you. We always will." A chorus of agreement swept through the chamber, Astartes banging their fists against their chest plates in a show of solidarity. Franklin raised a hand, and silence fell once more. "Your faith in me is humbling," he said, a hint of his old humor creeping into his voice. "And, if I'm being honest, a little terrifying. Do you know how much pressure that puts on a guy?" A ripple of laughter passed through the crowd, breaking the tension. "But in all seriousness," Franklin continued, his tone sobering once more, "I need you to understand something. You are not merely soldiers to me. You are my family." He stepped forward, his eyes scanning the crowd. "Brother Thaddeus," he called out, pointing to an Astartes in the third rank. "How's that novel coming along? Still stuck on Chapter 7? Thaddeus, known for his off-duty attempts at literature, stood straighter. "Chapter 8 now, my lord. The plot's finally moving." Franklin nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "Progress is progress, brother. Keep at it." He turned his attention to another section of the crowd. "Sister Amelia," he addressed a mortal crew member. "Did your daughter recover from that bout of Praxian flu?" The woman's eyes widened in surprise. "Why yes, my lord. She's fully recovered, thank you for asking." Franklin's gaze swept the chamber once more. "I know you all. Your names, your hopes, your fears. When I sent that diplomatic mission to Concordia, I didn't just send soldiers. I sent my children." His voice grew heavy with emotion. "When I heard of their betrayal, of the slaughter of our brothers, I saw red. I forgot who I was, who we are. I let anger and grief consume me." The chamber was silent, every eye fixed on the Primarch. "But that is no excuse," Franklin continued. "We are the Liberty Eagles. We stand for freedom, for justice, for the betterment of humanity. What I did, what we did, that was not justice. That was vengeance." He squared his shoulders, his voice gaining strength. "And so, I make this vow to you now. We will do better. We will be better. We will remember who we are and what we stand for." Franklin's eyes blazed with determination. "We will bring liberty to the galaxy, but not through fear or destruction. We will lead by example, showing the Imperium and all of humanity what true freedom looks like." He paused, a hint of his usual humor returning. "And if anyone has a problem with that, well, we've got plenty of firepower to back it up." We're still the Liberty Eagles, after all. A cheer went up from the assembled crowd, a mixture of relief, pride, and renewed purpose. Franklin raised his hand once more. Now, I know some of you might be wondering, is the old man losing it? Has he gone soft? Let me assure you, I haven't. He grinned, the familiar twinkle returning to his eye. I'm still the same Franklin Valorian who once outmaneuvered an orc war boss by convincing him his own boys were secretly purple orcs in disguise. Just ask Brother Marcus about the time we turned an entire enemy fortress into the galaxy's largest game of capture the flag. Laughter erupted from the crowd, the tension fully broken now. But, Franklin continued, his tone serious once more, I'm also the Franklin Valorian who will always put the well-being of his sons, his legion, and humanity first. We have a great responsibility, my eagles. We carry the torch of liberty in a galaxy that desperately needs its light. He stepped to the edge of the platform, his voice ringing with conviction. So let us be that light. Let us be the example that the Imperium needs. We will bring worlds into compliance, yes, but we will do so with wisdom and justice, not blind fury. Franklin's eyes swept the chamber one last time. We are the Liberty Eagles. We are family. And together, we will soar higher than ever before. The roar that followed was deafening. Astartes and mortals alike cheered, their faith in their Primarch not just restored, but strengthened. As the cheers continued, Franklin descended from the platform. He moved through the crowd, stopping to speak with individuals, clasping shoulders, offering words of encouragement. This was not just a leader addressing his troops, this was a father reconnecting with his family. Hours later, as the mustering area finally began to clear, Denzel Washington approached Franklin. The first captain's face was a mixture of pride and relief. That was quite a speech, my lord, Denzel said. You've given them hope again. Franklin nodded, his expression thoughtful. Hope is a powerful thing, old friend. But it's also a responsibility. We have to live up to it now. Denzel smiled, his hand resting on the hilt of Kusanagano-Tsurugi. We will, my lord. Together. As they walked towards the bridge, Franklin's usual grin returned. So, Denzel, think I could trick a warboss into charging into the Eye of Terror? Denzel's laughter echoed through the corridors of the Sweet Liberty, a sound of renewal and hope for the Liberty Eagles and their Primarch. A/N, I just realized just recently that this FIC is actually up in the power rankings. A/N, glad y'all actually like it. Chapter 21, Propaganda and Cleansing. In the wake of Franklin Valorian's moment of clarity, the remaining worlds of the system found themselves subject to a new kind of conquest. The Liberty Eagles, under their Primarch's renewed guidance, launched a campaign not of fire and blood, but of words and ideas. Gentlemen, he addressed his inner circle, we may have stumbled, but now we rise. Our mission remains unchanged, to bring liberty to these worlds. But liberty, as we've learned, requires guidance. Over the next 4 months, a relentless barrage of propaganda swept across the planets. Voxcasts blared day and night, billboards sprouted like weeds, and data slates were distributed en masse. The message was clear and unrelenting: the planetary governors were corrupt, treacherous, and the true enemies of the people. The faces of the planetary governors, once revered, now sneered down at their populace, their crimes exaggerated and broadcast for all to see. Citizens of Magna, the broadcasts would proclaim, you have been deceived. Your so-called leaders sought to deny you the Emperor's light, to keep you in darkness and ignorance. But no more. The Liberty Eagles have come to set you free. Franklin personally oversaw the creation of these messages, drawing on his knowledge of Nova Libertas's political machinery. He knew the power of a well-placed lie, of a truth twisted just so. The Liberty Eagles weren't conquerors, oh no. They were liberators, saviors come to rescue a misguided populace from corrupt leadership. The Liberty Eagles were everywhere, no longer conquerors but liberators. They distributed food and medical supplies, repaired infrastructure, and provided security against the traitors who resisted the new order. Brother Captain Thaddeus, once an aspiring novelist, now penned stirring propaganda pieces that spread like wildfire through the population. Turncoats from among the cluster's elite, easily swayed by promises of wealth and power, became the faces of the liberation. They appeared on Voxcasts, tearfully confessing to their part in the Great Deception and praising Franklin and the Liberty Eagles for opening their eyes. It was the governors who forced Lord Valorian's hand on Magna and Concordia, one such turncoat declared, his voice breaking with fabricated emotion. They were willing to sacrifice millions to maintain their grip on power. The Liberty Eagles saved us from a similar fate. As weeks turned to months, the culture and history of the Helios cluster began to fade. Libraries were purged, historical monuments repurposed or destroyed. In their place rose new narratives, new heroes, all centered around the imperial truth and the concept of managed democracy. Franklin watched this transformation with a mixture of satisfaction and grim necessity. He knew the cost of what he was doing, the lives and identities being erased. But he also knew the alternative, the continued burning of worlds, the loss of millions more lives. To change a civilization, he mused to Denzel one evening, one must tear its culture and history apart and replace it anew. It's not pretty, but it's necessary. Denzel nodded solemnly. And what of Friedrich Ironheart, my lord? The people still revere him as their unifier. Franklin's eyes hardened. Then we must unify them against him. The propaganda machine turned its full force on Friedrich Ironheart. The once beloved leader of the Helios cluster was branded a traitor, a puppet of dark forces seeking to keep humanity divided and weak. His image was defaced across the cluster, his name became synonymous with treachery. Friedrich Ironheart, Franklin's voice boomed across the worlds, fired the first shot in this war. He chose conflict over unity, death over life. His actions led to the tragedy on Magna and Concordia. The blood of billions is on his hands. The irony was not lost on Franklin. He, who had actually ordered the burning of those worlds, now stood as their avenger. But in the grand calculus of empire building, such ironies were merely footnotes. As the fourth month drew to a close, the Helios cluster was transformed. The outer worlds were compliant, their infrastructure intact but their spirits remolded. Magna and Concordia were well on their way to becoming productive imperial worlds, their tragic past already fading into carefully crafted myth. The hololithic display on the bridge of the Sweet Liberty was a dizzying array of schematics and technical readouts. Franklin scanned the information with a keen eye, his mind racing with the implications of what had been discovered within the Helios cluster. Advanced laser weaponry, improved void shields, more efficient reactor designs, he murmured, his brow furrowed in thought. This is quite the haul. Beside him, Denzel nodded, his expression equally contemplative. The Mechanics will be most interested in these STC fragments, my lord. They could give the Imperium a significant technological edge. Franklin stroked his chin, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, my friend. And I believe I know just how to leverage this to our advantage. Just then, the doors to the bridge slid open, and Brother Captain Stephen Armstrong strode in, his armor gleaming. Franklin turned to face him, a warm smile spreading across his face. Ah, Stephen. Just the man I wanted to see. He gestured to the command throne. Have a seat. We have some matters to discuss. Stephen blinked in surprise, but quickly composed himself and took the offered seat. My lord, I'm honored. What can I do for you? Franklin leaned forward, his expression turning serious. Stephen, as you know, your probationary period as a member of the Continental High Command was interrupted by recent events. He paused, a shadow passing across his face. But I believe it's time to put that behind us and move forward. Stephen nodded, the memory of Magna still fresh in his mind. I'm ready, my lord. What would you have me do? I'm putting you in command of the next phase of our campaign, Franklin announced. The command of the Armada will be at your disposal. This is your chance to prove your mettle, Stephen. The young Astartes sat up straighter, a determined glint in his eye. You can count on me, my lord. I won't let you down. He placed a hand on the younger Astartes' shoulder, his gaze unwavering. I'm trusting you with this, Stephen. Don't let me down. Stephen straightened, his resolve hardening. You have my word, my lord. I'll see it done. Franklin smiled, then turned to the rest of the bridge crew. Attention, all hands. Brother Captain Stephen Armstrong is now in command of the next phase of our campaign. He will have the full support of the Continental High Command, and I expect you all to follow his orders as you would mine. A murmur of acknowledgement ran through the crew, and Franklin nodded approvingly. Excellent. Stephen, the floor is yours. Franklin sat at the back of the bridge, quietly observing as Second Captain Stephen Armstrong handled the next system on the crusade into the Lana Rifts. The Battlefleet Liberty exited the warp, arriving at the edge of a new planetary system. Scans quickly indicated the presence of a Xenos faction. Armstrong hailed their leadership, but the only response was the sudden attack on the Liberty Eagle's fleet. "Damned Xenos scum!" Armstrong spat, his face twisted in a scowl. "Open fire, show these filthy aliens the might of the Imperium." Franklin chuckled to himself, watching as Armstrong directed the firepower of the fleet against their new foes. The enemy ships were strange, biomechanical monstrosities that fought with sinister, occult-infused weaponry. Franklin eyed them funnily. "Helgramites," he mused, the name rolling off his tongue. "How fitting." Beside him, Denzel shifted uncomfortably. The proud son of the Independence Cluster, Armstrong embodied the most hawkish and nationalistic tendencies of their legion. Denzel respected his battle prowess, but sometimes worried about his extremism. Franklin seemed unperturbed, his booming laughter echoing across the bridge as the Liberty Eagles unleashed a devastating barrage against the Xenos fleet. Armstrong clearly had no interest in diplomacy, he intended to simply overpower the enemy with brutal, overwhelming force. "You know, I just underestimated Stephen's extreme tendencies," Franklin said, his tone light and amused. "Glassing every planet in the system, eh? Hardly a subtle approach." Denzel nodded slowly. "He takes his duties very seriously, my lord." The Independence Cluster instilled a deep sense of patriotism and righteousness in all of us. "Stephen simply takes it to the extreme." On the main view screen, the Liberty Eagles continued their relentless assault. The Xenos Helgramites fought with cunning and ferocity, but they were no match for the sheer firepower and technological superiority of the Imperium's forces. Planet after planet was reduced to lifeless cinders, the Helgramite resistance swiftly crushed. Franklin watched it all with a mix of pride and concern. The crusade was progressing, but at what cost? He knew that the Independence Cluster's approach of shoot first, ask questions later was not always the wisest path. Still, he couldn't deny the effectiveness of such tactics. As the Helgramites were pushed back to their capital world of Wormgyre, Stephen immediately ordered an exterminatus. But the Xenos' defenses were formidable, a shield of crackling etheric fire protected the planet, intercepting all attempts to breach it. Armstrong unleashed every exterminatus weapon in his arsenal, nuclear warheads, virus bombs, cyclonic torpedoes. Yet the etheric fire shield held firm, repelling each devastating payload. Franklin Valorian approached his frustrated captain, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Well, Stephen. Looks like those ugly Xenos have a few tricks up their sleeves, Armstrong gritted his teeth. "My lord, we must cleanse this world of their filth." Franklin chuckled and placed a massive hand on Armstrong's shoulder. "I understand your zeal, my son. But sometimes a more refined approach is called for." He turned to the bridge crew. "Sweet Liberty, fire the main cannon." At Franklin's command, the prow of the Gloriana-class battleship split open, revealing. The Graviton Singularity cannon hummed with barely contained power. "Graviton pumps primed, antimatter stream stable," the ship's AI, Sovereign, reported. "Targeting the capital planet of the Helgramites, Wormgyre." Franklin glanced sideways at Armstrong, a smirk playing on his features. "I'll leave the honors to you, Stephen." Armstrong's eyes widened, and he straightened with pride. "Thank you, my lord." He turned to the bridge crew, his voice filled with anticipation. "Fire!" A pulse of dark energy erupted from the cannon, streaking across the void towards Wormgyre. As it struck, reality itself seemed to warp and twist. For a brief, almost imperceptible moment, nothing happened. Then, with a silent flash, a miniature black hole sprang into existence at the point of impact. The planet was immediately sucked into the ravenous singularity, its surface cracking and fragmenting as the irresistible pull took hold. Chunks of rock and metal were torn away, spiraling into the voracious maw of the black hole. Armstrong watched the spectacle with a mixture of awe and grim satisfaction. "Glorious," he murmured. "The Helgramites have been purged from this world, just as they will be purged from the entirety of the Lana Rifts." The Liberty Eagles wasted no time in setting their sights on the newly conquered planets of the Lana Rifts. With the hostile Xenos races purged, it was time to begin the process of terraforming and preparing these worlds for Imperial settlement. For the scientists and engineers of the Legion, this was a familiar task, one they had honed to a precise art over the course of countless campaigns. Legions of highly intelligent automatons scurry across the glassed and barren surfaces of the conquered worlds. These tireless machines moved with efficient purpose, scanning the environments and mapping out the best courses of action. Waterless worlds were bombarded with ice comets pulled from the nearby Oort clouds, seeding the planets with precious H2O. Mountainous regions were flattened, the rubble then sculpted into new, artificial peaks and ranges to better suit human habitation. To an outside observer, the Liberty Eagle's terraforming efforts would have seemed almost godlike in their scope and precision. Entire biomes were crafted from the lifeless husks of conquered worlds, tailored to the exact specifications required for Imperial citizens to thrive. Yet, for the scientists and engineers overseeing these processes, it was simply another day's work. They moved with a steady, clinical detachment, their focus solely on optimizing the environments and maximizing the planet's potential for human settlement, all the while maintaining the assured result of a higher standard of living. As the work progressed, Franklin Valorian himself would occasionally venture down to the surface, observing the ongoing terraforming efforts with an appraising eye. He took no small measure of pride in the efficiency and technological prowess of his legion, but he also recognized the need to maintain a sense of balance and caution. The terraforming efforts of the Liberty Eagles had been nothing short of remarkable. In the months following their campaign in the Lana Rifts, the once barren and hostile worlds had been transformed into verdant paradises, ready to receive the influx of Imperial citizens. News of the Legion's accomplishments spread rapidly throughout the Imperium, drawing the eager attention of noble houses across Terra. These influential families, accustomed to the opulent but often oppressive hive cities that dominated much of the Imperium, coveted the chance to govern the newly established Elysian cities that the Liberty Eagles had created. The competition for these plum assignments quickly descended into a frenzy of political maneuvering and fierce infighting amongst the Terran nobility. Alliances were forged and broken, favors were called in, and dark secrets were threatened to be exposed, all in the pursuit of securing a prestigious posting on one of Franklin Valorian's worlds. Malcador the Sigil Light, the first High Lord of Terra and the Emperor's trusted confidant, observed this spectacle with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. From his vantage point, he could see the desperate grasping of the nobles, each one driven by the promise of power, wealth, and influence. They squabble like children over the spoils of war, Malcador mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As if the Liberty Eagle's triumphs were their own to claim. The Sigilite's attendant, a stoic and ever-vigilant custodian, remained silent, dutifully anticipating Malcador's next words. But I suppose that is the nature of humanity, the ancient psyker continued, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. We are ever hungry for power, even when it is not rightfully ours to claim. The custodian shifted slightly, the only outward sign of his discomfort with the topic at hand. Malcador noticed the subtle movement and chuckled. Do not worry, my friend. I have no intention of interfering with the nobles' squabbles. Let them wear themselves out in the end, it is Franklin and his Liberty Eagles who will have the final say. Back on Terra, the tensions were palpable as the various noble factions jockeyed for position. In the ornate halls of the Imperial Palace, heated debates raged, punctuated by the occasional burst of outraged shouting. Absolutely not. Lord Cassius Blackwood, a portly nobleman with a florid complexion, slammed his fist on the table, sending documents scattering. The agri-world of Libertas Solaris rightfully belongs to my house. We have the resources and the expertise to ensure its proper development. Across the table, Lady Elise Guilford, a regal woman with an icy demeanor, regarded Blackwood with disdain. Your house's expertise is nothing more than a thin veneer of competence, Lord Blackwood. Libertas Solaris requires a delicate touch, something your brutish methods can hardly provide. Blackwood's face reddened with anger, his double chins wobbling. How dare you, you arrogant! Enough! A voice, rich and commanding, cut through the discord, silencing the feuding nobles. All eyes turned to the head of the table, where Malcador the Sigil Light sat observing the proceedings. This bickering serves no purpose, the Sigil Light said, his gaze sweeping across the assembled nobles. The Primarch Franklin Valorian has made his requests known, and it is our duty to honor them. Lord Blackwood opened his mouth to protest, but a single, withering look from Malcador silenced him. The agri-world of Libertas Solaris, along with the other Elysian cities, will be assigned to those deemed most capable of managing their development, Malcador continued, his tone brooking no argument. I trust you all understand the importance of this task, and the consequences of failure. The nobles shifted uncomfortably, the weight of Malcador's words settling heavily upon them. This was no mere bureaucrat they were dealing with, but rather the first High Lord of Terra himself, the Emperor's trusted confidant and advisor. Now, Malcador said, his gaze sweeping the room once more, let us discuss the merits of your proposals in a more civilized manner. I trust you all understand the gravity of the situation, and the need for unity in service to the Imperium. The nobles, chastened by Malcador's intervention, reluctantly returned to their discussions, their arguments now tinged with a newfound caution and respect. As the meeting wore on, Malcador observed the proceedings with a critical eye. He could see the subtle power plays, the veiled threats, and the occasional flashes of genuine cunning, all hallmarks of the complex web of Terran politics. Yet, beneath it all, Malcador sensed an underlying current of unease. These nobles, for all their ambition and maneuvering, knew that they were ultimately beholden to a higher power, the Primarches, and most notably, Franklin Valorian. The Liberty Eagles and their Primarch had demonstrated a level of technological prowess and terraforming capability that far exceeded the Imperium's norms, the Mechanicus even. And with the promise of Elysian cities, the lure of these new domains was too great for the nobles to ignore. Protests from the Mechanicus had already filled his files, but Malcador danced around them. The terraforming technology of the Liberty Eagles were too valuable to be given to the Mechanicus, and Franklin would not give said technology even if asked. As the meeting drew to a close, Malcador couldn't help but wonder what the future held. The Imperium was changing, and the Liberty Eagles were at the forefront of that transformation. How the nobles and the rest of the Imperium would adapt to this new reality remained to be seen. The massive void ships of the Liberty Eagles fleet hung majestically in the azure skies, their sleek, angular designs a far cry from the Gothic cathedrals and bulbous hulls of traditional Imperial vessels. The citizens gazed upwards, eyes wide with a mixture of reverence and trepidation, for the power and technological mastery represented by these mighty capital ships was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. But it was the planets themselves that truly captivated the new arrivals. Gone were the sprawling, polluted hive cities they had left behind. In their place stood glittering metropolises that seamlessly blended advanced architecture with lush, verdant landscapes. Towering skyscrapers, their facades adorned with cascading greenery, soared towards the heavens, while efficient, automated transportation systems whisked citizens between residential, commercial, and recreational districts. The air was crisp and clean, free of the choking smog that had characterized so many of the Imperium's industrial centers. Crystal clear bodies of water reflected the azure skies, and expansive parks and gardens provided ample opportunities for leisure and community engagement. As the first waves of settlers disembarked from their transport ships, many were moved to tears by the sheer beauty and splendor of their new homes. Some even paused to gaze in awe at the strange, floating automatons that glided effortlessly through the cities, carrying out maintenance and infrastructure tasks with a level of efficiency that bordered on the uncanny. "What are those?" a young woman asked, her voice hushed with wonder. Her companion, an older man with weathered features, shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure, child. But I've heard tales of the Liberty Eagles and their Primarch, the Liberator. They say he and his sons have harnessed the wonders of the ancients, technologies that have long been lost to us common folk." The woman's eyes widened. "The Primarch? Franklin Valorian, is it not?" She glanced back up at the imposing Gloriana-class battleship that hung in the sky, its presence a tangible reminder of the power and might of the Imperium. "Aye, that's the one," the man replied, nodding gravely. "They say he is a giant among men, with the strength of 100, and a mind that can bend the very laws of reality. These Elysian cities, as they call them, they are his doing, a reminder to his vision and his devotion to the Imperium." The woman fell silent, her gaze fixed upon the majestic spires that reached towards the heavens. In that moment, she felt a deep sense of awe and gratitude, not just for the beauty that surrounded her, but for the Primarch and his legion who had brought this paradise into being. Watching the broadcasts from the bridge of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian nodded to himself, a satisfied smile upon his lips. This was what he and his legion had been fighting for, the happiness and prosperity of humanity, unencumbered by the constraints and deprivations of the wider Imperium. The Primarch's gaze then shifted to the group of Terran nobles seated in the ornate conference room adjacent to the bridge. These were the individuals charged with governing the newly established Elysian cities, each one jockeying for the most desirable postings. As Franklin entered the room, the nobles fell silent, their senses screaming a silent warning of the danger that now surrounded them. The Primarch's presence was palpable, his charisma and power overwhelming. He moved with the effortless grace of a predator, his every step radiating an aura of confidence and authority. "Gentlemen," Franklin said, his deep voice resonating with a subtle, almost musical quality. "Welcome to the future of the Imperium." The nobles shifted uncomfortably in their seats, acutely aware of their own mortality in the face of this demigod before them. Franklin's gaze swept across the room, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and warning. "I trust you all understand the importance of your roles in the governance of these Elysian cities," the Primarch continued, his tone deceptively casual. The citizens you will be responsible for, they are the future of humanity. Their happiness and prosperity are paramount. Franklin paused, allowing his words to sink in. The nobles sat in uneasy silence, their minds racing with the implications of his statement. You see, the Primarch said, his expression darkening slightly, I have no tolerance for those who would seek to subvert or undermine the delicate balance we have achieved here. These worlds, these cities, they are the embodiment of my legion's ideals. Ideals that I will defend with every fiber of my being. Franklin leaned forward, his eyes boring into each of the nobles in turn. I know your kind, gentlemen. The games you play, the schemes you weave. But understand this: in my domain, such machinations will not be tolerated. If you attempt to corrupt or exploit these Elysian cities, I will know. And I will act accordingly. The nobles felt a chill run down their spines as Franklin's words sank in. This was no idle threat. The Primarch possessed the power and the knowledge to utterly destroy them, should they step out of line. So I implore you, Franklin said, his voice softening slightly, govern these worlds with the same care and dedication that my legion has shown in their creation. Uphold the principles of liberty, justice, and prosperity that are the very foundation of these Elysian paradises. The Primarch leaned back in his seat, a small smile playing on his lips. Do this, and you will find yourselves in the good graces of the Liberty Eagles. Fail, and he let the threat hang in the air, unspoken but no less potent. As the nobles filed out of the conference room, their eyes downcast and their steps hurried, Franklin watched them go, his expression inscrutable. He knew that these men would require a firm hand to keep them in line. The temptation of power and wealth was a strong one, and he could not afford to have his vision for these worlds corrupted by their petty ambitions. Chapter 22, Dhaka. The fabric of reality shimmered and tore as Battlefleet Liberty emerged from the warp. As the last ripples of warp energy dissipated, the fleet's sensors came to life. Before them loomed a colossal space hulk, a patchwork monstrosity of derelict ships and space debris fused together by the unpredictable energies of the warp. On the bridge of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian, the Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, stood tall, his 15-foot frame dominating the command center. His brown eyes narrowed as he studied the tactical display. Well, I'll be, Franklin drawled, a hint of amusement in his voice. Looks like we've stumbled upon a floating junkyard. Elena, what's our location? Fleet Admiral Elena Koshka, a stern woman with steel-gray hair, consulted her data slate. Scans confirm we're in the western reaches of Segmentum Pacificus, my lord. Franklin nodded, then frowned as the sensors picked up more details. Those green bastards are all over that hulk like flies on, well, you know. But wait a second. He leaned in closer, his eyes widening. Are those orcs wearing power armor? Marcus Graves, his weathered face creased with concern, pointed to several areas on the hologram. Those orcs are wearing what appears to be advanced exo-armor. That's not typical orky tech. Yamato Nakajima nodded in agreement. The weapons signatures we're picking up are off the charts. Some of them don't match any known orc designs in our database. Franklin's smile widened. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we've hit the jackpot. Those green gits have stumbled upon some STC fragments. And we're going to liberate them. Denzel Washington, the first captain, raised an eyebrow. A boarding action, sir? That's going to be one hell of a fight. The space hulk rotated slowly above the table, red dots indicating concentrations of orc activity. General Marcus Graves, a grizzled veteran with cybernetic implants, spoke up. My lord, a full-scale assault on a space hulk of that size would be extremely risky. The casualties could be significant. Franklin nodded. You're right, Marcus. That's why we're going to be smart about this. Elena, I want you to coordinate a voidcraft assault on the exterior orc concentrations. Soften them up for us. Elena saluted crisply. It will be done, my lord. Yamato, Franklin continued, turning to his Air Force Chief of Staff, I want you to prep our best pilots. We'll need precision strikes to clear landing zones. Yamato Nakajima bowed slightly. Hi, Valorian-sama. Our eagles will not fail you. Stephen, Franklin turned to his second captain, a man built like a mountain, you'll be leading the main assault force once we've established our beachheads. Stephen Armstrong cracked his knuckles, a savage grin on his face. With pleasure, boss. Those orcs won't know what hit em. And Denzel, Franklin said, looking at his first captain, you're with me. We'll be heading for the central chamber where I suspect the most valuable tech will be. Denzel Washington nodded solemnly. As always, my lord. Franklin clapped his hands together. All right, folks. You have your orders, let's show these orcs what happens when they hoard the good stuff. He paused, then added with a wink, after all, looks like they've got oil. Might need some democracy delivered, express style. The command staff groaned good-naturedly at the ancient Terran quote, even as they sprang into action. Within hours, the void around the space hulk was alive with activity. Sleek fighters and bombers swarmed from the Liberty's hangars, their pulse weapons lighting up the darkness as they strafed the hulk's surface. Orcs in their crude exo-armor were blasted into green mist, their shouts of defiance lost in the vacuum of space. As the bombardment continued, drop pods and assault boats launched from the fleet. They streaked towards predetermined landing zones, carrying the elite of the Liberty Eagles. The Astartes, clad in their resplendent power armor, wielded heavy pulse rifles that crackled with barely contained energy. The drop pod's doors blasted open with a thunderous crash, and out stepped Franklin Valorian, all 15 feet of star-spangled, democracy delivering mayhem. His power armor, a masterpiece of engineering, bristled with enough firepower to make even the most trigger-happy orc pause and whistle in admiration. Well, boys, Franklin drawled, his dual rotary cannons already beginning to spin, looks like it's time for a good old-fashioned American barbecue. And guess what's on the menu? As if on cue, a horde of orcs came charging around the corner, their crude weapons raised high and their voices raised even higher in a cacophonous wadaik. Oi! One of the smaller orcs shouted, his beady eyes going wide at the sight of Franklin. That's one big umi. Bet he's got loads of teeth. Franklin's grin widened. Sorry, boys, dentist's office is closed. But don't worry, I'm about to open up a whole new world of hurt. With that, he opened fire. The rotary cannons roared to life, spewing out a hail of bullets that turned the front ranks of orcs into green mist. Those lucky enough to be wearing the stolen exo-armor lasted a few seconds longer before exploding in showers of scrap and gore. Behind Franklin, Denzel Washington moved with fluid grace, his hyperphase swords flashing as they carved through any orc foolish enough to get close. The Secret Service fanned out, their precise shots dropping flanking orcs with ruthless efficiency. As they pushed forward, the orcs' initial shock began to wear off, replaced by their innate love of a good scrap. A particularly large knob, his exo-armor festooned with crude spikes and random bits of scavenged tech, pointed a massive power claw at Franklin. Oi, boys! He bellowed. You see dat big git with all de daka? Let's go crump him and take his shooty bits. The knob's rallying cry was cut short as Franklin's shoulder-mounted plasma cannons lit up, reducing the orc leader to a glowing green smear on the bulkhead. Sorry, pal, Franklin quipped, but I'm not much for sharing. Especially not with Xenos who can't appreciate the finer points of superior firepower. As they pressed on, the orcs' attempts at strategy devolved into increasingly comical scenarios. One group tried to create a makeshift tank out of scrap metal and old engine parts, only for it to sputter to a stop right in front of Franklin's guns. Zog it! The driver shouted, furiously kicking at the controls. Why's dis fing not, oh? His last word was more of a squeak as he looked up to see Franklin looming over him. Points for creativity, Franklin chuckled, before reducing the tank to scrap with a burst from his rotary cannons. Another orc, clearly fancying himself a tactical genius, tried to sneak up on Franklin wearing a cardboard box painted to look like scrap metal. You can't see me, I's invisible. He chortled, creeping forward with all the stealth of a drunken squiggoth. Denzel, pausing in his elegant swordplay, raised an eyebrow at the sight. My lord, I believe we have a master of stealth among us. Franklin played along, making a show of looking around in confusion. By the Emperor, where did that orc go? It's like he vanished into thin air. The orc, emboldened by his success, leapt out from his box with a triumphant wadaik. Only to run face first into Franklin's waiting fist. Franklin thundered down the narrow corridors of the space hulk. His massive frame barely fit, but that didn't slow him down one bit. If anything, it just meant the orcs had nowhere to run. You know, Franklin mused to Denzel as they advanced, I'm starting to think these corridors weren't designed with social distancing in mind. The first wave of orcs came barreling around the corner, their characteristic wadaik echoing off the metal walls. Their battle cry was cut comically short as Franklin's rotary cannons roared to life, turning the narrow passage into a green puree processor. Daka daka daka! Franklin bellowed, mimicking the orcish battle cry with a grin. The orcs behind the first wave paused, confused. One of them scratched his head with a oversized wrench. Oi, did dat big Umi just say Daka? Is he one of us? Another orc, slightly smarter, which isn't saying much, squinted at Franklin. Nah, ya git. He's just got more Daka than us. Wait, how's dat possible? Franklin, overhearing this exchange, decided to play along. He stopped firing for a moment and addressed the perplexed orcs. That's right, boys. IZ got all the Daka. You want some? Come and get it. This proclamation sent the orcs into a frenzy of confusion. Some of them started arguing amongst themselves. He talks like an orc. But he looks like a really big Umi. Maybe he's an orc in a really good Umi suit. Don't be daft. Can we do dat? While the orcs were debating the philosophical implications of Franklin's existence, Denzel took the opportunity to carve through their ranks with his hyperphase swords. My lord, he said dryly, I believe you've broken their tiny minds. Franklin chuckled, his shoulder-mounted plasma cannons lighting up and vaporizing a group of orcs who were too busy arguing to notice. Well, Denzel, sometimes the best weapon is the enemy's confusion. Now, let's keep this Daka train rolling. As they pressed on, they encountered a particularly large knob, his exo-armor cobbled together from what looked like a fusion of a garbage truck and a tank. The knob pointed at Franklin with a power claw that sparked ominously. Oi! You got more Daka than me. Dat ain't right. I challenge you to what's dat word? A duel. Yeah, a duel. Franklin raised an eyebrow. A duel, hey? Alright, big guy. You and me, mano a orco. What's your weapon of choice? The knob grinned, revealing a mouthful of metal teeth. Weezy gonna ave a Daka off. Most Daka wins. You're on, Franklin agreed, his rotary cannons beginning to spin. What followed was less a duel and more a lesson in the difference between quantity and quality of Daka. The knob's weapons, while impressive by orc standards, were no match for Franklin's arsenal. In seconds, the knob found himself not just defeated, but literally disarmed. Zog me, the knob muttered, staring at where his arms used to be. UZ got some right proper Daka there. Franklin nodded sagely. The secret, my green friend, is precision engineering and a hefty defense budget. The orc sliced apart finished off by Denzel. As they continued their advance, the orcs' attempts to stop them grew increasingly desperate and hilarious. One group tried to create a barricade out of scrap metal and what appeared to be stolen toilets. See dis. One orc proclaimed proudly. Dis is our impregnable defense. You can't get through dis. Franklin looked at the makeshift wall, then at his massive guns, then back at the wall. You sure about that, Chief? A few seconds of sustained fire later, and the impregnable defense was reduced to a fine metallic mist, along with its creators. Another orc, clearly the brains of the operation, which, again, isn't saying much, came up with a brilliant plan. He gathered a group of Gretchen, tied them together with rope, and created a crude net. Right, lads! He shouted. When a big Umi comes, weezy gonna throw dis net on I'm. Den he can't shoot no more. The plan might have had a slim chance of success if the orc had remembered one crucial detail: nets work better when they're not made of living, screaming Gretchen who'd rather be anywhere else. As Franklin approached, the orcs heaved their net with all their might. The Gretchen sailed through the air, screaming and flailing, only to bounce harmlessly off Franklin's armor. Well, Franklin drawled, looking down at the dazed Gretchen at his feet, I appreciate the welcoming committee, but y'all didn't have to throw yourselves at me like that. The orcs, realizing their plan had quite literally fallen flat, resorted to their usual tactic, charging headlong into battle while shouting Wa'aik. Franklin, deciding to fully embrace the confusion he'd sown earlier, let out his own battle cry, Daka Daka freedom. This caused even more chaos among the orcs. Some of them actually stopped mid-charge, thoroughly bewildered. Did he just say freedom? One orc asked his companion. I think so. Is dat like a new kind of Daka? Must be. Sounds right killy. Taking advantage of the orcs' confusion, Franklin and his team pressed forward, leaving a trail of thoroughly Daka-D and freedomized orcs in their wake. In the midst of the carnage, an orc, bellowing with a mix of bravado and confusion, eyed the impressive array of weaponry on Franklin's armor. Oi, what's with all de Daka, ya compensatin' for somethin' or what? The orc shouted, its voice echoing through the wreckage-strewn halls. Franklin paused for a moment, turning his helmeted gaze towards the orc with an amused glint. With a grin that could be felt through the vox, he replied, "Compensating? Nah, mate. I'm not compensating. I just really want to hit you." The orc was obliterated. As they neared what seemed to be the central chamber of the space hulk, Franklin turned to his men with a grin. "All right, boys, we're almost there. Remember, we're here to liberate some SDCs and deliver a whole heap of democracy. And if these orcs don't like it, well, they can file a complaint with my friend Mr. Rotary Cannon here." With that, Franklin charged forward, his battle cry of "Daka Daka Freedom!" echoing through the corridors, leaving very confused, and very dead, orcs in his wake. A/N, Daka. Chapter 23, Daka 2. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, stood at the threshold of what could only be described as an orcish fever dream come to life. The massive chamber before him, clearly a repurposed void ship, had been transformed into a grotesque arena of scrap and mayhem. At the center of this mechanical madhouse stood the piece de resistance, a colossal, cobbled-together monstrosity that might have once been an Imperial Titan. Atop this scrap-heap colossus sat the unmistakable form of the Meek boss, his body fused with the machine in a nightmarish union of flesh and steel. "Well, I'll be," Franklin muttered, his eyes wide. "Looks like we've stumbled into a Build-A-Bear workshop from hell." The Meek boss, a green-skinned giant with more cybernetic parts than original orc, leered down at Franklin. Half his face was replaced with whirring gears and blinking lights, while his arms terminated in an array of tools and weapons that would make a tech priest weep. "I am Gronic de Tech Smasha," the Meek boss bellowed, his voice amplified by voxcasters throughout the chamber. "And dis air is me greatest creation, de Megagargant Stompa Titan." Around Gronic, a coterie of Menobs stood connected to their own, slightly less impressive war machines. One, with a comically oversized head full of blinking lights, was wired into what looked like a dreadnought with far too many arms. Another, sporting a massive exhaust pipe for a mohawk, was melded with a walker that seemed to be constantly on the verge of falling apart. Franklin, never one to be outdone in the realm of excessive firepower, decided to fight fire with fire, or in this case, orcish with orcish. He cleared his throat and bellowed back in his best attempt at the green-skin tongue. "Oi! You call dat a proper setup? Looks like you just glued yourself to the first big shooty thing you found." Gronic's mechanical eye whirred as it focused on Franklin. "What? A homie dat speaks proper? How's dat possible?" Franklin grinned, warming to his role. "I ain't just any homie, you overgrown scrap heap. Iz Franklin de Daka Bringer, and Iz air to show you gets what real firepower looks like." This proclamation set off a cacophony of confused mutterings among the orcs. One of the Menobs, the one with multiple arms, scratched several of his heads simultaneously. "Boss," he stage whispered to Gronic, "I think dis homie might be even more orky than us." Gronic's face contorted into what might have been a scowl, if it wasn't half obscured by mechanical bits. "That's impossible. No one's more orky than me. Iz got the biggest, the shootiest. The Titan." Franklin, seeing an opportunity, pressed his advantage. "Oh yeah? Den why don't you come down air and prove it? Or is you too scared to face me without your fancy walker?" Gronic's mechanical eye spun rapidly, a clear sign of agitation. "Me? Scared? I'll show you scared, you puny homie." But then, demonstrating a rare flash of orcish cunning, Gronic paused. "Wait a zoggin' minute. You tryin' to trick me? Well, I ain't fallin' for it. Iz gonna stay right air and blast you to bits." Franklin, momentarily impressed by this display of rudimentary tactical thinking, quickly regrouped. "Oh, so you a yellow-bellied git, den? Can't fight unless you got your big stompy legs? I bet you can't even throw a proper punch no more." As this exchange of insults continued, Franklin's team was quietly preparing for the inevitable throwdown. The Secret Service agents melted into the shadows, taking up strategic positions around the chamber. Denzel, moving with the silence of a predator, crept closer to the nearest Menob, his hyperphase swords at the ready. "You're so slow, a squig could outrun ye. I've seen grots with more style than you. Dat Titan probably runs on squig power, ya cheap git." Each insult seemed to enrage Gronic further, steam literally shooting from his ears, or what passed for ears in his current state. "You think you so clever, don't ye? Well, IZ got more smarts in me little finger than UZ got in your whole stupid EAD. Franklin raised an eyebrow. Your little finger? You mean that rusty bolt hanging off your left hand? Hate to break it to ye, but that ain't a finger, that's just poor maintenance. A collective gasp went up from the assembled orcs. Even in the heat of battle, they recognized a sick burn when they heard one. The chamber echoed with the guffaws of lesser orcs, quickly silenced by Gronik's furious glare. The Meek boss's remaining organic eye twitched violently as he struggled to come up with a comeback. As Gronik sputtered and raged, his knobs shifted uncomfortably in their mechanized suits. One of them, the one with the exhaust pipe mohawk, leaned over to his neighbor and whispered, or tried to, volume control wasn't an orcish strong suit. Oi, Scrumsnick, you think maybe the boss is losing this one? Scrumsnick, his oversized head wobbling precariously, shrugged his mechanical shoulders. Dunno, Zoggit. But dat big umi sure knows how to sling da insults. Kinda makes you wonder if he might actually be an orc in disguise, you know. Franklin, overhearing this exchange, decided to capitalize on the confusion. That's right, boys. I might be an orc, I might be a umi, or I might be something else entirely. But one thing's for sure, IZ got more Daka than all of you put together. This proclamation sent a ripple of uncertainty through the orcish ranks. Some of them began eyeing Franklin with a mixture of fear and admiration. After all, in the orcish mind, more Daka equaled more respect. Gronik, sensing he was losing control of the situation, decided to fall back on the one tactic all orcs understood, unbridled violence. Enough yappin'! He roared. It's time for fightin'. Wa'ik. Well, folks, he drawled to his team over the comms, looks like we're in for one heck of a hoedown. Remember, aim for the blinking lights and anything that looks important. And whatever you do, don't let em think we're having too much fun. With a wink to Denzel, who was now poised to decapitate the nearest Menob, Franklin raised his voice one last time, all right, you lousy excuse for a scrapyard. You want Daka? I'll give you Daka. For the Emperor, and for liberty. The cavernous arena erupted into a cacophony of explosions and battle cries as Franklin squared off against Gronik de Texmasha and his Frankensteinian titan. The air crackled with energy as Franklin's first salvo of smart missiles streaked towards the orc Meek boss. Oi, Gronik! Franklin bellowed in perfect orcish. Hope you've got insurance on that scrap heap of yours. The missiles impacted against a shimmering barrier of energy, dissipating in a spectacular display of pyrotechnics. Gronik's laughter boomed through the voxcasters. Ha! You call det Daka? IZ seen grots with more firepower. Franklin's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Well, I'll be, he muttered. Looks like our green friends figured out how to work a void shield. Time to up the ante. As Franklin engaged the Titan, his team sprang into action. The Secret Service agents, moving with practiced precision, began laying down suppressing fire on the hordes of orcs flooding into the arena. Energy weapons sizzled through the air, dropping greenskins left and right. Denzel, true to his word, had already decapitated the nearest Menob, the one with the mohawk. His hyperphase swords sang as they carved through orcish flesh and scrap metal alike. My lord, he voxed to Franklin, we've got the rear covered. Feel free to focus on the big ugly. Much obliged, Denzel, Franklin replied, shedding his heavier weapons. He activated the boosters on his mech suit. He shot into the air, narrowly avoiding a massive plasma beam that scorched the ground where he'd been standing. Looks like our friend here is piloting a dire wolf scout Titan. Heavy hitter, but nothing we can't handle. As Franklin weaved and bobbed around the Titan's attacks, he couldn't help but marvel at the orcish modifications. Gronik had somehow jury-rigged additional weapons onto the already formidable war machine. Missile pods sprouted from its shoulders like metallic mushrooms, and what looked suspiciously like a giant cannon from a scrapped battleship was welded to its back. Gotta hand it to ye, Gronik, Franklin called out as he jetted past the Titan's grasping arms. You've got a real talent for making ugly things even uglier. Gronik's response was a barrage of rockets that turned a significant portion of the arena floor into a cratered mess. Stop movin', ya grot-faced git. Franklin laughed as he used his suit's boosters to dance around the explosions. What's the matter, big guy? Having trouble hitting a moving target? Maybe you should have installed some targeting systems instead of all those blinky lights. As the battle raged on, Franklin's mind raced, formulating a plan. He needed to overload those void shields, and he knew just how to do it. With a series of deft maneuvers, he positioned himself behind the Titan. With a thought, Franklin activated his pocket dimension. An array of weapons materialized around him, each more devastating than the last. Smart missiles? Check. Plasma cannons? You betcha. Rail guns? Of course. Heavy rotary cannons? Wouldn't leave home without 'em. And nestled in the center of this freedom bouquet was a mini nuke, because sometimes democracy needs to be delivered with a bit more emphasis. Hey, Gronick! Franklin shouted, his voice barely audible over the whine of charging weapons. Remember when I said I had more DACA than you? Well, buddy, class is in session. With a thought, Franklin unleashed hell. The air itself seemed to ignite as a storm of ordnance erupted from his position. Missiles corkscrewed through the air, plasma bolts seared across the void, railgun slugs pierced the atmosphere with sonic booms, and the rotary cannons filled any remaining space with a wall of hypervelocity rounds. The Titan's void shields lit up like a Christmas tree, struggling to repel the onslaught. Gronick's voice, for once, was tinged with something other than bravado. Was that concern? Oi! That's not fair. You can't have that much DACA. Sorry, pal, Franklin retorted as he shed his heavy ordnance back into the pocket dimension. I don't remember agreeing to any rules. Now, let's see how you like a little close quarters freedom. Using the last of his suit's energy, Franklin engaged his boosters, rocketing upwards towards the Titan's head where Gronick was fused to his creation. As he ascended, he couldn't resist a few more jabs in Orcish. "Ey, Gronick! Your Titan fights like it was put together by a squad of drunk grots. I've seen scrapyards with better organization." Gronick, his remaining organic eye wide with a mixture of rage and disbelief, frantically worked the Titan's controls. "Stay still, ya gun-happy grot. I's gonna squish you like a bug." But Franklin was too quick, too agile. He landed on the Titan's shoulder with a resounding clang, mere feet away from the apoplectic Meek boss. Well, Franklin drawled, cracking his knuckles. "Looks like it's time for some face-to-face diplomacy. Any last words before I introduce you to the Liberator's way of conflict resolution?" Gronick, in a moment of unexpected clarity, realized he might have miscalculated. His cybernetic eye whirred as it focused on Franklin. Can we talk about this? Maybe make a deal." Franklin pretended to consider this for a moment. "A deal, hey? Well, I do have a proposition for you. How about you hand over all those fancy SDCs you've got squirreled away, and in return, I'll only kick your green backside halfway across this sector instead of all the way back to whatever junkyard you crawled out of. Sound fair?" The Meek boss's face contorted in a mix of confusion and indignation. But that's not a fair deal at all." "Welcome to high-stakes negotiations, pal," Franklin grinned, his fist already cocked back. "Now, let's seal this deal the old-fashioned way." What followed was a flurry of blows that would have made even the most battle-hardened orc warboss win CE. Franklin's augmented strength, combined with his precision targeting, methodically dismantled Gronick's cybernetic enhancements. With each punch, Franklin couldn't resist adding insult to injury, peppering his assault with a barrage of orcish taunts. "This is for calling my DACA weak. Clang. This is for that ugly paint job on your Titan. Crunch. And this? This is just because I felt like it." Boom. As the last of Gronick's cybernetic attachments sparked and fizzled, the Meek boss slumped in his command throne, thoroughly trounced. The massive Titan, now without its master's guidance, stood motionless, like a grotesque statue commemorating orcish folly. As Franklin finished detaching the thoroughly defeated Gronick from his cybernetic throne, a mischievous glint appeared in his eye. With the fluid grace of a man who had practiced this move far too many times, he casually produced a melta bomb from seemingly nowhere. He got one prepared. "Hey, Gronick," Franklin called out, his voice dripping with faux innocence. "Got a parting gift for ye. Consider it a souvenir of our little tete-a-tete." The Meek boss, still dazed from the beating he'd received, could only blink in confusion as Franklin placed the melta bomb directly in front of him. The device beeped ominously, its countdown beginning. "Now, if you'll excuse me," Franklin continued, taking a step back, "I've got a date with gravity." With that, the Primarch of Liberty spread his arms wide and allowed himself to fall backward off the Titan's massive head. As he plummeted towards the ground, Franklin's enhanced senses took in every detail of the scene unfolding above him. Gronick's one good eye widened in realization, a comical zogme escaping his battered lips just as the melta bomb detonated. The explosion was spectacular, a miniature sun blooming atop the Titan's head. The war machine, already unstable from the loss of its pilot's control, began to teeter backward. Franklin, still in free fall, couldn't resist one last quip. "Looks like your Titan's falling for me, Gronick. Too bad I'm already taken, by Lady Liberty." As the ground rushed up to meet him, Franklin prepared for his landing. With precision timing that would make even the most acrobatic Eldar jealous, he touched down in a perfect superhero pose, one knee and fist to the ground, head bowed. He would feel this tomorrow. The impact cratered the floor beneath him, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Debris rained down around him, but not a single piece dared to mar his immaculate armor. Behind him, the Titan continued its inexorable fall. The behemoth of scrap and stolen technology crashed to the ground with an earth-shattering boom, the sound of twisting metal and exploding ammunition filling the air. And through it all, Franklin Valorian didn't so much as flinch. As the dust began to settle, Franklin slowly raised his head. With deliberate, almost languid movements, he reached into a hidden compartment in his armor and pulled out a pair of sunglasses. These weren't just any sunglasses, they were mirrored aviators, because when you're about to deliver a one-liner, you go all out. With practiced coolness, Franklin slid the sunglasses onto his face, just as the Titan's reactor went critical. The resulting explosion lit up the entire chamber, turning night into day and shadow into searing light. But Franklin didn't look. Because cool guys don't look at explosions. Thankfully his energy shielding is still up and running, otherwise there would be no flashy Primarch left. As the fireball bloomed behind him, Franklin simply stood, brushed some imaginary dust off his shoulder, and spoke into his Vox COMM. "Denzel, my man. Operation Extreme Makeover, Orc Edition is complete. How are we looking on those SDCs?" Denzel's voice crackled back, a mix of exasperation and amusement evident in his tone. "Secured, my lord. Though I must ask, was the dramatic exit really necessary?" Franklin grinned, adjusting his sunglasses. "My friend, when you're in the business of delivering freedom, style is always necessary. Now, let's blow this popsicle stand." As the Liberty Eagles prepared for exfiltration, Franklin took one last look at the smoldering remains of Gronick's Titan. He raised an imaginary toast to his fallen foe. "Here's to you, Gronick. May your next scrap heap be a little less explode. Why?" With that, Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, strode out of the chamber, leaving behind a trail of destruction, and the undeniable proof that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is not only war, there's also style. As Franklin Valorian sauntered away from the smoldering wreckage of Gronick's Titan, the adrenaline of battle began to ebb, allowing a moment of self-reflection. His normally resplendent armor, now reduced to little more than a skin-tight power suit, hummed softly against his superhuman frame. "Well," Franklin mused to himself, running a hand through his hair, "that was one heck of a wardrobe malfunction. Guess I really did give the shirt off my back, and the pauldrons, and the gauntlets, and pretty much everything else." He glanced down at his streamlined form, the sleek power armor now more akin to a second skin than the usual bulky Astartes, Primarch plating. It was proof to both the intensity of the battle and the sheer amount of firepower he had unleashed. As he made his way through the winding corridors of the space hulk towards the extraction point, Franklin couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Without access to his pocket dimension, his usual arsenal was frustratingly out of reach. "Note to self," he muttered, "maybe don't go full 4th of July on the first date. A gentleman always saves something for the second encounter." The lack of heavy firepower made Franklin acutely aware of every shadow and corner. The space hulk, while significantly quieter after the battle, still echoed with distant sounds of skittering and clanking reminders that on a vessel this size, danger could lurk around any bend. "You know," Franklin spoke into his Vox, a hint of sheepishness in his voice, "I'm starting to think I might have overdone it a bit back there. Any chance one of you boys could toss a bolter my way when you see me? Feeling a bit underdressed for this party?" Denzel's voice crackled back, a mixture of amusement and exasperation evident in his tone. "My lord, with all due respect, this is why we have operational guidelines about resource management." "Ah, come on, Denzel," Franklin retorted, his swagger undiminished despite his predicament. "Where's the fun in following guidelines? Besides, you can't deny the results. One Meek boss thoroughly trounced, one Titan turned into scrap, and a whole heap of SDCs ready for analysis." As if on cue, a group of orc stragglers rounded the corner ahead, their beady eyes widening at the sight of the nearly naked Primarch. Franklin, never one to let a little thing like being unarmed dampen his spirits, grinned widely. "Well, boys, looks like we're doing this the old-fashioned way. I may be out ammo but not out of options." The orcs, more confused than anything by the sight of a grinning, under-armored giant, hesitated just long enough for Franklin to close the distance. What followed was less a fight and more a slapstick comedy routine, with Franklin using his bare hands, and occasionally an orc as an improvised weapon, to dismantle the group. He was still a Primarch after all. As the last orc fell, its head bashed in, Franklin dusted off his hands. "And that, gentlemen, is how we do things in the Liberty Eagles. No frills, no fuss, just good old-fashioned ass-kicking." Finally reaching the extraction point, Franklin was greeted by the sight of his men, their armor still intact and weapons at the ready. Denzel, true to form, held out a bolter for his Primarch, an eyebrow raised in silent judgment. Franklin accepted the weapon with a gracious nod. "Much obliged, Denzel. Though I gotta say, I'm starting to see the appeal of the more minimalist approach to armor. Really lets you feel the breeze, you know." Denzel, to his credit, managed to keep a straight face. "Indeed, my lord. Though perhaps next time we could aim for a middle ground between walking artillery platform and underwear model." As the Liberty Eagles boarded their extraction craft, Franklin couldn't help but laugh. "Where's the fun in that, Denzel? Besides, think of the recruitment posters we could make. Join the Liberty Eagles, where even the Primarches fight in their skivvies." Chapter 24, Technological Prowess. Franklin Valorian, freshly scrubbed and decontaminated, strode onto the bridge of the Sweet Liberty. His skin still tingled from the rigorous purification process, a necessary precaution against orc spores. He paused for a moment, gazing out at the void where the massive space hulk slowly receded from view. "Status report," he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of authority and concern. Elena Koshka, his fleet admiral, stepped forward. "My lord, extraction is complete. All units accounted for, though." She paused, her voice softening. "We've suffered losses." Franklin's jaw tightened. "How many?" 53 Astartes, 112,000 Liberty Guardsmen." A heavy silence fell over the bridge. Franklin closed his eyes for a moment, then snapped to attention, raising his hand in a crisp salute. "They died bringing freedom to the stars. We'll honor their sacrifice." As the bridge crew joined in the salute, Franklin's mind was already racing ahead. "Those orc weapons, they were unlike anything we've encountered before. I want answers." As if on cue, 3 figures approached, the heads of his research divisions, affectionately known as the Eggheads. Dr. Ilera Chen, head of bioengineering, spoke first. "Lord Franklin, preliminary reports suggest that most of our casualties were due to advanced weaponry wielded by the orcs. We're talking golden age of technology level, grav weapons, disintegration rays, it's unprecedented." Franklin whistled low. "Well, I'll be. Looks like our green friends stumbled onto quite the arsenal. What else have we got?" Dr. Marcus Hawthorne, the grizzled head of Void Ship Engineering, stepped forward. "Sir, the SDCs we recovered, they're game changers. The exo-armor alone could revolutionize our ground forces." "Exo-armor, hey?" Franklin mused. "Sounds like something out of an old VID game. Tell me more." Dr. Hiromi Suzuki, the cybernetics expert, chimed in. "My lord, this exo-armor is fascinating. It bears similarities to technology used by a branch of humanity known as the Leagues of Votan." Franklin's eyebrows shot up. "Leagues of Votan? Never heard of them. They're somewhat reclusive," Suzuki explained. "Located somewhere in the galactic core. Based on historical records, they might be described as, well, space dwarves." Franklin finished, a grin spreading across his face. "Well, I'll be damned. The galaxy's just full of surprises, ain't it?" Suzuki nodded, a small smile playing at her lips. "Quite so, my lord. The exo-armor STC could significantly enhance our Liberty Guardsmen's combat effectiveness." "And the other STCs?" Franklin prompted. Hawthorne took over. "Grav weapons and disintegration weapons, sir. The grav weapons manipulate gravity fields, crushing enemies under their own weight or that of their armor. Nasty stuff." "And the disintegration weapons?" Franklin asked, though he had a feeling he knew the answer. Well, they disintegrate things, sir, Hawthorne said, somewhat unnecessarily. Break down molecular bonds. Turn solid matter into dust. Franklin let out a low whistle. Now that's what I call crowd control. Any downsides? Dr. Cen interjected. Energy consumption, my lord. These weapons require immense power. We'll need to upgrade our power systems significantly to field them effectively. Franklin nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. All right, folks. Here's what we're going to do. Dr. Suzuki, I want production of exo-armor for our Liberty Guardsmen to begin immediately. Let's give our boys and girls some extra protection. Yes, my lord, Suzuki nodded, already tapping notes into her data slate. Dr. Hawthorne, start integrating the grav and disintegration weapon systems into our existing platforms. I want options for both vehicle-mounted and infantry variants. Hawthorne grinned. With pleasure, sir. Our enemies won't know what hit em. And Dr. Cen, Franklin turned to the bioengineer, work with Hawthorne on those power systems. If we're going to field this tech, we need to do it right. Understood, Lord Franklin, Cen replied, her mind already buzzing with ideas. Franklin clasped his hands behind his back, surveying his team. Folks, what we've got here is a game changer. With these SDCs, we're not only ahead with the rest of the Imperium, we're leapfrogging ahead. But remember, his voice grew serious, with great power comes great responsibility, and a whole lot of DACA. A/N, time skip, Akin was duking it out with Trazyn and Cient decided to get involved, this justifies it hehe. 818.m30. Franklin Valorian stood at the observation deck of the Liberty's Forge, the largest space station in the Independence Cluster. Before him, the vastness of space was dotted with the twinkling lights of thousands of ships and orbital platforms. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he watched his Legion's newest creations being put through their paces. 17 years, he mused aloud. 17 years since we uncovered those SDCs, and look how far we've come. The past decade and a half had been a whirlwind of activity. 3,000 worlds brought into compliance, each campaign a testament to the growing might of the Liberty Eagles. But it was here, in the heart of the Independence Cluster, that the true revolution was taking place. Franklin's enhanced hearing picked up the familiar click of heels on the deck. He turned to see Dr. Ilera Cen approaching, her face alight with excitement. Lord Valorian, she greeted, tablet in hand. I've made an fascinating discovery about your biology. There's a gland in your cerebral cortex, about the size of a fingernail. I've never seen anything like it in the Astartes. Franklin raised an eyebrow. Intriguing. And what do you think it does, Doctor? I'm not entirely sure yet, Ilera admitted. But the calculations my AI companions and I have run suggest it could be the key to, well, something extraordinary. With your permission, I'd like to continue studying it. Franklin nodded. Granted. Keep me informed of your progress. He made a mental note to discuss this with his father when next they met. As Ilera left, Franklin's gaze swept across the bustling research center below. Dr. Marcus Hawthorne was hunched over a holographic display of the Sweet Liberty, no doubt planning the integration of the new disintegration batteries. Nearby, Dr. Hiromi Suzuki was running a simulation of the latest exosuit prototype, its movements fluid and natural as it made Liberty Guardsmen in combat a battering ram and a tank in one. Franklin's gaze settled on Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez, her hands flying over a holographic interface as she fine-tuned the production parameters of their latest STC finds. He smiled, recalling their first meeting. Lord Valorian, Cortez had said, standing ramrod straight before his desk, her eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. I'm submitting my application to join your Crusade fleet. Again. Franklin had raised an eyebrow, amusement tugging at his lips. Cortez, isn't this your 5th application? 7th, my lord, she'd corrected without missing a beat. And I'll submit 70 more if that's what it takes. He'd leaned back, studying her. And why, pray tell, are you so adamant about leaving our well-equipped facilities here in the Independence Cluster? Cortez's eyes had lit up. The xenotech, my lord. Every world you bring into compliance is a potential treasure trove of undiscovered technology. And then there's the Mechanics. Ah yes, our toaster-worshipping friends, Franklin had chuckled. What about them intrigues you so? Everything. Cortez had exclaimed, her professional demeanor cracking slightly. Their beliefs, their practices, their limitations. I want to understand it all. How can they revere technology yet stifle innovation? It's fascinating and frustrating in equal measure. Franklin had stood then, towering over the engineer. And what would you do with this knowledge, Cortez? Challenge their beliefs? Attempt to change a culture older than our Imperium? Cortez had met his gaze unflinchingly. Learn from it, my lord. Understand their strengths and weaknesses. And then surpass them in every way possible. A moment of silence had passed before Franklin broke into a wide grin. Well then, Chief Engineer Cortez. It seems the next Crusade fleet will have a new passenger. Try not to disassemble any of our allies, without my express permission, that is. Now, watching Cortez work, Franklin felt a surge of pride. Her insatiable curiosity and drive for innovation embodied the spirit he hoped to instill in all his legion. He made his way over to her station. How goes the production, Cortez? He asked. She looked up, a smudge of grease on her cheek contrasting with her bright smile. Ahead of schedule, Lord Valorian. These STC patterns they're beyond anything I could have imagined. The potential applications are staggering. Franklin nodded. And have you satisfied your curiosity about our Mechanicu's allies? Cortez's expression turned thoughtful. They're brilliant, in their way. Devoted. But their devotion blinds them. They see the destination but ignore the journey. We can do better. Bold words, Franklin said, though his tone was approving. Just remember, we need allies as much as we need innovation. A delicate balance must be maintained. Of course, my lord, Cortez replied. But imagine if we could show them a better way. Not to replace their beliefs, but to enhance them. To prove that innovation and reverence can coexist. Franklin placed a hand on her shoulder. A lofty goal, Cortez. But if anyone can bridge that gap, I'd wager it's you. Keep up the good work. As he turned to leave, Cortez called out, My lord? Thank you. For giving me this chance. A ping from his COMM interrupted his thoughts. Sir, came the voice of his first captain, Denzel. The new batch of recruits is ready for your inspection. On my way, Franklin replied. He took one last look at the hive of activity below him. This was a shard of the golden age of humanity, preserved against all odds in the Independence Cluster. Yet, it was an incomplete picture. The cluster had been a specialized sector during humanity's zenith, focused primarily on research and production. This explained their unparalleled manufacturing capabilities. If the Independence Cluster claimed second in production, none could claim first. However, it also accounted for their relative lack of the most potent weaponry from that era. As a research and production hub, the cluster had been dedicated to developing and refining new technologies, as well as mass-producing approved designs. The most devastating weapons of the age were tested and deployed elsewhere, leaving the cluster with impressive but not war-winning armaments. This specialization had inadvertently become their salvation during the Age of Strife. Without the most destructive weapons in their arsenal, the cluster had avoided the worst of the internecine conflicts that ravaged other human worlds. Their focus on production allowed them to maintain and even advance their technology base, even as much of human civilization crumbled. Franklin mused on the irony. Their perceived weakness had become their greatest strength, allowing them to preserve a fragment of humanity's golden age. Now, that preserved knowledge and production capacity might just be the key to forging a new future for the Imperium. As he made his way to the training grounds, Franklin's mind raced with possibilities. The exo-armor would revolutionize warfare for the Liberty Guardsmen. The grav weapons and disintegration tech would give his Eagles an edge in even the most challenging campaigns. And who knew what other wonders they might uncover in the years to come. But with these advancements came responsibility. The air hummed with barely contained power as Corielzeth made the final adjustments to the Akashic Reader. 17 years, it took 17 years to finally perfect her brainchild, her magnum opus, the Akashic Reader. Her eyes darted between the intricate machinery and the imposing figure seated upon the golden throne. The Emperor, resplendent in his golden armor, sat motionless, his mind focused on the task at hand. It's ready, my lord, Zeth announced, her voice barely above a whisper. The Emperor's eyes opened, golden light spilling forth. Then let us begin. With a thought, he ignited the Astronomicon, its psychic light blazing through the warp. Simultaneously, the Akashic Reader hummed to life, its crystal matrices glowing with otherworldly energy. The Emperor's consciousness expanded, touching the edges of reality itself. The Akashic Reader amplified his already immense psychic might, and suddenly, he was adrift in an ocean of pure information. Endless streams of data flowed around him, each droplet containing millennia of knowledge. The Emperor's mind, vast as it was, struggled to process the sheer volume of information. He forced himself to focus, searching for an alternate key to humanity's salvation. Images flashed before his mind's eye, the rise and fall of the Necrontyr, their bitter war against the Old Ones, the birth of the C'tan. He saw the terrible bargain the Necrontyr made, sacrificing their flesh for eternal metal bodies. The Emperor pushed past these distractions, his will causing the Astronomicon to flare even brighter. In the physical world, Szeth gasped as she witnessed the Astronomicon's intensity. Reports would later tell of how the Eye of Terror itself seemed to falter under its radiance. Finally, the Emperor found what he sought. Buried deep within the annals of Necron technology lay the secret of the inertialess drive. He grasped at the knowledge, pulling it towards him with all his might. As suddenly as it began, it was over. The Emperor's consciousness snapped back to his body, the strain evident even on his perfect features. Blood trickled from his eyes, nose, and ears. Szeth rushed forward, concern etched on her face. "My lord, are you?" The Emperor raised a hand, silencing her. "I have what we need." "You have done well, Coriel Szeth. You may go." Szeth bowed deeply and left, her mind reeling from what she had witnessed. As the door closed behind her, the Emperor allowed himself a moment of weakness. He leaned forward, golden blood spilling from his mouth onto the pristine floor. Malcador appeared at his side, concern evident in his ancient eyes. "Are you all right, my friend?" The Emperor straightened, wiping the blood from his chin. "Not quite. I will need time to heal. The Akashic, it would have driven anyone else mad. Even I barely managed to withstand its power." Malcador nodded gravely. "But you succeeded." "Yes," the Emperor replied, a rare smile gracing his lips. "We have an alternative to warp travel. But implementing it will not be easy." He stood, walking to a nearby window. The view of Terra, now restored to its blue and green glory, filled him with a sense of pride. His 11th son, Franklin, had played a crucial role in this restoration. Franklin, the Emperor mused aloud. His independence cluster may be the key to this. Malcador raised an eyebrow. "You wish to entrust this technology to him?" The Emperor turned, his gaze piercing. "The Mechanics cannot handle this information. But Franklin, his home system preserves much of humanity's golden age. They have the capability we need." "And the secrecy?" Malcador asked. "Essential," the Emperor replied. "This must be done away from prying eyes. The warp entities must not know of our plans." Malcador bowed slightly. "I'll contact Franklin immediately. I assume you want him here with all haste." The Emperor nodded. "Indeed. We have much to discuss." As Malcador left to carry out his task, the Emperor turned back to the window. His gaze swept over the reborn Terra, but his thoughts were far away, contemplating the future he sought to build. Franklin, his 11th son. Eccentric, unpredictable, yet undeniably brilliant. The Emperor chuckled, remembering their first meeting, a unique perspective where most saw him as a god, his son saw him as Superman, which frankly made him appreciate the perspective. In a way he was Superman, probably a morally grey one, but Superman nonetheless. The Emperor's face grew serious once more. The path ahead was fraught with danger. The Webway project would continue, starving the Chaos Gods remained a priority. But this new technology, it offered possibilities he had not dared hope for. As he contemplated the challenges ahead, the Emperor felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. He had seen the horrors that awaited humanity if he failed. Failure was not an option. With renewed determination, the Emperor of Mankind turned from the window and strode purposefully towards his private chambers. There was work to be done, and the future of humanity hung in the balance. The game had changed, and he intended to win. The training grounds of the Liberty Eagles echoed with the sounds of combat. Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, stood observing his second captain, Stephen Armstrong, as he put a group of SEALs through their paces. "Excellent work, Armstrong," Franklin called out, a grin spreading across his face. "Those boys'll be giving custodes a run for their money at this rate." Armstrong, his muscular frame glistening with sweat, saluted. "Thank you, sir. We aim to please." Their banter was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a hololithic projection. Malcador the Sigilite's stern visage materialized before them. "Lord Franklin," Malcador's voice crackled through the projection. "Your presence is required on Terra immediately. The Emperor demands your attendance with all haste." Franklin's eyebrows shot up. Well, well. The old man's calling. Must be important if he's sending you, Mal. Malcador's expression remained impassive. "This is not a matter for jest, Lord Franklin. Time is of the essence." All right, Franklin raised his hands in mock surrender. "I'll be there faster than you can say for the Emperor. Any hints on what this is about?" "That is for the Emperor to disclose," Malcador replied curtly before the projection winked out. Franklin turned to Armstrong. "Looks like duty calls, Captain. Keep the kids in line while I'm gone." "Yes, sir," Armstrong nodded. "We'll be ready for whatever comes next." Within the hour, Franklin was aboard his personal shuttle, accompanied by a small detachment of his honor guard. John Ezra, the head of the guard, stood at attention nearby. "What do you think this is about, John?" Franklin mused, leaning back in his seat. Ezra's face remained stoic. "It's not our place to speculate, my lord. The Emperor's will is our command." Franklin chuckled. "Always the serious one, aren't you? Come on, indulge me. What's your gut telling you?" Ezra hesitated for a moment. "If I may speak freely, sir. I believe it relates to the recent technological advancements in the Independence Cluster. The Imperium has shown increased interest in our production capabilities." Franklin nodded, his jovial demeanor slipping for a moment. "You might be onto something there, John. The Emperor's not one for social calls." As the shuttle entered the warp, Franklin's mind raced with possibilities. What could be so urgent? And why the secrecy? "Well, boys," he addressed his honor guard, his trademark grin returning. "Looks like we're in for an interesting trip. Let's hope Terra's still standing when we get there, The guards chuckled nervously, but Ezra remained stoic. "We'll be prepared for anything, my lord." Franklin nodded, his eyes turning to the swirling chaos of the warp outside the shuttle's viewing port. Whatever awaited him on Terra, he knew it would be a turning point. The Emperor didn't summon Primarches on a whim, let alone one of the two currently found. Chapter 25, Echoes of the Past. The gleaming spires of Terra pierced the azure sky as Franklin Valorian's shuttle touched down on the Imperial Palace's landing pad. The Primarch of the Liberty Eagles strode down the ramp, his imposing figure dwarfing the honor guard that accompanied him. At the foot of the ramp stood Malcador the Sigilite, his ancient face set in its usual stoic expression. Franklin's face split into a wide grin. "Mal. Come here, you old." Before he could finish his sentence, Franklin found himself suspended in midair, held aloft by an invisible force. Malcador's eyes glowed with psychic energy, a hint of amusement breaking through his stern demeanor. "Not this time, Lord Franklin," Malcador said, his voice tinged with dry humor. "I may be a perpetual, but I still feel pain. Your enthusiastic greetings have nearly been the death of me on multiple occasions." Franklin chuckled, hanging comfortably in the air. "Ah, Mal, you're no fun. But I see you've been practicing." "Impressive." Malcador gently lowered the Primarch to the ground. "One must always be prepared, especially when dealing with exuberant individuals such as yourself." As they began to walk towards the inner sanctum of the palace, Franklin's jovial expression sobered slightly. "So, Mal, what's this all about? Why has father summoned me with such urgency?" Malcador's face became unreadable. "That is for the Emperor to disclose, Lord Franklin. It is not my place to speak on his behalf in such matters." Recognizing Malcador's tight-lipped stance, Franklin decided to change the subject. He swept his arm in a grand gesture, taking in the view of the restored Terra. "Well, would you look at that? It's come a long way in just a decade and a half, hasn't it?" Malcador nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "Indeed it has. Your contributions to Terra's restoration have been significant." Franklin beamed at the compliment. As they walked, he took in the sights of the once desolate planet. In the distance, children played in clear blue waters, their laughter carried on the breeze. The skyline, while still dotted with servitors and other grim reminders of the Imperium's nature, was a far cry from the irradiated hellscape it had once been. Healthcare, education, it's all coming along nicely, Franklin mused. Still some work to do, of course, but it's a good start. A fitting image for Father's imperial truth, wouldn't you say? Malcador's expression softened slightly. The Emperor's vision is complex. But yes, this is certainly closer to what he envisioned for humanity's future. As they approached the Eternity Gate, Franklin's keen eyes were drawn to the intricate frescoes depicting ancient battles. One, in particular, caught his attention, a massive conflict atop what appeared to be a mountain. Mal, Franklin said, his voice uncharacteristically serious, who are these warriors? I don't recognize them from any of the Legion's Astartes. Malcador's face showed a brief flicker of hesitation, which Franklin caught from the corner of his eye. This only piqued the Primarch's curiosity further. After a moment of silence, Malcador spoke. Those, Lord Franklin, are the Thunder Warriors. The battle you see depicted is the Battle of Mount Ararat, the final conflict of the Unification Wars. Franklin's eyebrows shot up. Thunder Warriors? I've never heard of them. And who's that one there? He pointed to a particularly impressive figure in the center of the fresco. That, Malcador said, his voice tinged with something akin to reverence, is Eric Taranis, the greatest of the Thunder Warriors. Franklin nodded slowly, processing this new information. Proto-Space Marines, then? Fascinating. But tell me, Mal, why use Space Marines at all if these Thunder Warriors were so effective? Why not continue with them? Malcador's expression grew grave. The Thunder Warriors were unstable. Powerful beyond measure, yes, but their bodies and minds were not built for longevity. They served their purpose in unifying Terra, but they were not suitable for the great crusade that was to follow. Franklin stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. A necessary sacrifice for a bloody unification, then. Terra was the capital of the old Federation during the Golden Age of humanity, after all. It would have taken exceptional force to bring it to heel. He paused, considering the implications. I can understand that. Sometimes, to achieve our goals, we must use tools that are less than ideal. Perhaps I might have done the same in Father's position. Malcador watched Franklin carefully, his ancient eyes unreadable. Indeed, Lord Franklin. The decisions made during the unification were not easy ones. Franklin's gaze returned to the fresco, studying the faces of the Thunder Warriors. At least they died honorably, in battle atop Mount Ararat. A fitting end for such valiant warriors. If only he knew the real fate of the Thunder Warriors, Malcador thought, his face betraying nothing. Say, Mal, Franklin said, a glint of inspiration in his eye, do you think Father might still have the template for these Thunder Warriors? With the advancements we've made in the Independence Cluster, perhaps we could stabilize and enhance the design. Imagine the possibilities for improving our gene sons. Malcador's response was careful, measured. The Emperor's designs for the Legion's Astartes are precise, Lord Franklin. It would be unwise to tamper with them without his explicit approval. Franklin waved a hand dismissively. Of course, of course. Just a thought. Always looking to improve, you know me. As they continued their walk towards the Emperor's inner sanctum, Franklin's mind raced with possibilities. The revelation of the Thunder Warriors had opened up new avenues of thought, new potential strategies for the ongoing Great Crusade. You know, Mal, Franklin said, his voice taking on a more serious tone, seeing all this, learning about the Thunder Warriors, it really puts things into perspective. The sacrifices that have been made to get us here, the hard decisions Father has had to make. Malcador nodded solemnly. The path to humanity's salvation is not an easy one, Lord Franklin. The Emperor bears burdens that would crush lesser beings. Franklin pushed open the massive doors to the throne room with a flourish. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows far above. At the far end, seated upon the golden throne, was the Emperor of Mankind, his presence filling the room with an almost tangible aura of power. Father! Franklin called out, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. You summoned, and here I am. I hope I'm not interrupting your brooding session. I know how much you enjoy those. As Franklin approached, his enhanced senses picked up a faint scent that gave him pause. Blood. It was barely perceptible, but unmistakable. His mind raced. Who or what could possibly injure the Emperor, surrounded as he was by the finest warriors humanity had ever produced? Pushing the concerning thought aside, Franklin continued his approach, his usual jovial demeanor intact. I must say, Father, the renovations are coming along nicely. The whole ominous God Emperor aesthetic really ties the room together. The Emperor's face remained impassive, but there was a glimmer of something, perhaps amusement, in his eyes. "Franklin," he spoke, his voice resonating with power. "I'm glad you could come so quickly." "Well, you know me," Franklin grinned. "Always eager to please. So, what's the big emergency?" "The Mechanicu's reorganizing your filing system again." "Your humor, as always, is appreciated," the Emperor said, a hint of dry sarcasm in his tone. "But we have serious matters to discuss." Franklin's expression sobered slightly. "Of course, Father. What's on your mind?" The Emperor leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. "I have discovered an alternative technology for faster-than-light travel. One that could change the course of the Great Crusade and the future of humanity itself." Franklin's eyebrows shot up. "Well, that certainly sounds important. I'm guessing this is where my Independence Cluster comes in." "Indeed," the Emperor nodded. "I need you and your people to create and implement this technology. With haste, and in absolute secrecy." "Secrecy, haste, and groundbreaking technology? Sounds like a typical Tuesday in the cluster," Franklin chuckled. "But I'm intrigued. What exactly are we talking about here?" The Emperor's eyes seemed to glow brighter. "Brace yourself, my son. This information is substantial." Franklin had just enough time to look puzzled before he felt the full force of the Emperor's mind connect with his own. Suddenly, his consciousness was awash with images, concepts, and information beyond anything he had ever experienced. He saw the rise and fall of the Necrontyr, their bitter war against the Old Ones, the birth of the C'tan. Countless eons of history flashed before his mind's eye in an instant. And then, amidst the deluge of information, he saw it, the inertialess drive. The principles behind it, the potential applications, the sheer revolutionary nature of the technology. As suddenly as it began, the transfer of knowledge ended. Franklin staggered, his face turning an interesting shade of green. His mind reeled, trying to process the vast amount of information that had just been crammed into it. Wow, Franklin managed to gasp out. "That was intense. Did you perhaps consider, I don't know, writing it down instead?" The Emperor's expression remained stoic, but there was a hint of concern in his voice. "The information was too sensitive to risk physical documentation." "Are you all right, my son?" Franklin opened his mouth to respond, but instead of words, he felt a sudden, urgent need rising in his throat. A nearby custodian, sensing the impending disaster, quickly moved to Franklin's side. "I think I need to, excuse me," Franklin managed to say before the custodian began hurriedly escorting him out of the throne room. The journey to the nearest facilities was a blur of golden corridors and the growing certainty that Franklin was about to lose control of his digestive system in a very undignified manner. Finally, mercifully, they reached their destination. What followed was a symphony of retching that would have made even Nurgle wince. Franklin's enhanced physiology, usually a blessing, now seemed like a curse as it allowed him to vomit with superhuman efficiency. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, Franklin emerged from the facilities. His face was pale, but he managed to summon up his trademark grin as he looked at the custodian who had patiently waited outside. "Well," Franklin said, wiping his mouth, "that's one way to clear the sinuses. And probably several other organs. Thanks for the escort, by the way. I don't think I caught your name in all the excitement." The custodian, his face impassive behind his ornate helm, replied, "R.A. Endymion." Franklin's grin widened. "R.A. Endymion. A pleasure to meet you under such memorable circumstances. I do hope this little incident won't make it into the official records. Primarch loses lunch after father-son chat doesn't quite have the gravitas we're going for, you know." R.A. remained stoic, but there was a hint of something, perhaps amusement, in his voice as he replied, "I assure you, Lord Franklin, the Emperor's custodians are the very soul of discretion." "Glad to hear it," Franklin chuckled. "Now, shall we head back? I'm sure Father is eagerly awaiting my profound insights on the future of faster-than-light travel. Or at least confirmation that I didn't redecorate his hallways." As they made their way back to the throne room, Franklin's mind was already racing, processing the information he had received. The inertialess drive, it was revolutionary, to say the least. If they could implement it successfully, it would change everything. The Great Crusade, the future of the Imperium, perhaps even the nature of humanity's relationship with the warp itself. Reaching the throne room doors, Franklin paused, turning to R.A. You know, R.A., I have a feeling we'll be seeing more of each other in the future. Try not to let my dazzling personality and rugged good looks distract you from your duties, et. Ra's response was typically stoic. I assure you, Lord Franklin, that will not be a problem. With a final chuckle, Franklin pushed open the doors and strode back into the throne room, his jovial mask firmly in place despite the weight of knowledge now sitting heavily in his mind. Father! He called out. I return, slightly worse for wear but ready to discuss the future of humanity. And possibly the contents of my stomach, though I assure you, that particular topic has been thoroughly covered already. The Emperor regarded his son with an inscrutable expression. I trust you are feeling better. Franklin waved a hand dismissively. Oh, much better. Nothing like a good purge to really drive home the importance of galaxy-changing revelations. Now, shall we discuss this inertialess drive of yours? I have to say, it's quite the party trick. Though perhaps next time, we could start with something simpler. The history of the galaxy in interpretive dance, perhaps. As father and son began their discussion in earnest, the fate of the Imperium hanging in the balance, Franklin couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. The road ahead would be challenging, filled with secrets and potential dangers. But then again, he mused, that's what made life interesting. As the weighty discussion with the Emperor concluded, Franklin Valorian rose from his seat, his mind still reeling from the monumental task ahead. The fate of the Imperium, perhaps even humanity itself, now rested partially on his shoulders. Yet, true to his nature, the Primarch of the Liberty Eagles maintained his jovial exterior. Well, father, Franklin said, stretching dramatically, it's been enlightening, as always. Who knew family reunions could be so revolutionary? The Emperor's face remained impassive, but there was a hint of fondness in his voice. Indeed. I trust you understand the gravity of your mission, Franklin. Crystal clear, Franklin replied, tapping his temple. It's all up here, along with a splitting headache and possibly the recipe for the galaxy's best recaf. Your data dumps are quite thorough. Malcador, standing nearby, cleared his throat. Remember, Lord Franklin, absolute secrecy is paramount. Franklin gave a mock salute. Don't worry, Mal. My lips are sealed tighter than a Mechanicu's vault during a binary cant convention. As he made his way towards the exit, Franklin's eyes fell upon the golden figure of R.A. Endymion, standing guard in a corner of the vast chamber. A mischievous glint appeared in the Primarch's eyes. R.A., my stoic friend. Franklin called out, approaching the custodian. I can't leave without a proper goodbye. How about a fist bump for the road? R.A. remained motionless, his expression hidden behind his ornate helm. For a moment, it seemed as though he would ignore the Primarch's request entirely. Franklin, undeterred, held out his fist. Come on, don't leave me hanging. It's not every day you get to fist bump a Primarch. Well, unless you're in my legion, then it's practically mandatory. After what seemed like an eternity, R.A. slowly, almost imperceptibly, raised his fist and gently tapped it against Franklin's. The Primarch's face split into a wide grin. There we go. I knew you had it in you. You're practically one of the Liberty Eagles now. Just need to work on your sense of humor, and maybe lose the golden onesie. Ra's voice, when he spoke, was as stoic as ever. I assure you, Lord Franklin, that will not be necessary. Franklin chuckled, patting R.A. on the shoulder. We'll see about that. I have a feeling we'll be seeing more of each other. Try not to miss me too much, et. With a final wave to his father and Malcador, Franklin strode towards the exit. As he reached the massive doors, he turned back one last time. Well, it's been fun, family. Don't do anything I wouldn't do while I'm gone. Which, admittedly, doesn't rule out much. As the doors closed behind him, Franklin's jovial expression faded slightly. The weight of his new mission settled upon him like a physical presence. The future of faster-than-light travel, the potential to reshape the very nature of the Great Crusade, it was a lot to process. But as he made his way to his waiting ship, Franklin felt a familiar excitement building within him. This was a challenge unlike any he had faced before, and he was ready to meet it head-on. As his ship lifted off, carrying him back to the Independence Cluster, Franklin smirked. And if nothing else, he had a great story to tell at the next family gathering. Assuming, of course, that RA kept his word about discretion. Deep beneath the crust of Nova Libertas, in a facility so secret that even most high-ranking officials of the Independence Cluster were unaware of its existence, Franklin Valorian stood before a group of the finest scientific minds humanity had to offer. The room, filled with humming machinery and holographic displays, was colloquially known as Area 51, a name that never failed to bring a smirk to Franklin's face. "All right, eggheads," Franklin announced, clapping his hands together. "Time to make history. Or unmake it. I'm not entirely sure which at this point." Dr. Ilera Chen, head of bioengineering, raised an eyebrow. "I assume this has something to do with the data you're about to upload to Smartass." Franklin grinned. "Ah, you know me so well, Ilera." "Yes, we're about to feed our systematic matrix for advanced real-time computational and analytical systems a feast of information that would give most cogitators indigestion." Dr. Marcus Hawthorne, head of Void Ship Engineering, groaned. "I still can't believe we let you name our most advanced quantum computer Smartass. Hey, it's catchy, it's memorable, and it's accurate," Franklin retorted, donning a specialized helmet. "Now, brace yourselves. This might get a little intense." As Franklin connected to the system, streams of data began flowing across the numerous screens surrounding them. The assembled scientists watched in awe as information about an ancient race called the Necrontyr and their incredible technology flickered before their eyes. Dr. Hiromi Suzuki, head of cybernetics, was the first to break the stunned silence. This is incredible. The mastery over the material realm that these Necrontyr possessed, it's beyond anything we've ever seen." Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez nodded in agreement. "If a race with this level of technology still existed, we'd be in serious trouble. Thank the Emperor they're extinct." Franklin, removing his helmet, chuckled. "Well, according to this data, we can thank the Old Ones and the Ildari for that. Seems there was quite the shindig called the War in Heaven. Makes our current crusade look like a bar brawl in comparison." Dr. Chen's eyes were still glued to the screens. "The Ildari, we've encountered their remnants, haven't we? To think they once ruled the galaxy alongside the peak of human civilization." "Indeed," Franklin mused. "Though from what I gather, humanity at its peak managed to hold its own against the knife-eared drama queens. Either we were that good, or they weren't really trying to wipe us out. Personally, I like to think it's because they were intimidated by our dashing good looks and superior fashion sense." The scientists chuckled, but their faces quickly turned serious as they delved deeper into the data. Hours passed as they pored over the information, discussing, debating, and theorizing. Finally, Dr. Hawthorne spoke up. "Lord Franklin, we've made some preliminary analyses of the inertialess drive concept. It's revolutionary, to put it mildly. But there's a problem." Franklin leaned forward, his jovial demeanor fading slightly. "Let's hear it, Marcus." "The energy requirements are astronomical," Hawthorne explained. "Our current nuclear fusion reactors wouldn't even come close. We'd need something on the scale of, well, half a star, to be honest." A moment of silence fell over the room. Then, Franklin's face lit up with a grin. "Well, then. Looks like we're going to need a bigger battery. Or, more accurately, a Dyson sphere." The scientists exchanged glances. Dr. Suzuki spoke up. "A Dyson sphere? That's ambitious, to say the least. But even if we could build one, we've lost the technology to store and harness that kind of power. It was lost during the Age of Strife." Franklin nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Then that's our first objective. We need to create a material that can withstand and store the power of a star. No pressure, right?" Despite the enormity of the task before them, the scientists couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. This was the kind of challenge they lived for. "All right, team," Franklin said, clapping his hands together. "Let's break this down. Ilera, I want you looking into biological systems that can withstand extreme energy conditions. Maybe we can learn something from life forms that exist near thermal vents or in radiation-soaked environments." Dr. Chen nodded, already jotting down notes. "I'll start with extremophiles and work my way up from there. Marcus," Franklin continued, "you're our void ship expert. I need you to start thinking about how we'd construct something on the scale of a Dyson sphere. What materials would we need? How would we maintain it? How do we keep it from collapsing under its own gravity?" Hawthorne's eyes were distant, his mind already racing with calculations. It's a monumental task, but not impossible. I'll start running simulations immediately. Hiromi, Franklin turned to the cybernetics expert, I want you to look into how we interface with this kind of power. We're talking about energy levels that would fry most systems. We need something that can handle the input and output without melting down. Dr. Suzuki nodded, a determined glint in her eye. I'll start by reviewing what we know of Dark Age technology. Perhaps we can reverse engineer some principles. And Amelia, Franklin addressed the chief engineer, you're going to be the linchpin here. Once we have ideas from all fields, you need to figure out how to make them work together. It's going to be like solving a puzzle where the pieces keep changing shape, but I have faith in you. Cortez grinned. Sounds like my kind of challenge, Lord Franklin. As the scientists dispersed to their respective workstations, Franklin found himself looking around the secret facility. Area 51. He chuckled to himself, remembering how the name came about. It had been during the initial construction of the facility. Franklin had been overseeing the plans when one of the engineers had asked what they should call it. Well, Franklin had mused, it's a secret base, hidden from sight, where we're going to be working on technology so advanced it might as well be alien. Let's call it Area 51. The engineer had looked confused. Area 51, sir? Is that a reference to something? Franklin had just grinned. Let's just say it's a callback to an old Terran legend. Sometimes the best way to hide something is to make it sound so ridiculous that no one believes it exists. And so, Area 51 was born. A name that was both a joke and a nod to humanity's past, housing research that would shape its future. As Franklin watched his team of eggheads hard at work, he felt a swell of pride. These were some of the finest minds in the Imperium, possibly in all of human history. If anyone could crack the secrets of the inertialist drive and harness the power of a star, it was them. Lord Franklin, Smartass's voice interrupted his thoughts. Initial simulations are complete. Would you like to review the results? Franklin smiled. Even the AI's voice had a slight sarcastic tone to it, another of his little jokes that had somehow made it into the final programming. Hit me with it, Smartass, he replied. And don't spare the details. You know how I love a good bedtime story. As the AI began its report, Franklin settled in for a long night. The path ahead was challenging, perhaps even impossible by some standards. But then again, the impossible was just another Tuesday for the Liberty Eagles. And as for Franklin Valorian, the Liberator? Well, he was ready to liberate humanity from the constraints of conventional physics itself. All in a day's work for a Primarch with a sense of humor in a secret base called Area 51. Chapter 26, Chaos Comes Knocking. The vast expanse of space near the Eye of Terror shimmered as the Gloriana-class battleship Sweet Liberty emerged from the warp. At its helm stood Franklin Valorian, the Primarch of Liberty, his brown eyes scanning the tactical readouts with a mix of curiosity and determination. Dr. Vasquez, status report on the Liberty Spires, Franklin's deep voice resonated through the bridge. Dr. Elena Vasquez, her lab coat pristine despite the long hours of work, approached the command throne. Primarch, the Liberty Spires are primed and ready for deployment. We've made significant progress in replicating the Kadian pylon technology, but this will be our first field test. Franklin nodded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Excellent work, Doctor. Let's see if we can give the Eye of Terror a run for its money. As the battleship approached a nondescript planet near the roiling mass of the Eye, Franklin's expression grew serious. Auspex scans, report. My lord, a sensor officer called out, the planet shows signs of former Ildari occupation. There's a significant structure, possibly a shrine or temple on the surface. Franklin's eyes gleamed with interest. Perfect. Dr. Vasquez, prepare to deploy the Liberty Spires from orbit. I want a full spectrum analysis of their effects. Understood, Primarch, Elena replied, her fingers dancing across her data slate. Launching now. The bridge crew watched in tense silence as dozens of sleek, obelisk-like structures were fired from the Sweet Liberty's launch base. They streaked through the planet's atmosphere, landing in a precise pattern around the Ildari structure. Almost immediately, the Liberty Spires began to glow and emit a low, resonant hum. The effect on the nearby Eye of Terror was instant and visible even from orbit. The swirling mass of chaos energy seemed to recoil, shrinking away from the planet. By the Emperor, Elena breathed, her eyes wide. It's working even better than we anticipated. The warp interference is down by 47% and dropping. Franklin leaned forward, his massive frame tense with excitement. Any signs of instability? Elena frowned, adjusting her instruments. There are some microfractures forming on the spire's surfaces. Nothing critical yet, but it bears monitoring. The Primarch stood, his imposing height making even the spacious bridge feel small. I want to see this up close. Prepare a landing party. Denzel, Stephen, John, you're with me. As Franklin made his way to the hangar, Elena called after him. Primarch, please be cautious. The readings are promising, but we're dealing with forces we don't fully understand. On the planet's surface, the air crackled with tension as the Liberty Eagles and their guardsmen allies established a perimeter around the temple. The structure itself seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its weathered facade belying the power contained within. Franklin strode towards the temple entrance, his footsteps leaving imprints in the alien soil. Behind him, Captains Denzel Washington, Stephen Armstrong, and John Ezra exchanged worried glances. I don't like this, sir, Armstrong growled, his hand clenching and unclenching reflexively. This place reeks of Xeno's trickery. Denzel nodded in agreement, his hand resting on the hilt of his hyperphase sword. The Ildari are known for their deceptions. We should proceed with caution. Franklin turned to face his captains, a wry smile playing across his features. Caution? Where's the fun in that? His expression sobered slightly. But you're right to be wary. That's why you three are staying out here. Guard the entrance. Let no one in or out except me. And if I'm not back in an hour. He paused, his eyes glinting with an unreadable emotion. Well, use your imagination. John Ezra stepped forward, his face a mask of concern. My lord, as head of your secret service, I must insist on accompanying you. The risks are mine to take, John, Franklin interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. I appreciate your concern, but this is something I need to do alone. He placed a hand on Ezra's shoulder, the gesture both reassuring and final. With that, Franklin turned and entered the temple, the ancient doors groaning shut behind him. The three captains exchanged one last look before taking up their positions, the weight of their responsibility settling heavily upon them. Franklin strode into the temple palace with the casual air of a sightseer on vacation. His massive frame dwarfed the already enormous entrance, the silvery metal doors flowing outward like liquid as he passed through. Well, 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 he whistled, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. Looks like the Ildari really knew how to throw a housewarming party. His eyes swept over the beautiful mosaics glittering on the floor, depicting scenes of natural beauty. Trees, forests, and landscapes that might have existed millions of years ago sparkled beneath his feet. You know, Franklin mused aloud, his voice carrying a hint of amusement, I'm starting to think these Eldar folks had a bit of an obsession with plants. Maybe they should have invested in some nice astroturf instead. He craned his neck to look at the curved ceiling, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as he moved. Now that's what I call a skylight. Bet it's a pain to clean, though. As he ventured deeper into the temple palace, Franklin found himself in a vast courtyard. The air was still, heavy with the weight of ages past. Lovely garden, he quipped, gesturing to the empty space. Really nailing that minimalist look. The Primarch's journey took him through winding corridors and twisting passageways, the structure revealing itself as a labyrinth of epic proportions. You'd think a race as advanced as the Ildari would have invented signposts, he grumbled good-naturedly. Or at least left a trail of breadcrumbs. Eventually, Franklin found himself descending into the depths of the temple palace. The air grew cooler, and a faint hum of energy permeated the atmosphere. He entered a chamber lined with bizarre engines that resembled abstract art more than machinery. Now this, Franklin said, eyeing the towering shapes of multicolored glass, is what happens when you let the engineering department get creative after a few too many drinks. He could feel the raw psychic energy emanating from these unshielded spirit engines, drawing power directly from the warp. Wow, talk about an open-plan power grid. No wonder these guys had issues with demons. It's like leaving the front door open and wondering why the neighborhood cats keep wandering in. Descending further, Franklin found himself in the Chamber of Faces. The massive masks, each 10 times the height of a man, seemed to watch him with expressions of infinite wisdom and profound sadness. Well, hello there, big fellas, Franklin said, waving at the nearest mask. Don't suppose any of you know where I can find the gift shop? No? All right, just checking. He wandered among the lesser daises and stairways, taking in the sea of smaller, humanoid faces that filled every available space. You know, I'm starting to think the Ildari might have had some issues with personal space. Or maybe they just really liked playing Guess Who. Franklin's eyes were drawn to the various god masks adorning the walls. He paused before the face of a monstrous woman with glistening tears. Cheer up, lady. I'm sure things aren't that bad. Have you tried yoga? Moving on, he found himself face to face with a sinister harlequin god. Now that's a smile that'll haunt your dreams. Remind me never to hire this guy for a birthday party. The half-Eldar, half-dragon face with flames burning in its nostrils caught his attention next. Ooh, spicy. Bet this one's a hit at barbecues. Finally, Franklin's gaze fell upon the metal mask of Kala Menshikain on the south wall. Its demonic visage seemed to glare at him with malevolent intent. Well, aren't you a charming fellow? Let me guess, you're the live, laugh, love type, right? As he approached Kain's mask, Franklin noticed the chamber within its mouth. Ah, the OL hidden room in the mouth trick. Classic. Let's see what goodies you're hiding, big guy. Stepping into the small chamber with its glassy crystalline walls, Franklin immediately spotted the death sword. The black crystal blade seemed to pulse with barely contained power, its runes glowing faintly in the dim light. As Franklin turned to enter the chamber housing the death sword, a chill ran down his spine. The air shimmered, reality warping as a figure materialized behind him. Kairos Fate Weaver, the Oracle of Psianch, stood in all his grotesque glory, both heads focused intently on the Primarch. Franklin's warp powers activated instinctively, a golden aura enveloping him as he resisted the overwhelming psychic pressure emanating from the daemon. His mech suit, sensing the threat, deployed an array of weapons, primed and ready to unleash devastation. Well, Franklin drawled, his tone deceptively casual. If it isn't the galaxy's most indecisive bird. 2 heads and still can't make up your mind, hey. Kairos' right head spoke first, its voice a melodious whisper. Franklin Valorian, Liberator, son of the anathema. We bring you visions of what could be. The left head continued, its tone harsh and grating. Futures that may come to pass, should you choose wisely. Before Franklin could retort, his mind was assaulted by a cascade of visions. He saw himself standing atop a golden throne, the Imperium flourishing under his leadership as War Master. Worlds beyond count rallied to his banner, and humanity ascended to new heights of greatness. The scene shifted, and now he stood as Imperial Regent, guiding mankind back to the pinnacle of its power. The warp itself seemed to bend to humanity's will, and the threats that had long plagued the galaxy withered before their might. But the visions were not all glorious. Franklin watched as his brothers, Lemon Russ and Lion L. Johnson, struck him down, their faces twisted with righteous fury. He saw himself fall, betrayed and broken, as the Imperium crumbled around him. Through it all, Franklin remained impassive, his golden aura growing brighter with each passing moment. Kairos, for all his power, found himself squinting against the searing light emanating from the Primarch. As the visions faded, Franklin's laughter echoed through the chamber. Is that the best you've got, bird brain? I've had fortune cookies with more convincing prophecies. Kairos' right head spoke again, its voice tinged with frustration. We offer you power beyond measure, Liberator. The chance to shape the galaxy as you see fit. The left head hissed, embrace the change we offer, and all you desire shall be yours. Franklin's grin widened, his eyes glinting with defiance. Sorry, pal, but I'm not in the market for any 2-bit daemon deals today. Besides, have you seen this place? He gestured around the ancient temple. I think I've hit my quota for cryptic offers and ominous warnings. As Franklin's defiance grew, Kairos Fateweaver's frustration turned to rage. Both heads spoke in unison, their voices a cacophony of fury and madness. If you will not be swayed, Liberator, then you shall be destroyed. The air crackled with warp energy as Kairos unleashed his full might. Reality buckled around them, the ancient temple groaning under the strain of their clash. Franklin's grin turned feral, his golden aura exploding outward. Now that's more like it. Let's dance, Chicken Little. As the battle intensified, Franklin's frustration grew alongside his determination. His array of advanced weaponry, while impressive, seemed to do little more than annoy the greater daemon of Psianch. Kairos' form shimmered and twisted, wounds healing almost as quickly as they were inflicted. Oh, come on! Franklin shouted, dodging another bolt of warp lightning. Is this some kind of cosmic joke? I've got enough firepower here to level a continent, and you're shrugging it off like it's a water gun fight. Kairos cackled, both heads speaking in a dissonant harmony. Your mortal weapons are nothing against the infinite power of change, Liberator. Franklin's eyes narrowed, a reckless idea forming in his mind. Mortal weapons, hey? Well, let's see how you handle some good old-fashioned Primarch fury. With a roar that shook the very foundations of the temple, Franklin disengaged his ranged weapons and charged straight at Kairos. The greater daemon's eyes widened in surprise, both pairs of them. What madness is this? Kairos screeched, unleashing a torrent of warp energy at the approaching Primarch. Franklin barreled through the psychic assault, his golden aura flaring brightly. Madness? This is Sparta. I mean liberty. He bellowed, channeling his inner action hero. Before Kairos could react, Franklin's armored fist connected with the daemon's midsection. The impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, ancient stonework cracking under the strain. Kairos staggered back, genuinely hurt for the first time in the battle. Impossible! Both heads cried out in unison. Franklin pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches that would make even the most hardened gladiator wince. Each blow was infused with his innate psychic power, golden energy crackling around his fists. What's the matter, bird brain? Franklin taunted between punches. Can't predict a good old-fashioned beatdown. As the battle raged on, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp around them. The chamber of faces began to animate, the ancient god masks awakening to witness the clash between Primarch and Greater Daemon. Franklin, caught up in the heat of battle, barely noticed the spectral audience. He was too busy introducing Kairos to the finer points of Primarch pugilism. I've got to say, Franklin panted, dodging a swipe from Kairos' staff, this is way more fun than listening to your cryptic nonsense. Next time, maybe lead with the fight, yet. Kairos, battered but far from defeated, rallied for a counterattack. Your impudence will be your downfall, son of the anathema. Yet, even as Franklin pummeled the Greater Daemon, he realized that while he was causing damage, he lacked the raw warp power necessary to truly banish Kairos back to the immaterium. His golden aura flared with each strike, searing the daemon's flesh, but it wasn't enough to deal a decisive blow. Kairos, recovering from its initial shock, lashed out with tendrils of pure warp energy. They wrapped around Franklin's mech suit, threatening to crush it like a tin can. Okay, Franklin grunted, straining against the otherworldly grip, maybe I didn't think this through entirely. As he struggled, Franklin's mind raced. He knew he possessed some innate warp abilities, gifts from his father, the Emperor. He had never truly explored the extent of these powers, preferring to rely on technology and good old-fashioned firepower. Note to self, he muttered, his mech suit's armor creaking under the pressure, ask Dad for some warp power lessons when this is over. Assuming I survive, of course. With a burst of strength, Franklin broke free from Kairos' grasp, his golden aura flaring brighter than ever. Franklin found himself in quite the pickle. On one side, a Greater Daemon of Psianch that refused to stay banished. On the other, a supposedly all-powerful sword. Just another Tuesday in the life of a demigod superhuman. All right, time for Plan B, Franklin muttered, his eyes darting to the enshrined death sword. Or is it Plan C? I've lost count. With the thought, Franklin's arsenal vanished into the pocket dimension, leaving him unencumbered. Kairos, momentarily confused by this action, hesitated. Franklin seized the opportunity. Hey, bird brain! He shouted, his voice echoing through the chamber. Catch me if you can. With that, the Primarch of Liberty sprinted towards the sword, his enhanced physiology allowing him to move at speeds that would make even an Astartes envious. Kairos, realizing Franklin's intent, unleashed a barrage of warp fire, the very air igniting with eldritch energies. Franklin dodged and weaved, the temple around him groaning under the assault. You know, he called over his shoulder, narrowly avoiding a tendril of pure chaos, for a being that can see the future, your aim sure sucks. As he neared the sword, Franklin's COMM link crackled to life. Denzel Washington's voice, usually calm and collected, was strained with urgency. My lord, Denzel reported, the sound of bolter fire in the background, we're under attack. Demons are pouring out of, well, everywhere. Franklin gritted his teeth. Hold the line, Denzel. I'm working on a solution. With all due respect, sir, Denzel replied, his voice drowned out momentarily by an explosion, could you work faster? Critics, Franklin muttered, rolling under another of Kairos' attacks. Everyone's a critic. Well, Franklin muttered, closing in on the blade, when in Rome, or whatever the Ildari equivalent is. As his hand closed around the hilt, a voice boomed through his mind, nearly causing him to drop the sword in surprise. Mortal! You dare touch the blade of Cain! Franklin winced, the volume threatening to give him a headache. Ow! Indoor voice, please. And who's Cain? Your customer service could use some work. The voice sputtered indignantly. I am Cain, the Ildari god of war and murder. Show some respect, human. Right, got it. God of war, check. God of indoor voices, not so much, Franklin quipped, hefting the sword. It felt oddly right in his hand, as if it were meant for him. Listen, Mr. K, I've got a bit of a bird problem to deal with. Mind if I borrow this? Before the voice could respond, Kairos Fateweaver launched another assault. Franklin swung the blade instinctively, and to his surprise, it cut through the daemon's warp-forged defenses with ease. Now that's more like it. Cain's voice thundered. Slay the daemon. Bathe in its blood. Franklin rolled his eyes as he parried another of Kairos' attacks. You know, for a god, you're awfully bloodthirsty. Ever considered anger management classes? As the battle raged on, Franklin felt a strange connection forming between himself and the sword. It was as if the blade was trying to feed on his very essence, but something within him, his indomitable will, perhaps, was holding it at bay. Kairos, realizing the tide had turned, attempted to flee. This cannot be. Both heads cried in unison. The crone sword was meant for another. Sorry, bird brain, Franklin grinned, charging forward. Finders keepers. With a mighty swing, he cleaved through Kairos Fateweaver. The greater daemon of Tseanch dissolved into a swirl of warp energy, truly banished this time. As the echoes of battle faded, Cain's voice piped up again, this time with a note of confusion. Wait. You are no mere mortal. I sense divinity within you. What manner of being are you? Franklin blinked, surprised by the sudden change in tone. Divinity? Me? I think you've got your wires crossed, buddy. I'm just your average, run-of-the-mill superhuman demigod Primarch. Nothing special. There was a moment of silence, then Cain's voice returned, softer but no less intense. A Primarch? A minor warp god? Fascinating. Perhaps this alliance may prove more interesting than I thought. Whoa, hold up, Franklin interjected. Alliance? I just needed a sword to swat a pesky daemon. I'm not signing up for any divine timeshare here. But even as he protested, Franklin could feel the connection between himself and the sword, no, the shard of Cain, growing stronger. It was as if they were becoming two halves of a whole, much to his chagrin. Together, we shall reap a great harvest of souls. Cain declared enthusiastically. Franklin sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Look, I appreciate the offer, but I'm more of a liberty and justice for all kind of guy, not so much into the whole reaping souls business. How about we compromise? You help me fight the bad guys, and I don't know, polish you regularly or something. Cain grumbled but seemed to acquiesce. Very well, Primarch. But know that I shall not be silenced entirely. My thirst for battle must be sated. Great, Franklin muttered. I've got a backseat driver in my head. Dad's gonna love this. As if on cue, his vox crackled to life. Denzel Washington's voice came through, sounding slightly panicked. My lord. We're under attack by demons. Lots of demons. Excellent. Cain boomed. Let us rush to meet them in glorious combat. Franklin winced at the volume. Okay, first rule of our new alliance, no shouting in my head when I'm on the vox. Denzel, hang tight. I'm on my way, and I've brought a friend. As he rushed to aid his men, Franklin couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Here he was, a Primarch of the Imperium, wielding an Ildari god's sword and arguing with said god in his head. Just wait until I tell Dad about this, he mused. Hey, Pops, remember when you said I should make new friends? Well, how about an Ildari god with volume control issues? With that thought, and Cain's indignant sputtering echoing in his mind, the Primarch of Liberty charged into battle. The galaxy, it seemed, had just gotten a whole lot more interesting, and a whole lot louder. Chapter 27, The Deity in the Sword. As Franklin emerged from the temple, he was greeted by a scene of beautiful chaos. The Liberty Eagles were holding the line in the most Liberty Eagle way possible, by unleashing an unrelenting barrage of firepower into the demon-spewing portals. "Now that's what I call a warm welcome," Franklin shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of explosions and gunfire. "Your men fight well, Primarch." Cain's voice boomed in his head. Though they lack finesse in close combat, true warriors should revel in the blood and viscera of their foes. Franklin winced, both at the volume and the sentiment. "Okay, first off, indoor voice, remember? And secondly, have you considered that maybe, just maybe, not getting covered in demon guts is actually a good thing?" Before Cain could retort, Franklin noticed the Liberty spires cracking under the strain of the demonic assault. More portals were opening, allowing a tide of warp spawn to pour onto the planet's surface. "Ah, crap," Franklin muttered, raising the death sword. "Looks like it's time for some close-quarters problem-solving." As he charged into the fray, Franklin marveled at the sword's power. With each swing, demons fell, their bodies withering and crumbling to dust before they even hit the ground. "Okay, I'll admit," Franklin said, decapitating a particularly ugly daemon, "this is pretty impressive. But do you have to be so messy about it?" "Messy?" Cain sounded offended. "This is art. The pinnacle of warfare." Franklin rolled his eyes as he continued to carve through the demonic horde. "You know, you're starting to sound an awful lot like Kern. Are you sure you two aren't related?" There was a moment of shocked silence in his head, then an explosion of indignant fury. "How dare you compare me to that mindless brute? I demand a rematch. When I get my hands on him, I'll—" "Whoa, whoa!" Franklin interrupted, narrowly dodging a daemon's claws. "Let's focus on the fight at hand, shall we? You can plan your divine boxing match later." As they fought, Cain began to explain the nature of the sword, albeit begrudgingly when he mentioned the name of Vol. "This is no mere blade, Primarch. It is a crone sword, forged by Vaul from the fingers of Maraheg herself, imbued with the concept of death itself." "Fascinating," Franklin replied, only half listening as he bisected 3 demons with a single swing. "And the part where it keeps trying to eat my soul?" Cain had the decency to sound slightly embarrassed. "Ah, yes. Well, when I was shattered by that overgrown blood bank Kern, my largest fragment was absorbed by the sword. It may have enhanced its properties somewhat, transforming it into the death sword you now wield." "Somewhat, he says," Franklin muttered. "Listen, buddy, I appreciate the power boost, but could you maybe dial back on the whole soul-absorbing thing? I'm rather attached to mine." As they continued to battle, Franklin sounded the retreat for his men. Hundreds of thousands of personnel carriers descended from the skies, ready to evacuate the Liberty Eagles and their support staff. Cain, meanwhile, was critiquing the fighting style of the Liberty Eagles. "Their ranged combat is impressive, but they lack finesse in close quarters. Perhaps if they—" The god's voice trailed off as he noticed Denzel Washington, Franklin's first captain, cutting through swathes of demons with graceful efficiency. "Behold!" Cain exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "The Black Warrior! He moves with the grace of a Phoenix Lord. Truly, he is a worthy champion." Franklin couldn't help but grin with pride. "That's my boy. Denzel's always been a cut above the rest. Though maybe don't call him Black Warrior to his face. We're trying to move past that kind of thing." As the battle raged on, Franklin found himself curious about his new divine hitchhiker. "So, Cain, what's your deal anyway? God of War, sure, but what does that actually mean?" Cain seemed to preen at the question. "I am the embodiment of war and murder, the bloody-handed god of the Ildari. My power is unmatched in combat, my fury unquenchable." "Uh-huh," Franklin nodded, decapitating another daemon. "And how's that working out for you, being all shattered and everything?" There was a moment of silence, then a grudging response. "It has seen better days. But my essence lives on in my avatars and in blades such as this." Franklin chuckled. "Well, at least you're staying positive. So, what do you think of all this?" He gestured at the chaotic battlefield around them. "Bit different from your usual Ildari scuffles, I'd imagine." Cain's response was thoughtful, surprising Franklin. "It is intriguing. Your warriors fight with a passion I have not seen in millennia. Perhaps there is hope for your race yet. As they continued to fight, Franklin found himself warming to the excitable god in his head. Sure, Cain was loud and more than a little bloodthirsty, but there was something endearing about his enthusiasm. So, Cain, Franklin asked, bisecting a daemon with casual ease, what's your deal anyway? You seem to know a lot about current Ildari culture for a guy who's been stuck in a sword. Cain's voice took on a note of melancholy. I am aware of my other fragments, scattered among my children. Through them, I glimpse the state of the Ildari, though the picture is fragmented. Sounds rough, buddy, Franklin sympathized, then paused. Wait, fragments? You mean there are more pieces of you running around? Yes, Cain confirmed. When I was shattered by that barbarian kern, my essence was scattered. This sword absorbed the largest piece, but others exist. Franklin whistled. Talk about identity crisis. So, what you're saying is, I'm basically wielding the premium version of you. In a manner of speaking, Cain grumbled. Though I would prefer you show more reverence to a god of war and murder. You know, Franklin mused as he cleaved through another group of demons, this could be the start of a beautiful friendship. Or at least a really weird buddy cop movie. I do not understand that reference, Cain replied, but I sense it is meant in good spirit. Now, let us continue to smite our foes. As the last evacuation ship took off, Franklin activated his personal teleporter. In a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the battlefield, leaving behind a horde of very confused and suddenly weaponless demons. Materializing aboard his flagship, Franklin slumped against a bulkhead, the death sword still clutched in his hand. Well, he sighed, that was something. A glorious battle. Cain agreed enthusiastically. Though it ended too soon. As Franklin arrived on the bridge of the Sweet Liberty, he was greeted by the controlled chaos of a post-battle debriefing. Dr. Elena Vasquez, her lab coat slightly singed and her hair in disarray, rushed up to him with a data slate in hand. My lord, she began, her eyes bright with excitement despite the exhaustion evident on her face, I have some fascinating findings regarding the Liberty Spires. Franklin raised an eyebrow, absently twirling the death sword. Let's hear it, Doc. I could use some good news after the demon-infested mess we just left behind. Demons are excellent practice, Cain's voice boomed in Franklin's head. Though your swordsmanship leaves much to be desired. Franklin winced, both at the volume and the critique. Indoor voice, remember? And I'd like to see you do better with no arms. Dr. Vasquez, used to her Primarch's occasional non-sequiturs, continued undeterred. We've identified the primary material used in the spires. I'm calling it Noctilith. It has remarkable properties, particularly in relation to warp energies. Noctilith, hey. Franklin mused. Catchy name. What's the catch? Well, Elena hesitated, it's rare. Very rare. We'll need to organize search parties across the Imperium to find more. And it won't be cheap. Franklin grinned. Doc, when has expense ever stopped us from doing something awesome? Set it up. We'll make it a treasure hunt. The boys could use some R&R anyway. As Dr. Vasquez hurried off to begin her preparations, Franklin made his way to the observation deck. The vast expanse of the Independence Cluster spread out before him, a testament to human resilience and ingenuity. Impressive, Cain's voice rumbled, softer now but still filled with divine authority. Your realm is vast and powerful. But tell me, Primarch, what is that? Franklin followed the god's mental nudge and spotted the massive, star-shaped construct floating serenely beside one of the cluster's forge worlds. Oh, that old thing. Franklin chuckled. That's a Blackstone fortress. Found it drifting in space a while back. Makes for a great conversation piece, don't you think? There was a moment of silence, then Cain spoke again, his tone filled with a mixture of awe and excitement. Talismans of Vaul. I had thought them all lost or destroyed. Primarch, do you realize the power you possess? Franklin shrugged. I mean, it's a big, ancient space station. Looks cool, sure, but we haven't figured out how to turn it on yet. Why? You know something about it. Know something? Cain's laughter boomed in Franklin's mind. I am a god of the Ildari. Of course I know its secrets. Listen well, Primarch, for I shall make you an offer. I'm all ears, Franklin replied, intrigued despite himself. But if this involves any blood sacrifices or eternal servitude, I'm going to have to pass. Nothing so crude, Cain assured him. Merely a exchange of knowledge. In your next crusade, should you dedicate a portion of the souls you slay to me, I shall teach you how to awaken the talisman of Vaul. Franklin considered the offer. Souls, hey? Any preference on the flavor? We've got quite a variety pack out there in the galaxy. Any soul will do, Cain replied, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Though I must admit, Xeno's souls have a certain spice to them. Franklin sighed. Right. Well, I'll put that on my to-do list, right after teach Ancient War God the concept of subtlety and explain to Dad why I'm now best friends with an Ildari deity. As Franklin made his way to his private quarters, Cain's voice piped up again. Speaking of combat, your swordsmanship is atrocious. Your form is sloppy, your footwork abysmal. It's embarrassing. Franklin snorted. Well, excuse me for not being up to your godly standards. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm more of a shoot first, ask questions later kind of guy. The sword thing is new for me. There was a moment of silence, then Cain spoke again, his tone almost eager. Perhaps I could teach you the ways of an Ildari god of war. It would be shameful for the wielder of my blade to be so inept. Franklin paused, considering the offer. You know what? Why not? It'll give us something to do between battles. But fair warning, I'm a hands-on learner. Hope you're ready for some trial and error. As Franklin practiced his swordsmanship, Cain's voice boomed in his head, no, no, no. You move like a lumbering crake. The blade should flow like the rivers of Isha's tears, not thrash about like a enslaver's tentacles. Franklin paused, panting. Crake? Enslaver? Care to translate for those of us who weren't around for the war in heaven? Cain sighed, a sound like grinding mountains. The Kruk were the ancestors of your orcs, Primarch. And enslavers, pray you never encounter them. Now, focus. Your stance should be as immovable as the Crone worlds, your strikes as swift as Segurika's wit. As weeks passed, Cain's instructions became a strange mix of combat training and history lessons. Rotate your wrist as you strike, like the spiral dance of the void dragons. No, no, your footwork is sloppier than a Jokero's first attempt at metallurgy. Franklin, dripping with sweat, couldn't help but chuckle. You know, for someone who's been shattered, you've got a remarkably good memory. I am a god, Primarch, Cain retorted. My memory spans eons. I remember the galaxy when your species was still learning to walk upright. During one session, as Franklin executed a particularly complex maneuver, Cain's voice held a note of approval. Better. You're beginning to move with the grace of a howling banshee. Though you lack their melodious battle cry. Franklin grinned. I'll leave the singing to you, O Divine One. I'm more of a humming guy myself. As they trained, Cain would often reminisce about the old days. Ah, the glorious battles of old. When the Ildari Empire spanned the stars, and our warriors danced across solar systems. Your Imperium, vast as it is but a pale shadow of our former glory. Yet, Franklin quipped, parrying an imaginary blow. And I bet you had to walk uphill both ways to school, too. Cain ignored the jab. You jest, but there is much you could learn from the old ways. The Ildari of old knew the importance of balance, in art, in war, in life. As their training progressed, Franklin found himself genuinely interested in these snippets of ancient history. So, tell me about this war in heaven. Sounds like it was quite the shindig. Cain's voice grew somber. It was a time of unimaginable conflict, Primarch. The Old Ones and the Necrontyr, locked in a battle that reshaped the very fabric of reality. We gods were born in that crucible of war, forged from the psychic might of the Ildari. Franklin nodded, his expression thoughtful. And now here you are, teaching a human Primarch how to swing a sword. Funny how things turn out, isn't it? Indeed, Cain replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. The paths of fate are as unpredictable as the laughter of Seguruk. Now, enough chatter. Show me the sword wind technique I taught you, and try not to look like a drunken hrud this time. And so their training continued, a bizarre fusion of ancient Ildari wisdom and Franklin's irreverent humor. With each session, the Primarch of Liberty grew not only in skill but in understanding of a culture long lost to time, with the god of murder learning to lower his volume. Franklin stood at the helm of the Sweet Liberty, his massive frame dwarfing even the largest command consoles. The 21st world to fall under the banner of the Imperium through his latest crusade was now secure, its compliance assured by the overwhelming might of the Liberty Eagles. Another one for the Emperor, et. Franklin chuckled, his booming voice echoing through the bridge. A spectral voice rang in his mind, tinged with impatience. Bah! Compliance without bloodshed? Where's the fun in that, Liberator? Franklin rolled his eyes, a grin spreading across his face. Cain, my murderous friend, must everything end in a massacre with you? Of course. The god of war and murder retorted. It's in my nature. Now, about that promised crusade of slaughter. All in good time, you bloodthirsty shard, Franklin laughed, patting the hilt of the death blade at his side. For now, be content with the souls we've collected. Quality over quantity, right? Cain grumbled incoherently, a sound that reminded Franklin of a petulant child denied a treat. The thought of the ancient Eldar god pouting nearly sent him into a fit of laughter. Suddenly, an urgent voice cut through the bridge. Lord Primarch! We're receiving a distress call from a nearby Imperial world. Franklin's demeanor shifted instantly, his jovial expression hardening into one of grim determination. Put it through. The message crackled with static and desperation. This is Governor Thalius of Lumina Secundus. We are under attack by Xenos raiders. Dark Eldar. Please, any Imperial forces, we need immediate assistance. Well, Cain's voice purred in Franklin's mind. It seems the galaxy has answered my prayers for blood. Franklin snorted. Your prayers? I thought gods didn't pray. Figure of speech, you oversized Monday key, Cain retorted. All right, Franklin said aloud, addressing his crew. Looks like our compliance tour just got interesting. Set course for Lumina Secundus, maximum speed. Let's introduce these Drukari to some good old-fashioned liberty. As the Battlefleet Liberty translated into the warp, Cain's excitement grew palpable. Yes. Finally, a worthy battle. Crush them, Liberator. Paint the ground with their ichor. Franklin chuckled. Easy there, Blood God. These are your children, after all. Having second thoughts. Cain's laughter was cold and mirthless. Children? I massacred my own offspring because of a prophecy. What makes you think I care about these dark reflections? Point taken, Franklin conceded. You're one messed up deity, you know that. I prefer focused, Cain replied smugly. The journey through the warp was mercifully short. As they translated back into real space, the scene before them was chaos incarnate. Drukari raiders swarmed around the beleaguered Imperial world, their sleek, spike-adorned ships darting between lumbering system defense vessels. All ships, open fire! Franklin roared. Show these Xenos what real firepower looks like. The Battlefleet Liberty erupted in a symphony of destruction. Lance beams, macro cannons, and exotic weaponry beyond Imperial science tore through the void. Drukari ships, caught off guard by the sudden arrival of such overwhelming force, began to disintegrate under the onslaught. As the fleet engaged, Franklin's keen eyes spotted something on the planet's surface. Cain, what's that structure near the southern continent? Ah, you see it too. Cain sounded impressed. That, my trigger-happy host, is a Webway portal. If you wish to truly hurt these raiders, you'll need to cut off their escape route. Franklin grinned. Now that's the kind of tactical advice I like to hear. Any other pearls of wisdom? Yes, Cain's voice turned deadly serious. Leave none alive. Ah, you do care, Franklin quipped as he issued orders for planetfall. The Liberty Eagles and their enhanced guardsmen companions made planetfall in a storm of drop pods and gunships. As they touched down, the true horror of the Drukari assault became clear. The streets were littered with the dead and dying, while dark, barbed skimmers darted between buildings, snatching up terrified civilians. Franklin strode forward, the death blade humming with anticipation in his hand. All right, boys. Let's show these pointy-eared pirates what happens when you mess with the Imperium. The Liberty forces moved with practiced precision, their tactics a blend of overwhelming firepower and strategic genius. Whenever a Drukari raider revealed their position, that entire area would be suddenly showered with a hail of disintegration beams and explosive ordnance. Overkill much? Cain commented dryly as another city block was reduced to rubble, taking a squad of Drukari with it. Franklin shrugged, decapitating a witch with a casual swing. Hey, if it's worth shooting, it's worth shooting twice. Or 100 times. Whatever gets the job done. The screams of the dying and the acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air as Asdrubal Vect surveyed the battlefield from his elevated position. His raid on this Imperial world had been going perfectly until the unexpected arrival of the Mundaki reinforcements. Now, his carefully laid plans were unraveling before his eyes. A commotion near the center of the conflict caught his attention. Vect's eyes widened as he beheld a giant of a man, easily quadruple times the size of a normal human, carving through his Kabbalite warriors as if they were made of parchment. The giant wielded a blade that seemed to drink in the light around it, leaving trails of darkness and dried-up corpses in its wake. Impossible, Vect muttered, his mind racing to comprehend what he was seeing. The giant, clearly one of the legendary Primarches Vect had heard whispers about, moved with a grace that belied his enormous size. Each swing of his blade was precise, economical, and devastatingly effective. Vect watched in growing horror as entire squads of his best warriors were cut down in seconds. Valorian! 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 The chant rose from the Imperial forces, growing louder with each passing moment. Vect's lieutenants began to falter, their confidence shaken by the unstoppable force cutting through their ranks. The young Drukhari leader knew he had to act fast if he wanted to salvage anything from this rapidly deteriorating situation. With a snarl of frustration, Vect leaped from his perch, his own blade singing as he cut down a pair of human soldiers in his path. He needed to confront this Valorian directly. If he could take down a Primarch, his path to power in Comorak would be assured. As Vect approached, he could hear the Primarch's booming laughter. "Come on, boys!" Franklin called out to the retreating Drukhari. "The party's just getting started." The Primarch's blade flashed again, and a Ravager exploded in a shower of twisted metal and screaming bodies. Vect's eyes narrowed as he studied Franklin's movements. There was something familiar about his fighting style, something that tickled at the edge of Vect's memory. "You there!" Vect called out, his voice cutting through the chaos of battle. "Face me, if you dare!" Franklin turned, his eyes twinkling with amusement as they fell on Vect. Well, he grinned, casually beheading a witch who tried to flank him. "You must be the man in charge of this little soiree. Gotta say, your party planning skills could use some work." Vect didn't reply, instead launching himself at Franklin with blinding speed. His blades were a blur as he attacked, aiming for the weak points in the Primarch's armor. Vect's eyes widened as he recognized the fighting style Franklin employed, a perfect blend of Yildari grace and transhuman power. "Impossible. You fight like a severely pissed off Eldar god." Franklin finished for him. "Funny story, actually. Want to hear it over a drink? I know this great place that serves barbecued Drukhari." With a snarl of rage, Vect launched himself at Franklin, his own blade a blur of motion. The two danced a deadly waltz, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks and psychic energy. "Oh, come on!" Cain shouted in Franklin's mind. "You're not even trying. Put your back into it." Franklin parried another of Vect's strikes, laughing out loud. "You know, most people have a little angel and devil on their shoulders. I've got a murder god. How's that for an upgrade?" "Who are you, Mundaki?" Vect hissed, barely avoiding a strike that would have taken his head. "How do you fight like that?" Franklin's grin widened. "Me? I'm just a guy who's had some really interesting dance lessons lately. You should try it sometime. Great cardio." Their blades met again, and this time Vect's sword shattered under the impact. He staggered back, genuine fear gripping his heart for the first time in centuries. "It's been fun," Franklin said, raising his blade for a final strike, "but I think it's time we wrap this up." At that moment, a nearby explosion rocked the battlefield. Vect, seizing the opportunity, threw a handful of shuriken at Franklin's face and bolted towards the Webway portal. "Ah, leaving so soon?" Franklin called after him. "But we were just getting to know each other." As Vect dove through the portal, he caught one last glimpse of the Primarch. Franklin had turned away, his attention already on the next group of Drukhari warriors. But it was the blade in his hand that seared itself into Vect's memory for just a moment. He could have sworn he saw a face in its surface, grinning with bloodthirsty glee. As the Webway portal sealed behind him, Vect stumbled onto the twisted streets of Comorak, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The sounds of battle faded, replaced by the ever-present din of the dark city. He had escaped, yes, but at a terrible cost. His raid in ruins, his forces decimated, and his pride wounded, Vex's mind reeled from the encounter. But amidst the chaos of his thoughts, certain images burned bright, the giant Primarch's mocking grin, the impossible blade that drank in light and souls, and most importantly, the colors and symbol of his newfound nemesis. Vex's fists clenched as he rose to his feet. He had lost this battle, abandoned his warriors to their fate. But he was alive, and in Kymarak, that was all that mattered. This defeat would be a lesson, a stepping stone on his path to power. Valorian, he hissed, the name tasting like poison on his tongue. Enjoy your victory while you can. For I, Asdrubal Vecht, will not rest until I see your precious eagles broken and your worlds burning. With renewed purpose, Vecht melted into the shadows of Kymarak. He had schemes to revise, alliances to forge, and a long-term plan for revenge to set in motion. Kymarak at this time was less a unified city and more a sprawling corsair port, a patchwork of fiefdoms ruled by competing archons and their cabals. The hierarchy was fluid, power constantly shifting as alliances formed and shattered with dizzying speed. The subrealms that would later become fully integrated into the Dark City still maintained a degree of autonomy. They would whisper of his failure today, but he would make sure they would scream his name in fear tomorrow. Chapter 28, The Wolf King of Fenris. The world of Fenris, 819.30 m. Fenris, a world of untamed wilderness and primal beauty, greeted Franklin Valorian with its harsh embrace. The planet's surface was a tapestry of rugged mountains, frozen tundras, and vast forests, all under the watchful gaze of two moons. The air was crisp and biting, carrying the scent of pine and snow. Franklin stood atop a snow-covered hill, the death sword in his hand dripping with the life essence of countless beasts. The Eldar god of war demanded with barely contained excitement. More, more. Cain's voice echoed in Franklin's mind. This world teems with worthy prey. Franklin chuckled, his breath misting in the frigid air. Easy there, old-timer. We're not here to depopulate the planet. The Primarch of Liberty surveyed his trophies, the head of a massive wyvern, the pelt of a Fenrisian mammoth, and the tusks of a great ice troll. Each kill had sent a surge of power through the death sword, feeding the shard of Cain within. Your father approaches, Cain hissed. We should strike now, while he is distracted. Franklin rolled his eyes. And get our asses handed to us? No thanks. We're here to meet family, not start a war. As the twin moons of Fenris rose high in the sky, Franklin found himself approaching a massive stone fortress. The scent of roasted meat and spilled mead hung heavy in the air, accompanied by the raucous sounds of celebration. Father's here, Franklin muttered, his keen senses picking up the familiar psychic imprint. Denzel, who had been silently observing his Primarch's hunt, nodded in agreement. They approached the fortress gates just as a hush fell over the gathered crowd inside. Franklin's enhanced hearing picked up the conversation within. They slipped into the great hall unnoticed, blending with the crowd of warriors and nobles. At the center of attention were two figures, one, a giant of a man with long blonde hair, dressed in furs and wielding a massive sword. The other, slightly shorter but no less imposing, wore a simple robe that seemed to shift colors in the firelight. They watched as the Emperor of Mankind engaged in a series of contests with the blonde giant, whom the crowd referred to as Lemon of the Russ. The first was an eating contest, which saw Lemon devour 3 whole oxen while the Emperor struggled to finish one. The second was a drinking contest, where Lemon emptied the royal cellars dry, leaving the Emperor swaying on his feet. Franklin couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his father, the most powerful being in the galaxy, losing so spectacularly in these mortal contests. Oh man, this is gold, he chuckled. But the third contest changed everything. Lemon, emboldened by his victories and no small amount of alcohol, began to boast. You're no match for me. He roared. I bet your father was a grox and your mother a rock. The hall went silent. The Emperor's eyes flashed with a power that made even Franklin take a step back. Without a word, the Master of Mankind threw a punch that connected with Lemon's jaw. The sound was like a thunderclap, and Lemon of the Russ, the undefeated king of Fenris, crumpled to the ground unconscious. Oh shit! Franklin exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. He just got knocked the fuck out. The hall erupted into chaos. Warriors reached for weapons, unsure whether to defend their king or bow to this display of superhuman might. It was at this moment that the Emperor's gaze fell upon Franklin. My son, he said, his voice carrying easily over the din. I see you finally arrived. Franklin stepped forward, a crooked grin on his face. Hey, old man. Quite a show you put on there. Gotta say, your drinking game needs some work, but that right hook? Solid gold. The Emperor's expression was unreadable, but there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Franklin. I trust your journey here was uneventful. Oh, you know, just the usual, Franklin shrugged. Killed a wyvern, hunted some mammoths, collected a few trophies. Nothing major. As they spoke, Lemon began to stir. The blonde giant pushed himself up, shaking his head to clear it. His eyes focused on the Emperor, then on Franklin, confusion evident on his face. What happened? Lemon growled. The Emperor turned to him. You have been defeated, Lemon of the Russ. But in doing so, you have proven yourself worthy. I am the Emperor of mankind, you are my son. As the revelry in the Great Hall of Fenris continued, the Emperor's mind touched Franklin's. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded the Primarch's consciousness, conveying years of planning and millennia of purpose in mere moments. Franklin's eyes widened slightly, the only outward sign of the psychic exchange. He saw the grand design his father had for humanity, the Great Crusade, the unification of mankind, and at the heart of it all, the secret Webway project. The sheer audacity of the plan was breathtaking. Your sire's ambitions are vast, Cain's voice whispered in Franklin's mind. But beware, mortal. Even gods can fall. Franklin mentally shushed the Eldar god, focusing on his father's words. You have proven yourself, my son, the Emperor's voice resonated in his thoughts. Your methods of compliance, your managed democracy, have shown remarkable efficiency. Malcador and I see great potential in your approach. Franklin couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Well, you know what they say, Dad. You catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. Or in our case, with the illusion of choice rather than outright subjugation. He sensed a flicker of amusement from the Emperor. Indeed. It is for this reason that I entrust you with knowledge of the Webway project. Your ability to shape worlds to our cause will be crucial in the times to come. The implications of this trust weren't lost on Franklin. He knew that this level of confidence from the Emperor was rare, even among the Primarches, 3 Primarches. I'm honored, truly, Franklin responded. But I gotta ask, why me? Why now? Because, Franklin, you understand the necessity of guiding humanity while maintaining the illusion of freedom. The Webway project requires absolute secrecy, yet its success will depend on the cooperation of trillions. Your methods may prove invaluable in this endeavor. As the psychic conversation concluded, Franklin found himself looking at his father and newly discovered brother with fresh eyes. The Emperor turned to Lemon Russ, who was still nursing his jaw from the earlier knockout punch. Lemon Russ, the Emperor spoke aloud, his voice carrying authority that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the hall. You have shown strength, tenacity, and a warrior's spirit. These qualities will serve you well as a son of the Emperor and a leader of men. Lemon straightened, his blue eyes sharp despite the alcohol still coursing through his system. I will not disappoint you. Father, he said, the last word coming out somewhat awkwardly. The Emperor nodded, then turned to Franklin with a smile that seemed reserved only for him. It was a smile of understanding, of shared secrets and mutual respect. And you, Franklin, the Emperor said, I have a task for you. Franklin raised an eyebrow, his signature grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh? And here I thought I was just here for the party. The Emperor's smile didn't waver. I need you to help your brother acclimate to his new role. Teach him the ways of leadership beyond the battlefield. Show him how to rule with more than just strength of arms. Lemon bristled slightly at this, but remained silent, his eyes darting between the Emperor and Franklin. Franklin nodded, his expression becoming more serious. I understand. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure our resident wolf learns some new tricks. It was then that the Emperor's gaze fell upon the sword at Franklin's hip. His eyes narrowed slightly, recognition flashing across his features. I see you've made some interesting friends, the Emperor said, his tone carefully neutral. Franklin's hand unconsciously moved to the death sword. Oh, this old thing? Yeah, it's been quite the companion. Got some attitude, but it gets the job done. The Emperor's eyes met Franklin's, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Franklin knew his father recognized the crone sword for what it was, a relic of the Ildari, and a powerful one at that. Be cautious, my son, the Emperor said softly. Such weapons often carry a weight beyond their physical form. Franklin nodded, his usual jovial demeanor tempered by the gravity of the moment. I understand, Father. I'll be careful. As the Emperor turned to leave the Great Hall of Fenris, he heard Franklin's voice behind him. Father, before you go, how fares my brother Horus? The Emperor paused, turning back to face his 11th son. Franklin's brown eyes, so often twinkling with mirth, now held a depth of concern that reminded the Emperor why he valued this particular son so highly. Horus is doing well, the Emperor replied, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. We have fought side by side for 17 years now. He grows stronger and more capable with each passing day. Horus, his bright star, his second found son. The Emperor had watched him grow from a young man into a legendary general, leading the Luna Wolves to countless victories across the galaxy. Horus was charismatic, brilliant, and utterly devoted to the Imperial cause. And yet, the Emperor's gaze lingered on Franklin, taking in the easy confidence, the hint of mischief in his eyes, and the unmistakable aura of competence that surrounded him. In many ways, Franklin was Horus's opposite. Where Horus was serious and intense, Franklin was jovial and relaxed. Where Horus sought constant approval, Franklin seemed content in his own skin. Horus has been an invaluable asset to the Great Crusade, the Emperor continued, choosing his words carefully. However, he still lacks some of the independent capabilities you've demonstrated, Franklin. At least for now. As he spoke, the Emperor's mind raced, considering the complex web of relationships and destinies that he was weaving. Franklin Valorian, his first found son, had proven to be a cornerstone of his plans in ways he had not initially anticipated. The Emperor's thoughts drifted back to the day he had discovered Franklin on Nova Libertas. The young Primarch had already united an entire star system under his rule, creating a bastion of human civilization that had not only survived the age of strife but thrived. The Emperor had been impressed then, but Franklin's subsequent achievements had far surpassed even his lofty expectations. The Emperor didn't voice his deeper concerns. He was acutely aware of the growing jealousy in Horus's heart. The discovery of each new Primarch had chipped away at Horus's sense of uniqueness, his special bond with the Emperor. With Franklin's unprecedented success constantly weighing on the Primarch of the Luna Wolves and the discovery of Lemon Russ, that jealousy threatened to bloom into something more dangerous. Franklin, on the other hand, seemed to grasp the bigger picture intuitively. The Emperor marveled at how his 11th son had taken to his role. Despite his jovial nature, or perhaps because of it, Franklin had proven to be incredibly efficient and effective. The numbers spoke for themselves, 3,021 worlds complied in just 17 years. It was an astounding achievement, one that even Horus hadn't matched. The Emperor allowed a small smile to cross his features. Your methods have proven remarkably effective, Franklin. The efficiency of your legion is impressive. As he spoke, the Emperor's mind raced with calculations and projections. Franklin's managed democracy approach had allowed for smoother transitions, less resistance, and ultimately, faster compliance. It was a model that could potentially be applied on a galactic scale, easing the path for the Imperial truth to take root. Moreover, Franklin's understanding of the larger stakes, his awareness of the Webway project and the true threats facing humanity, made him an invaluable ally. In many ways, the Emperor realized, Franklin had become the big brother figure among the three Primarches. Being the first one found is just a bonus. Your brother Horus has been at my side for many years, the Emperor said, his tone measured. He has carried the weight of the crusade on his shoulders. Your success, Franklin, while commendable, may be challenging for him to process. Franklin nodded, understanding flickering in his eyes. I get it, Dad. Family dynamics can be tricky, especially when the family business is conquering the galaxy. The Emperor appreciated Franklin's perceptiveness. It was yet another quality that set him apart, his ability to read between the lines, to understand the unsaid. As the Emperor's footsteps faded, Franklin turned to face Lemon Russ, only to find the Wolf King's icy blue eyes fixed upon him with a mixture of suspicion and barely contained aggression. I do not recognize you as a brother, Lemon growled, his hand moving to grip the haft of his great axe. Prove your worth, Southlander. Franklin couldn't help but chuckle, his brown eyes twinkling with amusement. Always gotta do things the hard way, hey? All right, big guy, if that's how you want to play it. With a flourish, Franklin reached into what seemed like thin air, his hand disappearing momentarily before reappearing with two weapons, a power sword for himself and a power axe, which he tossed to Lemon. Use this, Franklin said, his tone light but his eyes serious. That iron axe of yours wouldn't last 2 seconds against a power weapon. Lemon caught the axe deftly, his eyes widening slightly at the weight and balance of the weapon. He gave it an experimental swing, the energy field crackling to life along its edge. Show him our prowess. Cain's voice roared in Franklin's mind. Let the wolf taste the blade of a god. Franklin mentally shushed the Eldar deity as he took up a fighting stance. All right, Lemon. Let's dance. The two Primarches circled each other, the revelers in the hall quickly backing away to give them space. Lemon struck first, his new axe describing a vicious arc aimed at Franklin's head. Franklin parried the blow with ease, a year of training under Cain's tutelage evident in his fluid movements. He countered with a swift riposte, the tip of his power sword stopping just short of Lemon's throat. First blood to me, brother, Franklin grinned. Lemon snarled, batting the sword aside with his free hand and launching into a flurry of attacks. The Wolf King was a whirlwind of furious strikes, each blow carrying enough force to shatter power armor. Yet Franklin met each attack with graceful precision, his sword a blur of motion as he deflected and countered. It was clear to the onlookers that the Liberator was holding back, matching Lemon's fury with calculated restraint. You toy with him, Cain observed. The wolf has potential, but he lacks finesse. Show him true mastery of the blade. Lemon, too, seemed to notice Franklin's restraint. His attacks became more ferocious, his snarls more pronounced. Fight me properly! He roared. I am a warrior, not a child to be coddled. Franklin's expression sobered. Are you sure about that, brother? I've been training with this sword for a while now. You might not like what happens if I stop holding back. Lemon's response was another savage attack, his axe cleaving through the air with murderous intent. All right, Franklin sighed. You asked for it. In an instant, the dynamic of the fight changed. Franklin's movements became a blur, his sword weaving intricate patterns in the air as he pressed his attack. Each strike was precise, each movement economical yet devastatingly effective. Lemon found himself on the defensive for the first time, struggling to keep up with the speed and complexity of Franklin's assault. The Wolf King's raw power and savage skill were impressive, but they were being systematically dismantled by Franklin's superior technique. Yes. Cain exulted in Franklin's mind. Show him the dance of death, the art of war perfected over several millennia. Franklin's blade sang as it cut through the air, finding gaps in Lemon's defense that the Wolf King didn't even know existed. Small cuts appeared on Lemon's arms and legs, testament to the precision of Franklin's attacks. Yet Lemon refused to yield. Each wound seemed to fuel his berserker rage, his attacks becoming wilder and more unpredictable. He fought with the ferocity of the wolves he was named for, each blow carrying the force of an avalanche. The wolf has heart, Cain grudgingly admitted. He would make a fine berserker if properly trained. The fight raged on, the two Primarches locked in a deadly dance. Franklin's technique was flawless, each movement flowing seamlessly into the next, guided by the ancient wisdom of the Eldar god of war. Lemon fought with raw power and instinct, his attacks fueled by a combination of fury and growing respect for his opponent. As the battle reached its crescendo, Franklin saw an opening. With a move of breathtaking complexity, he disarmed Lemon, sending the power axe spinning across the room. In the same motion, he brought his sword to rest against Lemon's neck. For a moment, silence reigned in the great hall. Lemon stood still, his chest heaving with exertion, Franklin's blade at his throat. Then, slowly, a grin spread across the Wolf King's face. Well fought, brother, Lemon said, his voice gruff but sincere. It seems there's more to you than jests and fancy words. Franklin lowered his sword, his own grin matching Lemon's. And there's more to you than fur and fang, my wolfish friend. You fought well. As the tension in the room dissipated, replaced by cheers and applause from the onlookers, Franklin could hear Cain's voice in his mind. The wolf has potential, the god mused. Raw and unrefined, but with the makings of a true warrior. He will be a valuable ally in the battles to come. Franklin nodded imperceptibly, extending his hand to Lemon. So, think you can recognize me as a brother now? Lemon clasped Franklin's forearm in a warrior's grip. I can do that. Though next time, we fight with axes. See how well your fancy swordplay holds up then. Franklin laughed, clapping Lemon on the shoulder. You're on, brother. But first, I believe you owe me a drink. I hear you Fenricians know how to throw a proper feast. As the two Primarches made their way to the mead hall, surrounded by cheering warriors, Franklin couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He had gained a brother today, not just in name, but in the bonds forged through battle. Franklin and Lemon materialized on the deck of the Sweet Liberty, the massive flagship of the Liberty Eagles. The metal doors before them thrummed with the bass of music unlike anything Lemon had ever heard before. The Wolf King's enhanced senses picked up the sounds of laughter, cheering, and the clinking of glasses. Franklin's hand came to rest on Lemon's shoulder. "Brother, you've shown me how the Fenricians party. Now, let me introduce you to how we do things in the Liberty Eagles." With a grin, Franklin pressed his palm against a scanner, and the doors slid open with a pneumatic hiss. A wave of sound, light, and scent washed over them. The vast chamber before them was a riot of color and activity. Holographic displays painted the walls and ceiling with swirling patterns of red, white, and blue. The air was thick with the smell of various foods and drinks, some familiar to Lemon, others entirely alien. "Welcome to the Eagle's Nest," Franklin shouted over the music. "Our little slice of home away from home." Lemon's eyes widened as he took in the scene. Hundreds of Astartes, still in their power armor, mingled freely with mortal crew members. In one corner, a group of Space Marines were engaged in what appeared to be a drinking contest, downing barrels of a glowing blue liquid that smoked when exposed to air. "That's our homebrewed warp whiskey," Franklin explained, noticing Lemon's gaze. "Packs quite a punch, even for us." They made their way through the crowd, Astartes and mortals alike parting respectfully for the two Primarches. Lemon noticed that despite the apparent revelry, every Marine remained alert, their postures ready to snap to attention at a moment's notice. They approached a circular bar in the center of the room, manned by a grinning tech Marine whose mechadendrites were a blur of motion as he mixed drinks. "Two Liberty Specials, Hephaestus," Franklin called out. The tech Marine nodded, his augmetic eye glowing as he set to work. In moments, two large mugs filled with a swirling, iridescent liquid were placed before them. "What manner of drink is this?" Lemon asked, eyeing the concoction suspiciously. Franklin laughed. "It's a bit of everything, brother. We call it the Liberty Special because it embodies our philosophy, a blend of the best from 100 worlds, coming together to create something greater than the sum of its parts." Lemon took a cautious sip, his eyes widening as the flavors exploded across his enhanced palate. It was unlike anything he had ever tasted, sweet and bitter, burning and cooling all at once. "By Fenris, this is remarkable," Lemon admitted. Franklin grinned. "Glad you like it. Now, let me show you how we really party." He led Lemon to a raised platform where several Astartes were gathered around what looked like a glowing table. As they approached, Lemon realized it was some sort of holographic gaming device. "This is our strategy simulator," Franklin explained. "We use it for training, but it also makes for one hell of a party game." They watched as two teams of Marines faced off, manipulating holographic armies in a complex dance of strategy and counter-strategy. The stakes seemed to be measured in drinks, with the losing team having to down shots of warp whiskey after each defeat. Nearby, another group of Astartes were engaged in what appeared to be a contest of strength and endurance. They were taking turns trying to lift a massive power hammer, its head crackling with energy. "The Hammer of Liberty," Franklin said. "Whoever can lift it and keep it aloft the longest gets to keep it until the next gathering. It's heavier than it looks." As they moved through the party, Lemon began to notice a pattern. Despite the apparent chaos and revelry, there was an underlying order to everything. The drinking contests were interspersed with tests of skill and strategy. The boisterous laughter was punctuated by serious discussions of tactics and philosophy. "Your warriors party, yet they do not lose themselves to it," Lemon observed. Franklin nodded approvingly. "That's the point, brother. We work hard, we fight hard, and we party hard. But we never forget who we are or what we're fighting for. Every gathering like this is a celebration of our brotherhood, our victories, and the liberty we bring to the galaxy." They made their way to a quieter corner where a group of veterans were gathered. As Franklin and Lemon approached, the Marines raised their glasses in salute. "My lords," one of them, a scarred veteran with a bionic eye, greeted them. "Care to join us for a round of war stories?" "War stories?" Lemon asked. "It's a game we play," Franklin explained. "Each warrior tells a tale of battle. The others try to spot the embellishments or outright lies. It's a test of both storytelling skill and tactical knowledge." They settled in, listening as the veterans spun tales of daring victories and narrow escapes. Lemon found himself drawn into the game, his own warrior's instincts allowing him to spot the subtle exaggerations and tactical impossibilities in the stories. As the night wore on, Lemon found himself impressed by the Liberty Eagle's approach to celebration. It was a far cry from the raw, primal feasts of Fenris, yet it carried its own sense of tradition and purpose. "You know, brother," Lemon said as they made their way back to the bar for another round. "I think I'm beginning to understand your legion better." Franklin raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And what have you learned?" Lemon gestured at the party around them. "Your warriors celebrate not just to release tension, but to strengthen bonds. Every game, every drink, every story, it all serves a purpose. You're building a brotherhood that goes beyond mere military discipline." Franklin's grin widened. "Exactly. In the Liberty Eagles, every Marine knows that the warrior next to him isn't just a battle brother, but a friend he can trust with his life. That's what makes us strong." As they clinked their mugs together, the music swelled to a crescendo. The holographic displays erupted in a dazzling simulation of fireworks, eliciting cheers from the gathered warriors. "To liberty," Franklin toasted. "To brotherhood," Lemon added. As they drank, Lemon couldn't help but feel that he had indeed gained more than just a brother today. He had gained insight into a different way of war, a different way of brotherhood. Chapter 29, The Eagle and the Wolf. The Sweet Liberty cruised through the void, its sleek form a stark contrast to the more Gothic architecture of the Imperium's typical vessels. In one of its many recreational areas, two demigods sat across from each other, drinking from ornate goblets. Franklin watched with barely concealed amusement as his brother, Lemon Russ, awkwardly manipulated a set of utensils. The Wolf King's frustration was evident as he attempted to spear a morsel of food with a fork. "Damn these tiny spears," Lemon growled. "What's wrong with using our hands?" Franklin chuckled. "Civility, brother. Sometimes, the battles we fight are won with forks and knives rather than chain swords and bolters." Lemon grunted but persevered. Over the weeks of what Franklin had dubbed Primarch's probationary training, the Wolf King had made progress. He could now, albeit savagely, use utensils without breaking them or the plate beneath. "You're doing well, Lemon," Franklin encouraged. "Remember, in diplomacy, how you eat can be as important as what you say." Lemon's blue eyes met Franklin's brown ones. "I still don't see why all this matters. My wolves and I are warriors, not politicians." Franklin leaned back, swirling the liquid in his goblet. "And yet, brother, sometimes the greatest victories are won without spilling a drop of blood. The Emperor didn't just create us to be weapons, but leaders." As if on cue, a group of space wolves entered the chamber, their boisterous laughter filling the air. They were accompanied by several Liberty Eagles, the two groups seeming to have formed an unlikely friendship. The Wolf King's eyes roamed the vast chamber, taking in the various amenities and entertainment options available to the Liberty Eagles. "Brother," Lemon growled, a hint of annoyance in his voice, "why is it that your ship has all these comforts, while mine feels like a floating monastery?" Franklin couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, my furry friend, that's because Sweet Liberty was built in the Independence Cluster. We have certain advantages when it comes to ship design and amenities." Lemon's eyebrows rose. "The Independence Cluster? You mean to say your home world produced this vessel?" "Not just my home world," Franklin explained, leaning forward. "The entire system. We've got production capabilities that would make a Magos weep with envy. Or rage. Probably both." The Wolf King slammed his mug down, causing nearby Astartes to glance their way before quickly returning to their own conversations. "This won't do. My wolves deserve a proper den, not some sterile halls of metal and prayer." Franklin raised an eyebrow, an idea forming in his mind. "Well, brother, perhaps we could arrange some modifications to the Hrafunkel. Make it more wolfish." Lemon's eyes lit up. "You would do that?" "I might," Franklin grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye. "But first, you have to pass a little test." Lemon straightened, his warrior's pride coming to the fore. "Name it, brother. Whatever challenge you set, I shall overcome it." Franklin leaned in close, his voice low and serious. "Your test, Lemon Russ, is this: bring a world into compliance, without shedding a single drop of blood." The look of shock on Lemon's face was priceless. Franklin wished he had a picked capture device to immortalize the moment. Without bloodshed." Lemon sputtered. "But, how? We are warriors, not diplomats." Franklin clapped him on the shoulder. "That's the challenge, brother. Show me that you and your wolves can be more than just fighters. Show me you can be leaders, diplomats, bringers of civilization. Do that, and I'll personally oversee the refit of the Hrafunkel. Lemon sat back, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. Pride warred with practicality, the warrior's instinct clashing with the newfound understanding of imperial politics that Franklin had been instilling in him. Finally, the Wolf King nodded. Very well, brother. I accept your challenge. The Space Wolves will show the galaxy that we are more than mere barbarians. Over the next few weeks, Franklin watched with a mixture of amusement and pride as Lemon and his Space Wolves threw themselves into the task of becoming civilized. It was a sight to behold, fierce warriors of Fenris awkwardly attempting small talk, trying to master the intricacies of diplomatic protocol, and practicing their most winning smiles. The target was a world on the fringes of Imperial space, a planet that had thus far resisted peaceful integration into the Imperium. As the Space Wolves fleet approached, Franklin half expected Lemon to give up and resort to his usual tactics. But the Wolf King surprised him. Instead of immediately deploying drop pods full of bloodthirsty Astartes, Lemon sent a diplomatic envoy. The sight of Space Wolves in formal attire, presenting themselves as ambassadors rather than conquerors, was almost too much for Franklin to bear without laughing. Yet, against all odds, it seemed to be working. The planetary leaders, so used to facing threats and ultimatums, were caught off guard by this unexpected approach. Negotiations began, with Lemon himself taking a leading role. Despite the awkwardness, or perhaps because of it, the planetary leaders seemed more amused than threatened. Negotiations progressed, and to everyone's surprise, including Lemon's, the world agreed to join the Imperium without a single shot being fired. As Lemon's shuttle docked with Sweet Liberty, Franklin was there to greet him, slow clapping with a wide grin on his face. Lemon collapsed into a chair, exhaustion evident on his face. Never again, he growled. I'd rather face 1,000 orcs than go through that again. Franklin signaled the bartender for drinks. Oh, I don't know. I think you and your wolves showed a hidden talent for diplomacy. Perhaps we should make this a regular thing. The look of horror on Lemon's face sent Franklin into another fit of laughter. You promised, Lemon said, accepting a large mug of Fenrician ale. The Hrafunkel. Make it a proper home for my wolves. Franklin nodded, still chuckling. A deal's a deal. We'll start the refit as soon as we rendezvous with the Independence Cluster. Your ship will be the envy of the fleet, well, except for Sweet Liberty, of course. The Eagle's Nest was relatively quiet, with only a few off-duty Astartes scattered about. Franklin and Lemon sat at the bar, nursing their drinks after celebrating the Wolf King's successful diplomatic mission. Franklin couldn't contain his grin any longer. He turned to Lemon, his eyes twinkling with mischief. You know, brother, I have to admit something. Lemon raised an eyebrow, his enhanced senses picking up on Franklin's barely suppressed laughter. What is it? That whole test. The bloodless compliance? Me promising to refit the Hrafunkel. Franklin paused for dramatic effect. I was just fucking with you. For a moment, silence reigned. Lemon's face went through a series of expressions, confusion, realization, and finally, indignation. You, what? Lemon growled, his voice low and dangerous. Franklin burst out laughing, unable to hold it in any longer. Oh man, you should see your face. I can't believe you actually went through with it. I half expected you to tell me to shove it and go conquer the planet anyway. Lemon's eye twitched. You mean to tell me, he said slowly, that I spent weeks teaching my wolves how to use forks and spoons, how to bow without breaking furniture, and how to sing imperial hymns without howling, for a jest. Franklin wiped a tear from his eye, still chuckling. Pretty much, yet. Though I have to say, watching you lot try to be diplomatic was the best entertainment I've had in years. Lemon stood up slowly, his massive frame looming over Franklin. Brother, he said, his voice eerily calm, I believe it's time for you to, as they say on your world, square up. Franklin's grin widened. Oh? And what are you going to do, little brother? Throw a tantrum? He didn't get to finish the sentence as Lemon's fist connected with his jaw, sending him flying off his stool and crashing into a nearby table. The few Astartes present quickly vacated the area, knowing better than to get between two Primarches, even if they were just horsing around. Franklin picked himself up, rubbing his jaw but still grinning. Not bad, puppy. But you'll have to do better than that. With a roar that was half anger, half laughter, Lemon charged at Franklin. The two Primarches grappled, crashing through tables and chairs, each trying to get the upper hand. I'll teach you to make a fool of the wolves of Fenris. Lemon growled, attempting to put Franklin in a headlock. Franklin slipped out of the hold, countering with a leg sweep that sent Lemon stumbling. Come on, it was just a little brotherly teasing. Don't tell me the big bad wolf king can't take a joke. Their brawl continued, neither truly trying to hurt the other, but both unwilling to back down. They crashed into the bar, sending bottles and glasses flying. With a roar that shook the rafters of the eagle's nest, Lemon lunged at Franklin. The Liberator ducked under the wild swing, dancing away with a laugh. Too slow, furball. Franklin taunted, dodging another punch. Maybe if you spent more time training and less time howling at the moon, you'd be faster. Lemon, his face red with a mix of exertion and embarrassment, charged at Franklin like an enraged grox. Stand still and fight like a man. Franklin leapt over a table, sending drinks flying. Now, brother. Didn't all those etiquette lessons teach you anything? This is hardly proper behavior for a gentleman of the Imperium. This only served to enrage Lemon further. He grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at Franklin, who ducked just in time. The chair shattered against the wall behind him. Ooh, temper, Franklin chided playfully. What would father say if he saw you now? So much for the diplomatic approach. Lemon paused for a moment, chest heaving. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Franklin approached cautiously, hands raised in a gesture of peace. This is what brothers do. We prank each other, we fight, we laugh about it later. It's all part of the bonding process. Lemon snorted. Bonding process? Is that what you call this? Absolutely, Franklin nodded sagely. In fact, I'd say this little scuffle has brought us closer together. Don't you feel the brotherly love? Lemon's response was to grab Franklin in a headlock, rubbing his knuckles vigorously against his brother's scalp. Oh, I'll show you brotherly love, you overgrown eagle. Franklin struggled, laughing despite the nausea he was receiving. Hey, watch the hair. Do you know how long it takes to get it this perfectly disheveled? They wrestled for a few more minutes, overturning tables and leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Finally, both Primarches collapsed onto a miraculously intact couch, breathing heavily but grinning like schoolboys. You know, Lemon said after catching his breath, I'm still angry about that prank. Franklin chuckled. No, you're not. You're just upset that you didn't think of it first. Lemon was quiet for a moment, then let out a bark of laughter. Perhaps you're right. It was quite amusing, in retrospect. Franklin clapped him on the shoulder. See? And hey, look on the bright side. You proved that you and your wolves are capable of more than just warfare. That's got to count for something. Lemon nodded thoughtfully. I suppose so. Though if you ever tell anyone about the etiquette lessons, I'll deny it to my dying breath. Your secret's safe with me, brother, Franklin grinned. Now, how about we get this place cleaned up before the next shift arrives? I'd hate to have to explain to father why the eagle's nest looks like it was hit by a warp storm. As they began to right overturn tables and sweep up broken glass, Lemon glanced at Franklin. You're still going to refit the harafunkel, right? Franklin laughed. Of course. A deal's a deal, even if it was part of a prank. Besides, I can't have my little brother's ship looking like a floating monastery, can I? What would that say about me as a big brother? Lemon growled playfully. Call me little brother again, and we'll have round 2 right here. Franklin's eyes twinkled with mischief. Is that a promise, little brother? As Lemon lunged for him again, Franklin darted away, laughing. The skies of Heli 459 burned with the fury of orbital bombardment. Drop pods and gunships from both the Liberty Eagles and the Space Wolves streaked through the atmosphere, leaving trails of fire in their wake. On the bridge of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian and Lemon Russ stood side by side, watching the battle unfold. Remember, brother, Franklin said, his usual grin replaced by a look of stern concentration. This is your final test. Show me how well you can work with others. Lemon nodded, his eyes fixed on the tactical display. The wolves of Fenris will not disappoint. We shall bring ruin to these Xenos scum. As the first wave of drop pods slammed into the planet's surface, Franklin opened a vox channel to all forces. Liberty Eagles, Space Wolves, hear me. Today we fight as one. Eagles, form the anvil. Wolves, be our hammer. For the Emperor and for mankind. A thunderous roar of acknowledgement echoed across the channel. On the ground, the battle began in earnest. The Liberty Eagles deployed in perfect formation, their ranks a sea of blue and crimson, red and white stars. Heavy weapons teams set up, their massive guns trained on the Xenos' defensive lines. First Captain Denzel Washington, leading the Eagles' vanguard, raised his hyperphase sword. Eagles! Create the killing ground! Let no Xenos pass! With practiced precision, the Liberty Eagles unleashed a storm of firepower. Disintegration rifles, plasma cannons, and bolt weapons of every caliber lit up the battlefield. The air itself seemed to ignite as energy weapons crisscrossed the no-man's land between the Imperial forces and the Xenos defenders. The Xenos, bipedal creatures with thick, leathery skin and multiple eyes, returned fire with their own plasma weapons. But where their technology was formidable, it paled in comparison to the relentless barrage of the Liberty Eagles. As the Eagles held the line, the Space Wolves made their move. Drop pods crashed down behind the Xenos' lines, disgorging packs of howling warriors. Lemon Russ himself led the charge, his massive frame easily recognizable even from orbit. Wolves of Fenris! Lemon's voice boomed across the battlefield. The Eagles have given us our opening. Now, show these Xenos the fury of Fenris. The Space Wolves tore into the Xenos' rear with savage glee. Chain swords roared to life, tearing through alien flesh. Power axes cleaved through makeshift barricades. The wolves moved like a force of nature, unstoppable and merciless. On the ground, the Xenos found themselves caught between the implacable advance of the Liberty Eagles and the savage onslaught of the Space Wolves. Their lines began to crumble under the dual assault. Wolf Lord Gunnar Gunhild, his armor splattered with Xenos ichor, acknowledged. Understood, Eagle. Wolves, to me. We hunt together. The two forces met at the Xenos' central stronghold, a massive structure of alien design that pulsed with strange energies. The Liberty Eagles laid down a withering barrage of fire, keeping the Xenos pinned while the Space Wolves closed in for the kill. Franklin Valorian landed on the battlefield with earth-shattering force, his armor absorbing the impact that would have shattered the bones of a lesser being. As the dust settled around him, he rose to his full height, the death sword pulsing with eldritch energy in his grip. His eyes quickly found Lemon Russ amidst the chaos. The Wolf King was a blur of motion, his frost blade cleaving through Xenos warriors with brutal efficiency. Alien ichor sprayed in wide arcs as Lemon tore through their ranks, his Space Wolves following in his wake like a pack of vengeful spirits. Franklin grinned, feeling the battle lust rising within him. The voice of Cain, the Ildari god of war, roared in his mind. Yes. Show these primitives the true meaning of war. Let them taste oblivion. Responding to both the god's urging and his own warrior spirit, Franklin raised the death sword high. The blade seemed to drink in the light around it, growing darker and yet more radiant at the same time. With a mighty swing, he brought it down in a diagonal arc. The effect was instantaneous and terrifying. A wave of pure death erupted from the blade, a ripple of annihilation that spread outward in a wide cone. Xenos caught in its path didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies simply ceased. Flesh, bone, and even their crude armor dried up in an instant, crumbling to dust before they could register what was happening. Where moments before there had been a horde of alien warriors, now there was only a field of ash drifting in the wind. More. The battle is not yet won. Show them the full might of a god of war. Franklin felt the sword pulse in his hand, eager for more carnage. He looked to Lemon, seeing the mix of awe and competitive spirit in his brother's eyes. The effect on both legions was electrifying. Seeing their Primarches join the fray, the Astartes fought with renewed vigor. Franklin moved with fluid grace, the death sword singing as it cleaved through Xenos warriors. Lemon was a whirlwind of destruction, each swing of his blade ending multiple alien lives. I got 657, Franklin called out as they fought back to back. Lemon laughed, a sound that sent nearby Xenos fleeing in terror. I have 658. As the battle reached its climax, the Xenos leader emerged from the central stronghold. It was a massive creature, easily twice the size of a normal Astartes, wielding a weapon that crackled with plasma energy. Franklin struck first, the death sword parrying the Xenos leader's plasma weapon. The alien stumbled, off balance, directly into Lemon's waiting frost sword. The frost sword punched through the creature's thick hide, ending its life in a spray of alien blood. With their leader fallen, the remaining Xenos resistance crumbled. The Liberty Eagles and Space Wolves swept through the rest of the planet, purging every last trace of the alien infestation. Hours later, as the two legions began the process of securing the planet for Imperial colonization. Franklin and Lemon stood atop the conquered Xeno's stronghold. "Well, brother," Franklin said, clapping Lemon on the shoulder, "I'd say you passed the test with flying colors. Your wolves worked perfectly with my eagles." Lemon nodded, a rare smile crossing his features. It was a good battle. Your eagles are formidable warriors, for all their fancy technology." Franklin laughed. "And your wolves are surprisingly adaptable, for all their wild ways. I think Father will be pleased with our progress." The vast expanse of space stretched out before them, a canvas of infinite darkness punctuated by the brilliant light of distant stars. On the observation deck of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian stood with his brother, Lemon Russ, watching as the Space Wolves fleet prepared to depart. "Well, brother," Franklin said, his usual grin tinged with a hint of melancholy, "I suppose this is where we part ways for now." Lemon nodded, his wild mane of hair framing a face that had grown more contemplative over their time together. It is. The galaxy won't conquer itself, after all." Franklin chuckled. "True enough. Just try not to conquer it all before I get my share, all right." The Wolf King's laughter rumbled like distant thunder. "No promises, brother. The wolves of Fenris are hungry for glory." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching as the last of the supply ships docked with the Hrafunkel. The Gloriana-class battleship, now refitted by the skilled engineers of the Independence Cluster, was a sight to behold. Its exterior maintained the original Gothic design, a nod to Imperial tradition, but Franklin knew that inside, it now boasted amenities that would make even the most stoic space wolf howl with joy. "You know," Lemon said, breaking the silence, "when we first met, I thought you were just another soft Southlander. Too much talk, not enough action." Franklin raised an eyebrow. "And now?" Lemon turned to face him, his ice blue eyes meeting Franklin's warm brown ones. "Now I see that you're a warrior worthy of respect. Your methods may be different from mine, but they're no less effective." Franklin felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the temperature-controlled environment of the Sweet Liberty. High praise indeed, coming from the Wolf King. "And for what it's worth, you've proven yourself to be more than just a savage barbarian. Don't let it go to your head, though. I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve that would make your fur stand on end." Lemon grinned, showing his canines. "I look forward to seeing them in action, brother. Perhaps next time we meet, we can have a friendly competition. See whose legion can bring more worlds into compliance." "You're on," Franklin laughed. "Though I warn you, the Liberty Eagles are hard to beat when it comes to efficient world-taking." A chime sounded, indicating that the Space Wolves fleet was ready for departure. Lemon straightened, his posture becoming more formal. "Until we meet again, Franklin Valorian," he said, extending his arm. Franklin clasped it in a warrior's grip. "May your hunts be plentiful and your victories glorious, Lemon Russ." With a final nod, Lemon turned and strode towards the teleporterium, his massive form soon disappearing around a corner. Franklin remained on the observation deck, watching as the Space Wolves fleet slowly pulled away from Battlefleet Liberty. The Hrafunkel led the procession, its newly refurbished hull gleaming in the light of a nearby star. "The wolf has grown," Cain's voice whispered in Franklin's mind. "He shows promise now. Perhaps there is hope for him yet." Franklin's lips quirked in a small smile. "High praise from you, old friend. I thought you found him too brutish for your tastes." "He is still brutish," Cain replied, a hint of amusement coloring his otherworldly voice. "But there is a cunning beneath the fur now. You have taught him well." "We taught each other," Franklin murmured, watching as the Space Wolves ships winked into the warp, one by one. "That's what brothers do." As the last ship disappeared, Franklin turned away from the viewport. He could almost imagine the raucous celebration that must be taking place on the Hrafunkel right now. The Space Wolves, discovering their new feast halls and training arenas, would be howling with joy and drinking themselves into a stupor. The thought brought a grin to Franklin's face. Let them celebrate. They had earned it, and the challenges ahead would require all the strength and unity they could muster. "Sovereign," Franklin called out as he strode onto the bridge of the Sweet Liberty. "Set a course for the next unconquered system. We have worlds to liberate and a crusade to continue." Chapter 30, The Independence Cluster. In the 819th year of the 30th millennium, the Independence Cluster stood as a shining beacon of humanity's potential amidst the vast, often grim expanse of the Imperium. Unlike its counterpart Mars, which offered quantity and traditional technology, the cluster boasted a quality of life and technological advancement that harkened back to humanity's golden age. The streets of Nova Libertas, the capital world, bustled with activity. Hovering drones, their sleek designs a stark contrast to the lumbering servitors found elsewhere in the Imperium, zipped through the air. One such drone approached a group of visitors, its holographic interface flickering to life. "Welcome to Nova Libertas," the drone chirped in perfect Gothic. "How may I assist you today?" The group, a mix of Imperial nobles and their retinues, stared in wonder. One of the nobles, a portly man in ornate robes, stepped forward. "We seek lodging and entertainment," he declared, his accent thick with the drawl of some distant hive world. The drone's processors whirred silently, translating and adapting. "Certainly, esteemed visitor. Might I recommend the Skysphere Plaza? It offers a panoramic view of our Elysian city and boasts some of the finest establishments in the sector." As the group followed the drone's directions, they passed by a medical center. Through the transparent walls, they could see technology far beyond anything in their home systems. Abhumans, ogrins, ratlings, and others, waited patiently in line for treatments that would have been unthinkable elsewhere. "By the Emperor," whispered one of the noble's aides, her eyes wide. "Are they curing mutations?" A passing citizen, overhearing the comment, smiled kindly. "Not curing, friend. Enhancing. Here in the cluster, we believe in lifting up all of humanity, not just those born without mutation." The aide's face flushed with embarrassment, but the citizen waved it off. "No offense taken. It's different here, I know. But different can be good, yes." As they continued their journey, the visitors couldn't help but marvel at the cleanliness and order of the streets. Unlike the choking smog and pressing crowds of hive cities, the Elysian cities of Nova Libertas were a model of efficiency and comfort. In one of the lower levels, still far more pleasant than the underhives of other worlds, a group of newly arrived Ogren laborers gathered around a public education terminal. "You see," the holographic instructor explained patiently, "with our neural plastic treatments, we can enhance your cognitive functions. Many of your kind choose this option, finding it opens up new opportunities." One of the Ogrins, his brow furrowed in concentration, raised a meaty hand. "But, we still be us, yes? Not become different person." The hologram smiled warmly. "Absolutely. The treatment enhances what's already there. You'll still be you, just with an easier time learning and communicating." Nearby, a group of ratlings explored a hydroponic farm, marveling at the lush vegetation growing in perfectly controlled conditions. "Cor," one of them exclaimed, "would ya look at the size of them tubers. Bet we could feed a whole clan with just one." A farm overseer, a tall woman with the bearing of ex-military, approached them. "Interested in agriculture, friends? We're always looking for skilled hands, especially those with experience in maximizing yields in tight spaces." The ratlings exchanged excited glances. Here was opportunity, real opportunity, not just scraping by in the underbelly of some uncaring hive. Higher up in the Elysian city, in one of the many plazas dotting the skyline, a heated argument was taking place. An Imperial noble, his face flushed with drink and indignation, was berating a server. "Do you know who I am?" he slurred, jabbing a bejeweled finger at the unimpressed worker. "I could buy and sell this entire establishment." Before the situation could escalate further, a drone descended, its lights pulsing in a calming pattern. "Sir," it intoned politely but firmly, "I must remind you that all visitors to the Independence Cluster are subject to local laws and customs. Your status elsewhere does not grant you immunity here." The noble sputtered, reaching for the drone as if to swat it away. In an instant, two individuals in sleek, form-fitting armor materialized from the crowd. Their uniforms bore the insignia of the cluster's peacekeeping force. "Sir," one of them said, her voice calm but carrying an unmistakable edge of authority, "we're going to have to ask you to come with us. You can sleep it off in a detention cell, or we can arrange for your immediate deportation. Your choice." The noble's companions, looking mortified, quickly ushered him away, muttering apologies. As night fell on Nova Libertas, the Elysian city transformed. The upper levels glittered with lights from high-end entertainment venues and restaurants. In one such establishment, a group of Terran diplomats dined with local officials. "It's remarkable," one of the diplomats mused, gazing out at the cityscape. "The advancements here, the quality of life, it's like stepping into the past and future simultaneously." Her cluster counterpart nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. We work hard to maintain this balance. It's not always easy, being a suzerain state within the Imperium. There are tensions. With Mars, you mean? Another diplomat asked quietly. The cluster official's smile tightened slightly. Among others. But we have our protectors. The Liberty Eagles stand ready, and Primarch Valorian's influence reaches far. As if summoned by the mention of his name, a massive view screen in the restaurant flickered to life, showing footage from some distant battlefield. There stood Franklin Valorian, his imposing figure unmistakable even amidst the chaos of combat. He was laughing, a sound that carried even through the grainy picked feed, as he mowed down Xeno's threats with a weapon that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The restaurant fell silent, all eyes drawn to the display of martial prowess. Then, as Valorian turned to the camera and threw a wink, the cluster citizens erupted in cheers. To the Liberator! Someone shouted, raising a glass. The cry was taken up by others, human and abhuman alike. As the impromptu celebration continued, the Terran diplomats exchanged glances. The Independence Cluster was indeed a jewel, but one that came with its own complexities. How long could this bastion of advancement maintain its unique position within the ever-expanding Imperium? Only time would tell. The hollow projector flickered to life in recruitment centers across the Independence Cluster. The Imperial Aquila faded, replaced by a scene of utter carnage. Orcs, their green hides glistening with blood and oil, charged across a war-torn landscape. Alongside them, nightmarish Xenos creatures scuttled and slithered, their forms defying description. Suddenly, a massive figure dropped into frame, landing with ground-shaking force. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, rose to his full height, a shit-eating grin plastered across his face. "Well, hello there, potential recruit." Franklin boomed, casually backhanding an orc without even looking. "Enjoying the view? No? Good. Because that's where you come in." The camera panned out, revealing squads of Liberty Guardsmen in sleek exosuits, laying down devastating fire on the Xenos hordes. Franklin turned to face the camera fully, somehow managing to look directly at the viewer while simultaneously drop-kicking a particularly ugly alien. "You see, the Imperium needs you. More specifically, the Independence Cluster needs you. And let me tell you, we've got a sweet deal cooking." He paused, ducking as a crude orc rocket whizzed overhead. "Oops. Excuse me for a section." Franklin sprinted off-screen, the camera struggling to keep up. There was a series of explosions, followed by the Primarch's laughter. He jogged back into frame, dusting off his hands. "Now, where were we? Ah yes, the sweet deal." The scene shifted, showing a before and after image of a Liberty Guardsman. The before picture showed an average human. The after revealed a transhuman specimen of peak physical condition. "Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between," Franklin continued, his voice taking on the tone of an overly enthusiastic salesman, "have you ever looked at an Astartes and thought, gee, I wish I could be that swole, but I also like being able to fit through doorways? Well, do I have news for you." He gestured dramatically at the after image. "Introducing the Liberty Guardsman package. All the perks of transhumanism without the century-long training montage. You two can be the perfect middle ground between squishy mortal and walking tank." The scene cut back to the battlefield. A Liberty Guardsman in an exosuit was effortlessly lifting a wrecked vehicle, rescuing trapped civilians. "But wait, there's more!" Franklin exclaimed, sidling into frame. "Sign up now, and you'll receive your very own cutting-edge exosuit. It slices, it dices, it makes julienne fries out of Xenos scum." As if on cue, a guardsman demonstrated by quite literally dicing an onrushing alien with an energy blade. "Now, I know what you're thinking," Franklin continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "This all sounds great, but what's the catch? Well, let me lay it out for you." The Primarch began ticking off points on his fingers. 1. You'll need to undergo some minor genetic modifications. Nothing major, just enough to make you faster, stronger, and less likely to die horribly. He winked at the camera. 2. You'll be expected to fight nightmarish horrors from beyond the stars. But hey, that's just Tuesday around here. An particularly massive orc warboss charged into frame, roaring a challenge. Without missing a beat, Franklin clotheslined the beast, sending it flying. And 3, he continued, as if nothing had happened, you'll have to put up with my winning personality and dad jokes. I know, I know, it's a steep price to pay. The scene shifted again, this time to a luxurious recreation area. Liberty Guardsmen lounged in comfort, enjoying various leisure activities. But it's not all work and no play. Franklin's voice boomed over the image. When you're not kicking Xeno's ass, you'll be living it up in style. Free healthcare, education, and all the amenities the Independence Cluster has to offer. Back on the battlefield, Franklin was now dual-wielding orcs as impromptu clubs, swinging them into their comrades. Plus, you get front-row seats to yours truly in action. Marvel at my witty one-liners. Gasp at my impossible feats of strength. Groan at my terrible puns. He paused, looking thoughtful. Actually, that last one might fall under cruel and unusual punishment. We'll have the legal team look into it. The camera panned out, revealing the full scale of the battle. Liberty Guardsmen fought alongside Astartes of the Liberty Eagles, their combined might turning the tide against the Xenos horde. Franklin's voice took on a more serious tone, though his eyes still twinkled with mirth. But in all seriousness, folks, the Independence Cluster stands as a beacon of hope in this grim, dark galaxy. We fight not just for survival, but for a future worth living in. A future where humanity can thrive, where liberty isn't just a word, but a way of life. He grinned, the expression somehow both fierce and joyful. And we need you to help make that future a reality. So what do you say? Ready to stand on the front lines of freedom? The Primarch turned, charging back into the fray with a wild laugh. Over his shoulder, he called out, "Join the Liberty Guardsmen today. Because kicking ass for freedom never goes out of style." The scene faded, replaced by recruitment information and the logo of the Liberty Guardsmen, an eagle clutching a banner that read "E pluribus unum" in one talon and a bundle of arrows in the other. As the hollow projector winked out, recruitment officers across the cluster braced themselves. If past experience was anything to go by, they were about to be very, very busy. In the days that followed, enlistment numbers skyrocketed. It seemed that Franklin Valorian's unique brand of charm, humor, and barely contained violence had struck a chord with the populace. The Liberty Guardsmen ranks swelled, ready to face whatever horrors the galaxy might throw at them. In the grand amphitheater of Nova Liberta's Capitol building, Marcus Valorian, the planetary governor and adoptive father of Franklin Valorian, stood at the center of the chamber. His weathered face, etched with the lines of wisdom and responsibility, surveyed the assembled senators. The circular room, a blend of classical architecture and advanced holographic displays, buzzed with anticipation. Marcus cleared his throat, his voice carrying easily through the acoustically perfect space. "Esteemed members of the Senate, we gather today to address pressing matters that will shape the future of our cluster and its relationship with the broader Imperium." The 12 major senators, each an expert in their respective fields, sat in the inner circle. Behind them, the 36 minor senators, representing various factions and interests, filled the outer rings. "First on our agenda," Marcus continued, "is the growing tension with certain factions of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Senator Octavia, our liaison with Mars, please brief us on the situation." Governor Valorian, honored members of the Senate, our latest intelligence suggests that the traditionalist elements within the Mechanicus are becoming increasingly vocal in their opposition to our autonomy and technological superiority. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Senator Brutus Teal, a gruff veteran of the early compliance wars, spoke up. "Let them bark. We have the Emperor's protection, and more importantly, we have the means to defend ourselves." "While true," Lydia countered, "we must consider the long-term implications. The Mechanicus hold significant sway within the Imperium. Their opposition could hamper our trade relations and limit our influence in the ongoing Great Crusade." Marcus nodded, his expression grave. "Indeed. We must tread carefully. What of our allies within the Mechanicus? The more progressive elements?" Senator Octavia explained. "The radicals, as they're often called, continue to support us. They see our achievements as proof that innovation and progress are not just possible but necessary for humanity's survival. However, they're a minority within the Mechanicus hierarchy. Perhaps," mused Senator Helena Bright, head of diplomatic affairs, "we could propose a series of technological exchanges? Offer some of our less sensitive advancements in return for political support and resources." The chamber erupted in debate, with senators arguing the merits and risks of such a strategy. Marcus let the discussion flow, his keen mind analyzing each perspective. After several minutes, he raised a hand for silence. "Your points are well taken. We'll form a committee to draft a proposal for limited technological exchange. But let us be clear, we will not compromise our autonomy or our core technological advantages. The safety and prosperity of our citizens come first. Nods of approval rippled through the chamber. Marcus continued, now, to our second pressing matter. The influx of abhumans and Imperial citizens seeking a better life in our cluster. A woman with striking features and an aura of calm authority stood. Governor, colleagues, the situation presents both opportunities and challenges. Our advanced healthcare system is more than capable of handling the increased load, and many of these immigrants bring valuable skills. However, the rapid influx is straining our integration programs. Not to mention the cultural implications, interjected Senator Octavius Grimm, one of the minor senators known for his conservative views. We risk diluting our cluster's identity with this unchecked immigration. Marcus held up a hand to forestall the brewing argument. Let us not forget the words of my son Franklin, diversity is a strength, but when there are too many cultures in one race, then it's no longer unified. Our policy has always been clear, we welcome those who are willing to integrate and embrace the imperial truth alongside our ideals of liberty and freedom. This was the fatal mistake of many Terran nations during the third millennium, where they allowed their identities to be diluted by incompatible ideologies. We must not repeat their errors in the cluster. Senator Adelaide nodded in agreement. Precisely, Governor. I propose we expand our integration programs, focusing on education in the imperial truth and our cluster's values. Those who refuse to adapt can be offered relocation to other imperial worlds more suited to their beliefs. A reasonable approach, Marcus conceded. But we must be careful not to cross the line into forced assimilation. Our strength lies in our ability to unite diverse peoples under a common cause, not in erasing their identities entirely. The debate continued, with senators arguing the finer points of immigration policy, cultural preservation, and the practical concerns of housing and employing the new arrivals. Throughout it all, Marcus guided the discussion with a firm but fair hand, embodying the principles of managed democracy that had served the cluster so well. As the session neared its end, Marcus turned to the final, and perhaps most crucial, topic. Now, we must discuss our position within the Greater Imperium, particularly in light of the ongoing Great Crusade. A hush fell over the chamber. Everyone knew the importance of maintaining their unique position as a suzerain state while still contributing to the Imperium's grand vision. We have received word from Terra, Marcus announced. Malcador the Sigil Light, in his capacity as the first High Lord, has reaffirmed the Emperor's protection of our cluster in Franklin's absence. However, this protection comes with expectations. Senator Axiom leaned forward. What kind of expectations, Governor? Increased production of war materiel for the Crusade fleets, for one, Marcus replied. Additionally, they've requested we share some of our more advanced medical technologies to aid in the integration of compliant worlds. The chamber buzzed with whispered conversations. Senator Farrow stood once more. Governor, while I support aiding the Crusade, we must be cautious about sharing our most advanced tech. It's our primary leverage in maintaining our autonomy. As the senators debated the proposal, Marcus's mind drifted to his adopted son, Franklin, out there among the stars. He wondered how the young Primarch would handle these delicate political maneuvers. Franklin's direct approach had its merits, but here in the Senate, subtlety was often more effective, but then he realized his son would be fine. Franklin is competent. The session concluded with a series of votes on the proposed measures. As the senators filed out, Marcus remained at the podium, reviewing the holographic minutes of the meeting. The cluster's position was precarious, balanced between its own interests and those of the broader Imperium. But as long as they remained united and true to their principles, Marcus was confident they could navigate the challenges ahead. As he prepared to leave, a message flashed across his personal data slate. It was from Malcador himself, requesting a private audience via secure Vox link. Marcus smiled grimly. The political dance was far from over, but for the sake of the cluster and the dream of a united humanity, he would see it through. The Senate chamber emptied, leaving Marcus alone with his thoughts and the weight of leadership on his shoulders.
Thanks for listening.